Hello everyone, my name is Caden and welcome back to more Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie. Last time we started making our way through to figure out more about the anomaly that's in the Reverie corridor. And yeah, we also got the remaining characters on our team that can join from the most wild option available, I think, being if I can get to him over here. The most wild one possible being freaking McBurn. Even Vita makes way more sense than freaking McBurn, but I'm not complaining. I just think it's hilarious. This time though, so I've got a bit of something to admit. So you know how I said before that I like to farm for experience and stuff, and that I would test out the capabilities of the settings thing and how quickly could I get to high levels with the very easy mode and increasing every enemy's level to 100 above, right? Yeah. Yeah. I might have gone a little overboard. Oops. Oh, come on. We're at the end of the game. We're at the post game. I think I can afford to do this. So yeah, I ended up finding out the max level for characters is 250. And yeah, our A team for going forward is now at max level. So yeah. We're probably gonna be fine. We're probably gonna be fine going forward. Again, maybe does it ruin the balance? Absolutely. But it's kind of what I want to do. Before we do anything actual, any actual progress or anything first, I want to see what these dialogues that we have here are. Damn, this is supposed to be a simple cleanup job. Now look at how things are going.
Theo said not even Ouroboros' head scientist was able to replicate McBurn's overlord form.
Whatever's happening here must go beyond the trial.
And there's that girl looking there as well. I think there's still room for debate as to whether or not they're the mastermind.
We'll just have to pull our skills together and solve this one. Count on you, new Class 7. Yeah! Wazi, Noelle, and Risha.
This too must be the goddess's guidance.
I think I actually already talked to them on accident earlier.
What was that?
Yeah?
Did something feel strange to you? Sorry, I'm honestly not sure what I was sensing. There's something nagging at me, but maybe I'm just imagining things. I wouldn't be so sure. If you sense something off, there's reason enough to be concerned.
I'm with you, but we can't let that stop us from making our way deeper into this place. Let's wrap this up quickly. The sooner we move on, the sooner we know what Kia was feeling.
Randy's right, guys. We have bigger things to worry about right now. Let's keep going.
You got it. Just let us know if we're pushing you too hard. Sorry? Oh, yeah, you three.
Fine. We've got each other.
Well, I guess some of them don't actually have unique combos. Some of them are just normal talks.
Yo, doing all right?
Well, if there are any unique combos, then we'll have
We just
those.
have to work together. There's a question in your eyes. I hope all is well.
Nope. No unique combos here.
Things will work out. Just a hunch.
Just leave it to me and Lammy.
Nope. Any more unique combos?
Come for a talk.
Nope.
Well, what else can we do but
Nope.
move forward? I'll give this everything I've got. Just leave it to me.
Nope.
Oh, something up?
Nope.
Oh, Randy's supposed to be hanging off in the real world.
I know you were looking forward to it, but it's out of our control now. Plus, we haven't even figured out what our next destination is. About that, I was thinking we should go see Yorick, actually.
That's a wonderful idea, Swin. I'd love to meet him myself. I guess he did craft your body. Though it's not like we know where he is. Yes, do you think you know who could connect us if we had called in a favor?
You mean the one who introduced us to Yorick in the first place? I don't imagine it would be easy. It would likely come with a price.
In that case, I know just the thing. I learned about a great little spot in the Arabonia at the Crossville Gourmet guy I picked up. Huh? Who you know who?
so someone introduced you two to the mice in the first place. Regardless, I'll go with you wherever you like. I'll have to wait until after we've taken care of things here, though.
Sure, let's get this over and done so we can go back to our road trip. Works to me.
No.
Something up?
Is something the matter?
No. Alright, that's all the unique combos. Now, let's do some trial doors. These are going to be staying on normal mode, but I am very curious to see
Trial
how
door
easy some of them are going to be.
presented.
We can only do 9, 10, 11 because I have to level up the other people. But first off, we have... We have Joshua and Duvalie. This is a curious combo. Who are we fighting with you two? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? I'm right to have a bad feeling about this.
We're squaring off against Campanella, I see. Of all the people could be, it had to be that conniving trickster.
He's flanked by the same things that were in Phantasma too. Suffice to say, that we're not in for an easy fight.
It matters not who we must duel. All that matters is that we emerge victorious. Let's begin. I wish to see how much, for myself, just how much strength you've gained since you left the society, Joshua.
As you wish. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious to see how you come along too. Let's give this Shao Campanella a run for his money.
A worthy foe. Be
A
on your
hollow
guard.
Campanella. Alright, let's do it. Hollow Campanella. It uses its tricks to float in the air to wholly enjoy the chaotic slaughter beneath.
I mustn't
Okay,
falter.
we're in for a hell of a time. That hurt. That shit hurted.
Need to focus.
We are in deep shit.
Swiftly. I can't lose here. Yet.
We may not be winning this one. We are not winning this one.
Impossible.
Need to focus.
I give.
can't lose here. I can't lose
I
here.
surrender.
Need to focus. Need to focus. I can't lose. Need to focus.
Stop having turns.
Not here.
I yield. What do Joshua and Duvalie have? I need to properly prep them, don't I? Alright, what are you two using? You're using actually your max upgrade stuff. Same with you. Well, not weapon, but that shouldn't... show me your quartz. That's a bit more understanding. Joshua, take physical damage. They can do with some upgrades. Duvalie, you take physical damage as well. It's a bit better. Master Quartz, stat down and random ailments. Kusanagi boost. I feel like I don't want Cherub. I don't really want Cherub on you. But what would work better? Josh, what is your evasion stat? 35%. I could try and make him an evade. Here's the thing. Would an evasion tank really even matter against Campanella of all people? I don't feel like it would. You know what would probably work better, actually? It might be worth it to try and use this one, the Cat's Master Course. Absorbs magic attacks. Considering it's Campanella of all things, it might actually work to our advantage. I'm willing to keep Mistral on. I'm willing to give Yaldabaoth a try. I think this one could be very handy on Joshua. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. It's not exactly a high-level Master Quartz, but we'll give this fight another shot. That was normal difficulty.
Trials available.
What level are these two, by the way? Well, that's not a good sign if they were able to crush me, despite the fact that...
Trial door presented.
The fact that they were still able to crush me, despite the fact I was over-leveled with Joshua, is not a good sign. Maybe we're gonna be fine on difficulty.
Be on your guard.
I still want to scan you guys, though.
My duty calls.
Moving out. Yet.
I'll piss off.
Impossible.
That was just kind of funny, honestly. We'll give it one extra try, and then I'll set it to easy mode.
Trials available.
I'm surprised by how much damage Campanella's doing, though. I will say that.
A worthy.
The amount of damage that these guys are doing is pretty staggering. Definitely not what I would have anticipated.
Too slow. My duty calls. Surge with unfeeling.
I've got it. Yeah,
I can manage without your
I've
help.
got it.
Lightning sword.
Moving out. It's finished. Yeah, an opening.
Too slow. Here I go. Surge with unfeeling.
Nice.
Ready to go. There.
Too slow. Here I go. Surge with unfeeling now.
Too slow. Moving out.
No, you don't.
Let's do this. There.
Too slow. Very well. Surge with unfeeling. Right.
Too slow. Ready to go.
Nope.
My
That's another one
duty
down.
calls. Surge with unfeeling now.
Too slow. I've got it. See it?
I can manage without your help. Very well.
Thanks. Ready to go. See it?
Lost Genesis.
My duty calls.
Alright, it's just campy. Fire.
Cinders.
Moving out. Let's do this. There.
Too slow. Here I go.
Nightmare Shuffle.
Moving out.
My duty calls. Ready and now.
Too slow. I've got it.
No, you don't.
Do this.
Here I go.
Need to focus. Yeah. Moving out. It's finished.
Blackfang.
Yeah.
Very well. Right. Very well. Ready and now.
Too slow.
Here I go. Right.
Too slow.
My duty calls. Right. My duty calls. Right.
Too slow. Ready to go. There.
Too slow. Here I go. Right.
Too slow. Ready to go.
What is
An
happening?
opening.
Too slow. Very well.
So something feels wrong here. What's happening?
Now.
Too slow. I've got this. I will not falter
Green
again.
Phantom Raid.
Here I go. Right.
Lightning Order.
Very well. Ready and my duty calls. Now.
Too slow. Ready to go. There.
Too slow.
Showtime.
Very well.
I've got this. Moving out.
Right.
Lightning Sword.
Light.
Ready to go. It's
Blackfang.
finished. There.
Too slow. Very well. Now.
Too slow. Moving out. There.
Too slow. Very well. Ready and
Ready to go.
Lost Genesis.
my duty
Got
calls.
focus on this, it feels like.
Too slow. I've got this.
Right.
Lightning Sword.
Ready to go. An opening.
Too slow.
Ready to go.
Just keep abusing this man.
Too slow. Here I go. Right.
Too slow. I've got this. It's finished. An opening.
Too slow. Here I go.
Moving out. An opening.
Too slow. Here I go.
Lightning sword.
My duty calls. Now.
Too slow. Ready to go. There. Follow my.
Yeah! Didn't have to set to normal mode. Wait.
It stands to reason you would be so skilled.
I don't know if I'm that good.
Technically unique. But didn't have to set to easy mode. Nice. I like that. Black Fang became Supreme Black Fang, and Blade Lord Spectre became Supreme Blade Lord Spectre. It also completed me this. Alarms. Alarms. Sorry. What was I gonna check? Oh yeah, the new things we just got. Supreme Black Fang. Stealth for 3 turns. Nice. And then Supreme Blade Lord Spectre. 50% confusion and 50% critical rate. Not bad. Alright. 1 down. 2 more to go for what we can do right
Trials
now.
available.
Next up, Wazi, Usis, Tina, and Elise. I'm very curious. Alright, what are we doing with these 4? These are a very curious 4 to have, but... Oh, for God's sakes, it's Zora Gruga.
Well, would you look at that? That's quite the beast to go and recreate for a trial.
Indeed, it's the Dark Dragon itself, the one that flooded Heimdall with miasma. Our previous encounter was at the Summer Festival last year. To think we would find ourselves face to face with it here once more.
It looks even more menacing than what I heard Green in Class 7 had to take down. This is my first time seeing it in person too. But if the others have beaten it once, then we can beat it too.
Right, we're talking about the worst cryptid of them all here, spawned from nothing less than a corrupted holy beast. It won't be easy, but if we hit with all of our strength, we might just have a chance of defeating it. I can't say I appreciate being tested in such a manner. But very well. If you're wishing to see how I've honed my blade since last summer, then I shall gladly oblige.
Yeah, let's show it just how much better we've all gotten this past year. You have my full support. On guard, everyone.
True Zoro Gruga. Here we go. A great calamity of the Dark Ages created by the corridor, its shadow swallows all light as its roar shakes the very foundations of space.
Leave it to me.
Well, with Usis
Divine
here,
shield.
things are going to be a little bit easier at the very least. A little bit. I am going to immediately use Akashic Arm. That way I can take that free BP usage.
I'm ready.
For now, let's go for Dancing Petals.
Flourish.
I don't remember what this guy can do,
Here I
so...
go.
Pure
Calm as
Serenity.
rain. If you need
Oh,
me,
hell no. Stop that.
I'll fight.
7 caliber. Boy, hell.
It's my turn.
That way I get the crit and the free usage.
Leave it to me.
This one's still gonna be tricky, I imagine, but not as bad as the other one, I feel, honestly.
Thank you so much. Here I go.
I think someone here doesn't have a master
Leave
course
it
now
to
I think
me.
about it. That's a bit awkward if I'm right on that regard.
They're open.
That froze it, nice. That paralyzed it, what?
I'm ready.
Let me
God, rain
do a
your
holy
blessings
scroll
down
right here.
upon us.
Come on, baby.
It's
Ow.
my turn. Divine shield. Protect us.
It might just be stuck on doing Void Howl because it's trying to get rid of my shield.
Think you could dodge this?
It's not the worst thing to get stuck on either.
How soothing this is.
Never mind, it's not getting stuck on it. It's just being stupid now.
Arcus,
I think some
Leave it
character
to
here does
me.
not have a master course. I have been shuffling them around in order to get maximum experience gain. I've been trying to level up all characters. Like, anytime a character's been maxed out level, I try to swap them out. But what that has resulted in is Master Quartz is not exactly on everybody. And I don't know who has a Master Quartz at this point and who does not.
You have my thanks.
But I feel like somebody on this team might not have a Master Quartz. If that's the case, that is very funny.
Thank you so much.
Ow.
I'm ready. Bloom and flourish. I'm ready.
Take a drink.
Come on, baby.
Leave it to me. Arcus,
I'll
activate!
fight.
If this doesn't, if you don't hit me with a Void Howl, well, you missed 2 of them.
Very well. Divine shield.
I think it's if anyone's using an art, it's almost guaranteed to use Void Howl.
I'm ready.
Because so far, that almost seems pretty consistent with how its behavior has been so far.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm
Leave
using
it
an
to me.
art, then I think it's just going to go straight for a Void Howl. In which case, I might be able to abuse that fact. I don't need to be using a shield. I just need to be making sure someone's always using an art.
I'm ready.
If I make sure of that, then I can always have him be predictable.
Oh God, rain your blessings.
You have my
so
thanks.
fun. Also, sorry. Here's our chance. I'll go.
Stabby's
My turn.
Stabby Heaven. Bro kicked the dragon into this guy. How
Very well.
he's paralyzed again. Yeah, as long as I have an art going, I might be able to predict its behaviors where I don't even need Platinum Shield.
Got you.
I'm ready.
It's not like Platinum Shield's gonna be doing anything anyways if his behavior is what I think it is.
There.
In fact, let's
It's
give it a
my
shot.
turn.
7th caliber. Yep, that's a Void Howl.
My turn.
If it just consistently uses Void Howl for every single time I have a person casting arts, then that's all I'm going to be doing. Plus, I can even have Dancing Petals active at all times to increase my chances of evasion. Combine that with Holy Squall to heal.
Also,
And as long as he doesn't decide to stray from his behavior, then we're pretty good.
I'm getting.
Leave it to me.
There's always a chance he could stray, especially when it comes to charging up. But for the most part, he's pretty predictable.
Take this.
And even when he's not, like, there, fall down's not exactly the most worrisome thing to deal with.
I'll fight. Oh God, rain your blessings.
You have
so
my thanks.
hard.
It's my turn.
It just works out that I have a very good way of healing.
Okay then. Arcus activate.
Uh-oh. Awaken the Dragon. Oh, that's what I was kind of worried about. Is there a way to deal with this? I guess our best bet would just be using the try and true method. So first off, I'm just gonna heal Flazy.
Thank you so much. I'm ready.
The try and true method is, well, it's try and true. It might not help the most, but it'll at least do something, I'd hope. I will put on a Blast Force, because why not?
I'm ready. Arcus activate.
Leave it to me.
Try and true.
Divine shield.
Platinum Shield.
Protect us.
Okay then.
If I was going to be using an S-Craft. It had an S-Craft before, didn't it? I could have sworn it did.
My turn.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Ready for this?
When it happened. They almost give all bosses an
Very
S-Craft.
well.
Especially things that are basically a final boss.
Blade of expulsion.
I mean, I know that it wasn't technically the final boss, but you get what I mean.
Got you.
Cut it out.
My turn.
Now.
Ready for this? This is it.
There!
I'll fight.
Very well.
Although, Arcus activate.
Yeah, I should have predicted that.
Yeah!
We might be in danger here.
Here I
Yo,
go.
that could not have happened at a luckier time.
My turn.
That could not have
Leave it to
happened
me.
at a better time if I
Arcus
tried.
activate!
I'll fight.
What are the odds that I would get the perfect timing for that seal?
I can do it. Sorry. Here's our chance.
He's very adamant about trying to get something off.
It's my turn.
I'm not exactly sure why. What's he trying to do?
Come on, baby. Ready for this? An opening.
There! Huh.
Here I go.
Shit.
Leave
Alright,
it to
we're
me.
fine.
Divine shield. Protect us!
No, you don't. I want that crit.
I'll fight.
Okay. Yeah.
Leave it to me. Arcus activate!
I'll fight.
Elise!
Forgive me. Reed.
Elise, I'll
Okay,
forgive
then.
you if you stop dodging or stop missing.
Thank you so much.
It's my turn.
For God's sakes, please.
Yeah!
My turn. Arcus activate.
Leave it to me. Divine shield. Protect us! Damn you!
Let me thank you so much. I can't fall here. Oh God, rain your blessings
You have my
so
back.
much.
Come on, baby. Arcus
I
activate.
can do it. Arcus activate.
It's my turn. Arcus activate!
Bro, what is this? Oh, that works. Whew.
I will fulfill my...
All right, what do we get? Okay, we have Septenary Shot 2, Platinum Shield 3, whoop, Omega Impulse 2, and True Fragrant Garden. And some achievements. Wrong button. Wait. Uses. So, Platinum Shield 3, complete immunity, restores 30% HP for 2 turns, not bad. Septenary Shot, I think its effect's just stronger. True Fragrant Garden, Confuse, good. And Omega Impulse, extra large line, 5S power, nice. Alright, who's next?
Trial door presented.
Ooh, I want to see this one. This one's gonna be fun, I feel. Unless it's magic based, in which case we're in for a painful time. But let's see what we got. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gaius and Wallace. That's a curious combo. Stacking the deck a little, throwing both the Black Whirlwind and the Soaring Phoenix at us, aren't they? I mean, those two have both fought the Blazing Demon.
Oh yeah, I guess they did, huh? If I recall, Gaius and Emma fought to contain him while the Major General kept his flames at bay. This should make for a decent practice then.
You say that like it's no big deal. Fine, let's do this self-feed. You're one of the Imperial Guild's brightest up-and-coming bracers, so if you can't do this, we're doomed.
Not sweat. I got your back if you got mine. Toby the Zero Artisan.
I specifically remember you telling you not to call me that. Too bad.
Stepping up. Code.
It pierces enemies with the spearmanship he honed through years on the battlefield.
Wait! Now!
This is gonna be funny, potentially. Flurry of Thorns.
Wait! Now!
You're mine!
Showtime.
Hollow Gaius. It destroys enemies with Nord spearmanship and the power of a stigma.
All right.
I put up a crescent shield.
3. Done.
Code!
True Golden Howl.
My turn.
Well, that's a problem.
Wait!
Ow.
Losing my touch.
Yeah,
Showtime.
sure shit you are. Even if he is strong enough to avoid them all, find them both at all times, I still want you up, Horrible.
Showtime.
You still need to be doing something, for God's sakes.
I'm next.
I could be very funny with it, though. No. You need heal.
Thanks for that.
I'm next. Let's go. It's down.
You're mine!
I'm next. 3. Done.
Losing my touch.
Brother, man.
Wait! I'm next.
The problem is that Fee's not going to be able to survive any S-crafts. Her defense is way too low at this point.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Showtime.
She'd be fine against most other things, but not an S-craft.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Showtime.
Which it's only a matter of time before that happens.
I'm next. Let's go. Wait! Now!
You're mine!
Showtime. Wait! Now!
You're mine!
Stepping up.
Got you. 3. Done.
There!
Showtime.
Good.
Now!
You're mine!
My turn. Arcus, activate.
Wait! Now!
You're mine!
Wait! It's down.
You're mine!
Showtime.
Okie dokie.
3. Done.
Balls is broke.
Code!
My
And same
turn.
with Gaius.
Arcus, activate.
I'm next.
Gaius has got less health.
Now!
You're mine! There!
All right. Arcus,
Got
activate.
you.
Zephyr Tempest.
Got you. It's down.
You're mine! There!
I'm next. Now!
You're mine!
All right. Arcus, activate.
Showtime. Yeah!
More time.
Showtime. It's down.
You're mine!
Showtime. It's down.
You're mine! There!
Got you.
Zephyr Tempest.
Got you. Now!
You're mine!
My turn.
Code!
On.
Got
Oh,
you.
shit. This is what I was worried about. There's no way for me to survive that. There's just not a way for me to survive that one. Unless, actually, maybe there is. Is there any food item that gives like a oh, wait, I got a better idea. Gold dish. Physical reflex.
My turn. Arcus, activate.
Got you. I'm next.
Code.
Albion Wolf.
Showtime.
Semper Tempest.
I'm next.
All right. Arcus, activate.
Black Howl.
Wait. Down.
You're mine.
Got you. 3. Done.
Code.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Stepping up. Arcus, activate. There.
Supreme Howling Heavens.
Losing my touch.
I'm next.
Chronoburst.
Showtime.
Flesh a Bomb.
Thanks for that.
Showtime.
Thanks for that.
Showtime.
I need to make more of these adamant cake things.
I'm next.
Losing my touch.
Oh, for God's sakes,
I'm
fine.
next. 3. Done. I'm next. Wait. Showtime. Wait.
I'll cut you up on my own.
Got you. Showtime.
No, I
Thanks
want
for that.
Tobal back.
I'm next.
Zephyr Tempest.
Showtime. 3. Done. Now.
You're mine.
I'm next.
Thanks for that. My turn.
Got you. It's down.
You're mine.
I'm next. Now.
You're mine. There.
Showtime. Got you. Wiping out.
There we go.
Wait. It's down.
You're
We should be
mine.
good now.
My turn.
I'm gonna move you away. Oh, no, I'm gonna move you a bit further back.
Showtime.
My turn.
Got you.
Code.
Wait. Now.
You're mine.
Showtime.
All right.
Just keep spamming Nemesis Arrow.
Down.
You're mine. There. All right. Arcus, activate.
Got you.
There.
Just keep spamming Nemesis Arrow.
It's down.
You're mine. My turn.
Zephyr Tempest.
Stepping up. Arcus, activate.
More arrows.
Got you.
Stepping up.
Got you. Now.
You're mine! There!
Flurry of Thorns.
Wait. Now.
You're mine!
Yeah, I think we have this one in the bag. It's just a matter of actually whittling it away now.
There!
Showtime.
My turn.
Showtime.
Cut!
Because he genuinely can't hurt me now.
Got you.
Flurry of Thorns.
Wait.
My turn.
This is kind of mean. I won't deny that.
Now.
You're mine! Cut!
Showtime.
I would make it quicker on him, but I really can't.
All right.
That's kind of my best bet for making it quicker.
Down.
You're mine!
But I'm already doing that, I mean.
My turn. Arcus activate.
Got you. Down.
You're mine! There!
Showtime. Now.
I can at least try and use rushes, I guess.
Stepping up.
I don't think rushes are going to give that much in comparison to just making sure we can always use these. I don't have any more.
Cut!
Showtime.
All right.
I'm next.
There!
Got you.
There we go. That was a very funny fight. Triclone 3 and Sphere Break 2. Nemesis Arrow are complete. Yeah, I can tell. That's for damn sure. That's for absolutely damn sure. I can tell that one's used up. That's kind of funny. Make sure everything else here is good. I am still kind of trying to get to easy amounts of experience, but how many Azure drop? Okay, I have a bunch of Azure droplets. Give them to, I don't know. Give them to Georgie Porgy.
All parameters up.
These can go to Emma.
I did it.
Do I have
Unsealing
any?
pedestal activated.
Oh yeah, I have a blue sealing stone. Let's look what that actually has. We've got one step forward with Wallace, Aurelia, Mary, and Makarov. That's a curious team up.
This'll come in handy.
Cool.
Guess luck is on our side.
Ooh.
Guess luck is on our side.
Ooh.
Millennium
Alright.
Trove activated.
Any new curios of intrigue? Take that. While I'm here, I actually do want to make more of that. Where is that item that just gives gold dish? Yeah.
Better
Very
late than
fast.
never to start learning.
Who knew cooking
I
was...
suppose.
Yeah, that'll do. That way we'll have plenty of dealing with physical for fee. Or wait, I'm an idiot. Am I? Yeah. Yeah, because physical is what I want for... Yeah, never mind, I'm not an idiot. Well, I kind of am. Whatever, that's not the point. For now, I think we should just go ahead and continue on down into the depths. Now, I know we do have a couple of the whatchamacallits available, which are the daydreams. I'm probably just gonna go through a bunch of those at once later. Not quite yet. Maybe I'll do one or two later in the episode
Executing
today.
recovery program.
For now, I want to continue on downwards into the depths. That way we have a bit more to work with. Now, I know we are level 250, so I don't have to really worry about difficulty, but even despite that, I'm still just going to do the thing I've been doing, which is saying it's a very easy mode. I know I don't need to, but I'm going
Take care
to.
along the way. Sure, I'll take you on.
Besides, I want to see the funny numbers.
More incoming. I'm next.
as much as I can see them.
Mission.
They are indeed pretty funny looking. Mildly humorous, you might even say. I can't move.
Goodbye, barrier. Hello, treasure.
Plus, I still want to get all the chests,
Good
because these
find,
chests are pretty
guys.
good. Get me all this.
Ready.
I don't think that one will...
Everyone ready?
How did I miss? I should make sure everyone in my
Mission
team
complete.
actually has usable things right now. I currently have Emblem Regenolith, so I can get treasure and stuff on you. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Should probably just go ahead and make sure everyone has a Master Quartz and slots filled. Ah, there we go. Because I took yours. You can have Subaru. I guess I won't.
Is that light?
I will fight these.
Now's our
Gold
chance.
palms, I'm absolutely still fighting. But everything else, I
Mission
guess I can
complete.
afford to
You ain't.
sidestep. But the palms, absolutely, because the experience is
And that's
absolutely
that.
needed. As well as these guys, because I want the
Powerful foe.
these guys are also on limits.
I'm up.
Holy crap, the amount of damage I'm dealing. I shouldn't be
Excellent
surprised,
work.
but I am.
You ain't.
But I mostly want the silver sealing stones as well, which reminds me, I actually might want to fight that big guy there, because I think he gives stones as well.
This one's tough. Be careful.
Yep.
Excellent work, everyone.
Plus, I'm still
We
getting
did
a
it.
decent amount of experience, despite the fact it should be difficulty lowered,
ain't
right?
seen-
Or, not difficulty lowered, but level lowered. Yeah. What level are the enemies here? They're 164. Okay, no, that actually checks out. Never mind. I was wrong.
We're making good progress.
Not yet.
Don't mind if I do.
Now we're making good progress. Still, though, I'm curious to see what else is going to be down here. So far, our most terrifying thing to have fought
Looks like
is
there's still more to
Overlord
explore.
demon form of
Sure. I'll take
Overlord
you on.
demon form of friggin' what's his face, McBurn.
All right. Nice work, team.
Bunch of waters and droplets.
Whew. Did pretty well, I'd say. Ready.
Freeze and Tyrrell. Yeah, I won't force myself to fight
to go.
every single enemy unless they because these guys are going to be
You'll
running
need
away from me.
to
But I
get
want the
back.
silver stones,
out.
obviously, and I want the
my
experience
turn.
droplet because
That's the
it doesn't
power.
matter what.
You ain't seen.
It doesn't matter even if no one in the party is getting any experience. The items themselves are useful for anyone who still needs experience to get to level 250.
Well, would you look at that?
Looks like we found a gate.
A slight detour wouldn't hurt.
Wow. This is just plain gorgeous.
But again, I am probably only going to be looking for both this guy here.
Careful.
This could get bad. Watch out. I'm on there.
Die.
Just like that.
You ain't seen.
You ain't seen no.
Okay, got you.
Very well. Let's go.
Oh,
And you.
I'll take you on.
Wait, I don't know if you guys actually give, do basic
Mission
metallic
complete.
palms? They can give Azure droplets. Okay, that's still worth it then.
Ready.
I don't even really
Wouldn't
care for
wanna
the
miss
chest in
whatever's in
here,
that
because the
chest.
equipment here, unless it's like Black Sumerian ore stuff, it's not really going to be any upgrade. The armor should be as upgraded as it can be for what I've got.
What is... I'll take you all on. More foes?
Kill.
You ain't seen.
You ain't see.
Wouldn't want to miss whatever's in that chest.
Georgie Porgy. We'll go and just leave here. If I can leave here.
Hope that chest has some nice stuff in it.
I will take this guy
Take
though.
them down.
What a pain.
Here.
Showtime.
Ooh. Ow, that hurt. I'm alright, I'm fine.
Mission complete.
You're just a bit scrunched up. Alright, let's get out of here. See? Slight detour. Didn't take more than, what, 5 minutes? Maybe not even that.
Ready.
Knees.
Treasure? My
How do we
pleasure.
get out of here? To the right.
Trap room.
Still not at the top yet. Or at the boss area. Guiding Fort.
Awesome.
Red emblem.
Sure, this has its uses.
Elevator
go.
door. Hello.
I'm strong. Be careful.
Got you.
See ya.
Mission complete.
You ain't.
Give me that silver sealing stone.
Hope that chest has some nice stuff in it.
Composer shawl.
I'll take
I
you all
did not
on.
need to fight you guys.
Mission complete.
Oh well.
Good find, guys.
And then I think we just go through here. Yeah. Alright. I want to say next is the boss fight for. Yep, I'm right. Alright, I haven't
was a
actually
good
seen
time
what this
for a
one is
break.
yet, so let's make sure we save and in case it's something unique looking that I might want to consider bringing a appropriate looking party member for, as well as changing the difficulty back to normal. Alright, just in case I have to reset. Just in case I have to satisfy myself. Alright, what are we fighting? We've got... Oh, this sucks. Screw you. Screw you, sincerely. I'm trying to remember buttons. Let's go get them. Win and Nadia, I feel at the very least need to be the only ones here that deserve to be here for this. Nadia, Swin, you're up. They're both level 250 as well. And of course, the Emperor. Alright, Hollow, Swin, Nadia, and Emperor. Let's dance.
This could get bad. Watch out.
Hollow Emperor.
Down.
Got him. I'm up.
Hollow Emperor. It brings foes to their knees using his ability to manipulate gravity.
I'm on it.
Hollow Swin. It drowns foes in pure darkness with his twin swords.
Leave it to me.
And Hollow Nadia. It silently eliminates foes using various poison needles and steel wires.
Wait. It's down. All right.
First it.
It's my turn.
I'm next.
This might be going a lot easier than I anticipated. I shouldn't be surprised considering the level of everybody, but I'm very surprised.
Leave it to me.
We are going to be getting through this area very quickly, aren't we? Ooh, well, that felt cathartic at the very least for taking down the Emperor.
Never in question.
Surprised I didn't have anything to say about that. Well, that's a very easy mode. Not like that wasn't very easy. Oh yeah, this is another new thing. That is just a basic Zoro Agruga as an enemy. That is just Zoro Agruga as a basic ass enemy. What do you mean?
Ready.
We actually do have to fight these guys because I want to get the bow scans.
Got you.
Was there something behind them?
Mission complete.
I want to say there was. Well, worst comes to worst, I can just come back here and scan them anytime I want. Trial Key 14. Crow, George, Toa, and Angelica. Aww.
Awesome.
Anyways, before we deal with the big problem child here.
Mission complete.
Yeah, there's this thing. That's
careful.
Bellis Agruga. Can I ask what you are? Birth from memories of the Empire. Okay, that's cool. It's just Zoro Agruga's a basic enemy now.
Okay.
Leave it to...
So what does that say about our strength?
I will fulfill my duty as a noble.
Bro, they get to keep... Remember, they get to keep the strength that they earn in the Reverie corridor in the outside world. So God, by the time these characters get outside into the real world, they're going to become stronger than any god.
Strong. Be careful.
Jesus Christ, not even the freaking Phantasma... Not even Phantasma was like this.
Okay.
Like, getting this powerful.
Very well.
I'm not complaining. I think it's hilarious and awesome, but it is hilarious. I do still want the Phantasmal Shards to get more experience. Speaking of experience, I do have a bunch of droplets. Max out your level.
It feels good to improve.
We'll go... Who's got high level? Who's 16? You.
Look at me go. Look at me go.
That's another character maxed out. You can have this one, Tita.
I got a little stronger.
Bro, all these characters are gonna look ripped to shit.
I'm so drawn to that
Nunnery
chest.
boots. Evade 3. I haven't seen you.
Now's our chance. Huh. Showtime.
Okay, we're good.
Mission complete.
Swift and sure.
I did it.
Good for you.
Now's our chance.
I wanted to make sure. I thought there were 4 enemies before. I saw 4 there, yes, that. But I thought there was something different for the 4th is what I meant to say. Alright, we're gonna get out of here. Why do Eustace and Elisa have no health? Actually, I feel like the answer to that question should be pretty damn obvious considering where I'm standing, now that I think about it.
That will do nicely.
I don't know why I asked that. The answer to that should be pretty obvious. Why does my health look low? It couldn't be the fire I'm standing in.
Good work, everyone.
I don't know why. That didn't even register in my mind as a thing. The fire. Don't ask why. I would like to know just as well as you would.
My turn. I'm next. Battle complete.
Charm really is just a better variant of confusion, isn't it? Because it makes it so that enemies have a chance to not
Guess
just
every place can't be a walk in the park, huh?
to not just afflict you with whatchamacallit, or just attack you, but they can also inflict good ailments on you.
Mission complete.
Buffs. That's the word. Buffs. I don't know why I forgot the word buff.
I did it.
I was like, wait, that's not the right word. What is the right word?
I'm sure this has its uses.
Oceans. You guys look the same.
This
We are
one's
still
tough.
fighting you. The fact that we can fight a replica of Zora Gruga as like a basic enemy again, it's just funny to me to think like,
Mission complete.
bro, Reen could probably, these characters could probably single-handedly stop Ouroboros by the time they get out of here. Jesus Christ.
Enemy spotted.
Why did I fight you? I said I didn't have to. Go away from me.
Excellent work, everyone.
On the bright side, I have like an infinite number of MWL tickets that I can probably do every single thing there and have more to spare. Wait, that's a chest. I haven't even recognized that. I thought that was the path to the elevator. I'm glad I noticed that the last second.
That's a rare one.
I would have been upset.
Hope that chest has some nice
Blue
stuff in it.
parka. Hit
Don't
two.
mind if I do.
We can move on.
Let's move on then. I want to say this is our last floor before boss floor.
Let's make this quick.
Haven't seen you before, Miss Fortune Teller.
Showtime.
More murder.
Mission complete.
Bro, farming in this area's gotta be such a pain if you're going for like that abyss, the like, what's it called? The abyss achievement or whatever. The one that you have to, the only way to get the abyss achievement is from like, you have to beat the
Good
game
work,
on abyss
everyone.
difficulty, but you're not allowed to change it at any time, so you can't really even farm easily, can you? I mean, there's probably ways you can work around
Forget
that,
that.
but you know
Watch
what I
out.
mean.
Showtime. Mission complete.
All good.
Ready.
I don't even have
I'm
to
sure
worry
this
too
has its
much about
uses.
getting all enemy battle
Good thing we
data.
were here to
I just
take
like
this.
doing it. If I see a new enemy, I will get it, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to fight every single enemy. Well, have I
Enemy
fought you
spotted.
before? I have.
Let's go
Okay.
back. Bye-bye now.
I just want to check. But I do want to get the battle data if I know it's new. Maybe it's just for my own self-satisfaction, but even if so, then we're
Nice.
doing
This
it.
one's rare.
Looks
I do want
tough.
to fight you though.
A powerful
What?
foe.
I want
My
more,
turn.
more loot,
It's like you can read my.
more loot.
Ready.
This floor feels big.
I'm sure this has its uses.
The bright side is that because I'm max level, oh, hello,
Spy.
dogs. The bright side is that since I'm max level, enemies will just be running from me.
This should be
Pretty sure I've already
interesting.
scanned these guys, yeah. You know what that means?
Ready.
Oh, you're so scary.
The sky may well truly be the limit with you, my disciple.
Or it may not be. You taught me that improvement is ever attainable, so long as we breathe.
I must continue.
Loot.
I call dibs.
Free Grail Locket. Don't mind if I do.
terrain. Careful.
Shall we?
We shalleth. Boss floor? Yep. It's like every three floor normal
Looks like we
floors
hit a good
and then a
rest
boss
point.
floor. This is going to be a big fight because that leads to the next stratum, right? So this is probably going to be one that gives more story too. So as always, let's set the settings to normal. Save the game so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Realize I have to pick these up, so I'm probably going to have to save again anyways. I know I could pick up all the missions at once. I just don't have any interest in doing that. Mostly because I just want to see it. Anyways, what are we fighting here? Who am I bringing up here? If anybody. Oh, you!
Look, she's here again. It's not just her, I sense.
Roselia, the Burning Sphinx, the Holy Beasts, and Golden Unicorn Argres. Jesus Christ! The Holy Beasts of Earth and Fire! Wonder if they're like...
We can talk later. Focus in for now.
Hang on, I want to bring them back! Hang on, no, can I... Well,
Showtime.
Can I even lose with this team? Hang on.
Okay.
We're gonna try and intentionally use because I want to bring
Got you.
Usually the game lets me run away. Let me do it with Burn. I don't even know if I can let. I don't even know if Fee can die. They need to use magic if they want to kill Fee.
It's my turn.
Showtime. I'm on it.
It's come to this.
Got you.
Why is it harder to die with this team? I mean, I really shouldn't be asking that question, should I?
It's my turn. Not on my watch.
Kill the team, please.
I'm on it.
Let's go.
Got you. My turn. I'm next.
Thanks. It's my
Stop
turn.
healing Reem.
On it.
Let's go.
Somebody kill them.
I'm next.
I'm up.
Showtime. My turn.
I'm up.
I'm next. I'm on. Got you.
Please.
Thank you.
It's my turn.
Why'd you heal me?
My turn.
What do you mean you healed me?
I'm on it.
Can this team genuinely not die? What's going on?
Sorry.
Hang on, get the other characters in here first.
I'm next.
Let's go.
I said it's normal
Let's
mode,
go.
right? Oh god. I want to see the dialogue without having to turn the game off. Thank you. That should help. Thank you. No, I forgot B. Oh shit. Oh wait, actually no, that's fine. B won't be 100% able to dodge now though.
Next. Showtime.
But that's gonna be fixed when we reset the file anyway.
Showtime. Showtime. Wait.
Please.
I'm next. Showtime. Showtime.
This is bad news.
Kill me. I want to see unique dialogue if I bring... I want to bring... The ones I think of intrigue to bring here would be... Who would fit for dialogue? Obviously Roselia. Probably Vita and Emma too.
Showtime. Showtime.
Roselia, Vita, Emma...
Showtime.
I think Emma's already on the team actually, so...
Showtime.
Please kill V. Here, I'll bring in the...
I got you.
I'll bring in other people for a second.
Ready?
But for God's sakes, please kill them. How is it that it's harder to actually kill?
On it. On it. Okay.
I don't know why I'm asking that question. It should be obvious why.
Ready?
Kill me.
Okay. On it. Ready?
I want to see unique dialogue.
I'll leave it at him.
I don't even know if I will get unique dialogue. This is like a pipe dream if I, for all I know.
Showtime. Got you. I'm on it. How shall we play? I'm next. All right.
I've become too powerful. Just let me die.
Me. Showtime.
I'm
It's my turn.
perfect.
My turn.
I'm too perfect.
It's me.
I'm far too perfect.
Thank you.
Just let me die.
I'm next. I'm next.
No, don't heal each other, you idiots.
I'm on. Got you.
No, don't heal him.
Thank
What
you.
are
Got
you
you.
doing?
It's me. Okay. Showtime.
Get close to the cat and get smacked by it, please.
Showtime. How shall we play? me. I'm next. Wait.
For God's sake, please.
You're up. Okay. Got you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Down.
Laura, no, Lisa.
Okay.
Please.
Don't take me lightly. Okay.
Die.
Sorry, everyone.
I'm on.
Just let me go get Rosella.
I'm on.
Why is Elisa taking no damage?
Don't take me lightly. My turn. I'm on it.
Elisa, please.
Lightly.
You're not even an evasion tank. Why are you able to dodge everything? What's going on?
Okay.
I don't even know how she's managing to dodge everything. This doesn't make sense. She should be able to dodge everything. And yet she's so consistently dodging. Oh. Oh, she was petrified. I was about to say, what happened? Okay, now that that mess is out of the way. That was wild. Go back to the Reverie chord. That was funny. Team. Give me. I want, first off, change the ordering. Level. I want on the team. I don't even know where you all are. I want Saline, I think. I want Vita. And of course, I want... There is a part of me that wants George for the Earth one, but I feel like that'd be fine. It'd be fine without him. At the very least, though, I want the four witches all here for this one. At the very least, them. And then we can have, you know what? I don't know if it counts as having him nearby, but we'll have George as... Where is George? 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 Georgie? George? Can I not equip his... Wait. It just now occurs to me. I can't equip him, can I? Wait. No, that doesn't make sense. George? I'm blind is what I am. I was about to say, George? Alright, now we can fight the boss. I just wanted to have him in the party. That's so hard. Alright. I don't even think it's going to matter, but just in case it does. On the off chance that it does, I just want to see. Roselia the Burning Sphinx. And Gorn Unicorn Argraz. So Argraz is supposed to be a unicorn thing?
How is it possible to replicate Argaz in my true form?
Holy beasts of earth and fire.
See, we'll have to fight. Don't you hold back anything against them.
This could get...
Alright, now for real we can fight them. Alright, let's do it for real this time.
Got you.
Holy Beast Roselia. Recreation of Roselia in her Holy Beast form. Behind her beautiful blue wings and Panther's body is an overwhelmingly powerful aura. We actually never got the full title of what Argaz was. He's supposed to be a unicorn. I will say this, I don't think I've ever seen a unicorn look as badass as this before. This is like the most badass unicorn I think I've ever seen. Jesus Christ. The Unicorn to Argaz, a recreation of the Holy Beast of Earth sent by Adios. With its godlike powers, it reduces all to ash.
Leave it
I feel
to
like
me.
it's better to get Roselia out of here first. As scary as that move from Argaz is that seems to insta-kill,
Divine shield.
I think a Divine Shield might be able to protect us from it. So, in that case, let's get started. Perpetual Flame. That's why I'm scared of Roselia. That seemingly goes through attacks. I'm also going to take up Drapnir Guard.
It's my turn.
Might be a bit helpful.
I'm on it. Got you.
True Breaking Dawn. Again, they're not going to be too difficult considering our level, but why not have fun with it and act like it's going to be a challenge?
Very well.
The drama is half the fun, after all.
All for one.
But we already know the outcome here. Let's be real. Oh, shit. Okay, I was right.
I'm next.
Eternally.
That being said, I don't have a way of guarding against this, do I?
Got you.
Well, who needs guards when I can do this?
This is my
Screw you. I don't need to guard. I'll just kill you before you can do it. There goes one.
Brace!
I didn't even know what Argus's health looked like. All right, that's all it beats down. It was not at all challenging, but nothing's really going to be challenging at this point. Anyways. Is the girl still there?
I am long past the age of playing around with such trials. Few foes are stronger than those of my true form and dear friend. Grandmother, come on. You would praise yourself like that.
Phew, that was some battle.
Those are the toughest guardians we faced by far. And that means... Yeah, I don't think we're the one... They're the one... I don't think they're the one we're supposed to face here.
Why must you persist? Who are you? And why do you almost look like I should know? Wait, that's... Wait! Kia? She looks just like... It's... Wait, why are you Kia? Her hair and eyes are different colors, but she otherwise looks identical.
Her aura is nothing like Kia's, though. It's because I am nothing like her. Kia is not my name. I have not been in existence for long. But at the same time, I've existed in this space since long before your arrival. You are the invaders, not me. What do you mean?
Just how are we invaders? Black Mirror. Falsities detected. The Black Mirror is responsible for the administration and supervision of this space. Irrespective of how you came to exist, your presence is an irregularity. Now requesting you to relinquish control of this area at once. You must understand, the situation may be irregular, but my existence is not. All would be well had the observer of the land of Erebos chosen not to intervene in the causality of the land of fate. Intervening in causality? Does that mean what I think it does? Who does she mean by observer of the land of Erebos? Is she talking about the player?
There's much that you do not know, and I see no reason to enlighten you. Persist in your resistance and the consequences will be devastating. Consider this your final warning.
Is she talking about the player?
I hope I'm not the only one feeling completely lost. I think we should let the Rs know what's going on. And it was someone who looked just like Kia who said all that? It's troubling to hear that she called us invaders. Do you have any clue what she meant, Kia? Sorry, I'm sure you're just as confused as the rest of us. Yeah, but while she was talking, I got this strange feeling. That vague sense of unease I'd been feeling suddenly felt much stronger. If only I knew who she was. I couldn't sense a single thing from her. That's never happened to me before. I see. It's no wonder you're feeling nervous then.
For real. If you couldn't sense anything about her destiny at all, that goes beyond unusual.
Well, I imagine this is all far from a coincidence. That includes her being here and her choosing to assume Kia's appearance. Maybe so, but I don't even have dots to connect here.
Same here. I'm totally lost.
There's something niggling at me, but I can't put my finger on it. In what way? Well, I think it's safe to assume that she is somehow related to Kia. But I don't feel like she's only related to Kia.
You're right. She's related to the people who are not exactly human in this group. Because, think about it, who are the other people who said that they had weird feelings about this presence? It was Milliam and Altina. Milliam, Altina, and Kia are all technically not human. Altina and Milliam are both homunculi. And Milliam, and Kia is also kind of technically also homunculi as well, right?
That's all. Sorry, I wish I had more to contribute.
No, I'm glad you told us. That could help point us in the right direction. You're still getting that strange feeling, Milliam?
Yeah, if anything, it's stronger than ever.
I wonder what the reason for that could be. I'm sure the unclouded eye technique would be invaluable here. But before we go into that, I got a question for you, Black Mirror. Just what is the Reverie corridor?
That's a good question.
Yeah, kinda hard to grapple the harder problems when we don't even have the first clue on the basics.
We were just summoned here one day. It's helped us get stronger, so it's cool it exists, but we know next to nothing about its true nature.
It may be difficult to comprehend with your scope of understanding, but I will try to answer. The Reverie Corridor is a term applied to realms that can be expanded freely in order to fulfill a specific purpose. The gnomes use these as proving grounds to select future awakeners for the Divine Knights. Oh! So, this is... Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense now you mention it. The other place that we encountered the Reverie Corridor was in the old schoolhouse. Where we regained Valimar. It should be noted, however, that the administration feature was not part of my original functions. Really? But didn't you tell us you were part of the space's administrator? The Black Mirror is a system designed to watch over causality and guard its laws from interference. Roughly 1,200 years ago, I detected the near-limitless scanning of those laws by Elysium's predictions. This caused me to forcibly reactivate from sleep mode. A whole system built to watch over causality. No pressure. So we're here in essence because of Elysium. But what do you mean by forcibly reactivate? By the time I had reactivated, Elysium had already developed manifestations of the impossible on a vast scale. It was apparent that my original functions would not suffice, and so I created a Reverie Corridor in a high-level phase space. Through the Black Mirror's administration, I aim to bring out the true potential of its visitors. I see. That explains quite a bit, though there's still plenty that's beyond our understanding. Even this is a lot to take in, really. Elysium was capable of making the impossible possible in Zumeria. Defeating something of that nature should have been out of our reach. The only reason we emerged victorious was because we trained in a place like Elysium, was not of this world. So that's why you brought us here. Can't play by the rules when you're up against someone that calculates your every move. When you look back on it, it's easy to see that the space was the key to our victory. And even with the training we gained through here, overcoming Elysium was no easy task. It took all we had to eke out a victory. That we want makes being brought here worth its while, so thank you, Black Mirror. As you can tell, we could have easily lost our fight without your intervention. So if the girl in white really is causing trouble here, then we'll fight again to keep things here right. Yeah, it's our responsibility to see what Elysium left behind, the same way we dealt with Elysium itself. Hey, I should be the one saying that. I just want to get this done and over with so I can go back to being lazy. Nadia. Oh boy, now I got a better idea what's going on, I'll fire up to fix it. That doesn't feel like an appropriate reaction to these grim circumstances, but I understand the sentiment. I'm right there with her. I want to know why you two are getting that weird feeling, and sitting here worrying about it won't get me answers. Taking care of things directly has always been this group's way anyway. To each his own, I suppose. Alright, this is as fine a time as any to ask something that's been on my mind for some time now. I want to know who you are, Black Mirror. It's hard not to wonder who is capable of interfering with the laws of causality and shifting our circumstances like so. Hold on. Whatever are you suggesting, Rufus? I've been asking the same question myself. We're talking to an entity that can create a space like this. What are you? Yeah, this place is on the same scale as Phantasma. The girl referred to the Black Mirror as the observer of the land of Erebos, didn't she? Couple that with the Black Mirror calling itself a system designed to watch over causality, and it gives me an idea. I think the Black Mirror is... I see now. You have observed the Empire for a very long time indeed, haven't you? Well, while authoring the Black Records. You're the one who made the Black Records. No way! I have a feeling. The Black Mirror's true identity is likely one of the many artifacts left behind in phase space. The causality recording engine, Azoth. Azoth? That name appeared in the final chapter of the Black Records. You're right, I actually do remember that, now you mention it. There was a weird name, Azoth. That answers that then. So we finally got a name for this thing now. Azoth. Correct. Azoth and the Black Mirror are one and the same, with Azoth being the initial identifying title. 1,207 years before the present time, I was activated by Honor the Adjudicator and have since existed as the Black Records. I use the Spirit Vein synchronization with the Spirit Shrines to record and preserve major events for all eternity. So for all these years, you've been watching over Erebonia while trying to steer it down the right path. The Black Records were an incredible guide for us, yeah. They were also the foundation of His Excellency's plan. Everything has fallen into place for me now. You gotta be pretty devoted to your job to keep at it for over 1,200 years, but it paid off pretty big for us. I had no idea that was how the Black Records came to be passed down through our family. As a descendant of House Honor, I can hardly begin to express my gratitude. I can't quite relate as much as all of you from the Empire can. But now that we partly know the meaning behind what that girl said, it makes me curious about...
The situation may be irregular, but my existence is not. All would be well had the observer of the land of Erebos chosen not to intervene in the causality of the land of fate. The causality of the land of fate? Part rings a bell for some reason. Same for me. It's at the tip of my tongue, too. Yeah. For all you guys?
Yeah. Changing fate. Changing fate. Who else changed fate? Kia did. That might be part of the reason why it's taken on Kia's form. Kia was one... When Kia existed as the Septarian of Zero, she changed fate, causality itself, so that the SSS would not die in their fight against Joheim, so that Ren, Estelle, and Josh would all be there for them, to save them. It could be that simple change could have started a domino effect that led to the creation of this irregularity here.
Looks like it's just the SSS.
Oh, well, I'm sure it'll be made clear as we keep going.
Honestly, that's about all we can do if we want more answers. I'm sure that wasn't the last time that girl will show herself before us. Now to find her and continue on.
Indeed, but with great caution. Our enemies are only growing stronger.
That is advice best heeded.
The next stream will be the last. Mind that its erosion rate is over 12%. There is likely some irregularity present. May your investigation shed some light into this. Interesting. So we're gonna get to the bottom of this irregularity here. Linon's Touch. Frozen Epochs. Well, let's see what the next floor looks like real quick. Jesus Christ, do you want to talk about evil looks?
Every nook and cranny.
You want to talk about things looking evil? Why can I not tell? Okay, now I can teleport here. I was about to say, why can I not teleport? Situation change? No, actually.
Central core active. Confirming rank points accumulated.
Wait, what?
SS
What?
Liberation rank acquired.
What do you mean? You son of a bitch, you lied to me.
Transferring high rank reward.
Heavenly Persiter. You lied to me, game. Damn you. Bruh. This game lied to me. You piece of shit. Whatever. What did you just give me? Oh god, that's a lot of defense. I'm not opposed to this. It does suck about losing the extra strength and evasion. But that defense, though. Give me that. Game freaking lying about... What the... Huh?
There's a question in your eyes.
Being an artifact passed down in my own family would be at the center of all this. I'm astounded, truly. It's all the more reason for me to confront the gravity of the situation as a princess. On behalf of my family, no effort shall be spared on my part. You have my word.
So some people actually have unique dialogue they want to talk about, and they actually are marked. Thank goodness. Thank you, game. Duvley.
If you could keep it
Brought
short.
to my knees yet again. Curse you, Rufus Alberea. We're not finished here. Victory will be mine next time, so prepare to taste the bitterness of defeat.
I know we can do this.
To think that the Azoth my family had activated in days long past was aiding us. Truly, it's remarkable. I do therefore strongly believe it to be my sworn duty to repay such an immense favor. And what better way to do that than resolving this matter with grace? I'll require your help with this, mine.
I see some fish swimming
Just
around.
leave it to me.
In the back of my mind, I always vaguely sensed the Black Records were part of all this. But there are still some mysteries left to untangle, mysteries lurking behind the scenes of Crossbell's trials and tribulations. This concerns all of us deeply. We need to reach the innermost depths of this place and see the truth with our own eyes.
I think it's time we
Together
wrap
with the
this
spectral
up.
moon mirror and his sola, Azoth is one of the reasons I came to doubt we witches a lot in life. I never thought I'd be wrapped up in this as I've been, but fate has a funny way of making itself known at times. I'll be keeping a close eye on what happens from here, in part to repay the debt I owe.
I know we can get
If
through
anything
this.
shall rise to an expanse this immense, I can believe it's Azoth, the composer of the Black Records. It speaks to just how powerful the being causing all these anomalies is if they can interfere here to such a major degree. Whatever happens, I'll be here to see all this through to the very end alongside with everyone else. You can count on it.
The causality recording engine is off. The fact we've ascertained this true identity of the Black Mirror is a huge step forward, and yet... there's still that white-haired girl. She leaves us with more questions than answers.
No point in racking our brains over it now. We're probably gonna have to keep moving if we want answers.
You're right.
Everything alright, Rufus? You seem exhausted.
It's nothing. Actually, I was having a duel with Doobly up until a little while ago. Promise you made her, right?
Huh? Didn't you do that as soon as you were released from the hospital?
She's bent on challenging me over and over until she wins.
I just lose on purpose.
That would certainly make my life easier, but she kept her promise and cooperated with us to challenge Elysium. Which means I too must hold my end of the bargains and grant her fair fights. That's... surprisingly thoughtful.
Don't forget you have us too, Rufus. We'll protect you if anything happens. Ah, you're so cool, LP.
I love this dysfunctional family. This is one of my favorite things this game has definitely brought about, these characters. And I'm glad that Rufus got kind of his own redemption of being like his own person now. Oh boy.
I can't believe that white shadow turned out to be a spitting image of Kia.
Whoever she is, she didn't seem all that hostile to me. Doesn't mean I'm gonna go trusting it anytime soon. Any idea what's going on, Keto?
Well, there's been one thing bothering me. It's the time when she first showed up. It's like I felt something like this before. He didn't appear to be a simulacrum.
That may be, but it doesn't change that we'll have to be even more careful than before.
You, got a sec?
Girl looked just like Kia. What the heck's going on? Jeez, I hate worrying about things like we can't control. Problems like this are better solved with feet on the ground. So let me know when it's time to get back out there. I'm ready to get this investigation on the road.
Alright, that should be everyone's unique dialogue. While I'm here, I know that I just could have done it while I'm up there, but I kind of got sucked up into
Initializing
talking.
trading process.
Is there any new curios? No. I do have a bunch
Unsealing
of
pedestal
sealing stones. I have a
activated.
lot of sealing stones.
This'll
Hang
come
on.
in handy.
Let's get cracking.
Guess luck is on our side.
I think the
This'll
best
come
things
in
I could
handy.
get are... I actually don't know what the best things I could get. There are a lot of good things I could probably
Guess
get.
luck is on our side.
I just want more
This'll come
quality
in handy.
stuff. Ornaments in particular are pretty handy,
This'll
so I
come
don't
in
have to
handy.
worry about properly setting
Guess
up everybody,
luck
and I
is
can
on
just
our
mash
side.
the
This'll come in handy.
auto thing, auto equip.
This'll come in handy. This'll come in handy.
Black Sumerian ore. The main thing I'm looking out for are
This'll
grail
come in handy.
lockets.
Guess luck is on our side.
Doop, doop,
Guess
doop,
luck
doop,
is
doop,
on our
doop.
side.
I believe grail lockets show up as
Guess
rare
luck is
items
on
here,
our
so that's
side.
I'm just looking for the gold tags. I won't open those. There's so few. Why?
Trial door presented.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to still level up everyone. I'm going to... What's the group mission I have right now? Chain battle with Team Slack. I did view a bunch of these off recording, I will admit. These are awesome. These little post battle scenes. I do wonder how many of them there exist. There have to... I imagine every character at least has one they're involved in. I would hope, at least. I can't imagine they would... At the very least... Yeah, again, I imagine there was at least one for every character. Or at least every character's involved in at least one, I should say. Team Slack. Okay, this is I do like having my broken team. Well, we're going to be having it on easy mode anyway, so... First off, let me actually set it to easy mode, so we can easily walk our way up. And I do need to get the... Yeah, we'll set it. We'll do this. Team Slacker... Wait, do it this way. Team Slacker. Tio. Nadia. Altina. And, of course, Celine. Now, before, there was a version of Team Slacker with McBurn, which was hilarious. A version with McBurn as part of the girlies. I guess my favorite lazy girl, McBurn. The almighty conflagration. Truly. Truly amazing.
Hang on a minute. Never mind. Hi,
What's
Reem.
going on?
Alright, let's go to 7th Stratum. I don't think this is the last
The
Stratum.
sooner we do this, the sooner I can nap.
I know the game said it is the last Stratum, but I don't believe it. Because the guide said that there should have been more than this, I thought. I thought there was 8 Stratums.
Say the word now.
That or I misread the guide and I'm
It's
an
common
idiot.
enough,
That
but
would not
that's
surprise
fine.
me, honestly.
This could get bad. Watch out.
I don't even know what the condition for the
How shall we play?
the chain for the link thing is.
Engaging.
The team battle, that's what I'm supposed to call it. They're usually very easy, whatever the conditions are.
Showtime.
Like, they're never anything more than like get into a chain battle or use a united front or end the fight with a united front or beat the fight in like one turn.
Did it. Together. Stats.
I still.
Injured.
I put in my best for that. Treasure chest found.
Victorware.
Collecting contents. Music's a powerful
Hello
enemy.
there.
Exercise caution.
Agaragion.
It's me.
Hello.
Wait. Now. All right.
See ya.
Mission complete. Stats.
I still.
Blue ceiling stone. We get another thing. Don't you
Have the
go
advantage.
anywhere.
You win. Stats.
You
I
win.
still.
Say the word now.
You
You have the
go.
advantage.
Galactic Shark.
How shall we play? You win.
Got it.
I win. Everybody wins.
Thank you.
Stats.
I still.
I'm assuming this one's a chain battle one, right? We'll probably have to get into a chain. Oh, hey, Zero Warrior stuff. Zero Sorcerer.
Okay.
I forget you have Analyze.
Beginning
Time Lord.
analysis. Analysis complete.
Got you.
I thought there was a third one. Yeah, there is, but it's not here. Well, you just die then. I know for a fact that there's another one. It's just not here for some reason. There's a warrior one.
Say the word now.
Hello there.
You have the advantage.
Killer Pillar.
How shall we play? You win. Stats.
I still.
Stats. I'm at least still getting decent experience here, so I can
Seems
still
we
keep
can
leveling
keep
up
going.
people. Athila's.
Isn't that a treasure chest?
Admittedly, the whole reason for me leveling up is more so just for my own personal satisfaction, because I like leveling up. How'd I not? Oh, let's keep going up.
Looks like we
That's
have
an
more
Asmodyne
walking to
unit.
do. We have the advantage.
I see that guy back there. That's an Asmodyne unit back there.
Mission stats.
I still.
Chest.
That wasn't so difficult to
I
dispel.
also see this. Wait, I saw Tina Tina, but what was the third thing?
What excellent spirit.
Oh, God's sake. Bruh.
Back off. Let's go.
Regenkopf Levy.
I'll go.
Shigure Satellite.
I'll take care of it.
Hollow Tio. It flourishes your oval staff to cast a variety of powerful arts.
Do it. There.
Even the false clown Solace accompanying it is as strong as the original. Listen, this is very easy mode. Get out of my way. Out of my sight.
All you were was weak.
Weak.
I must get.
But of
Yeah.
That's how it.
Nice.
You've done well. Thank you.
Lost Genesis.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you, Radio.
I'll dial it up a
Bro's big. Bro's very big.
bit. Are you ready?
On this way. Bro is very large and in charge.
Okay. I shall go. Activate. Score. Got you. It's me.
Zero cannon.
It's me.
See ya.
Got you.
Bye bye.
We smashed him and thrashed him.
There's something very entertaining about
I
that. Just
still...
how it's existent. Just bye bye. Hello there.
Should be easy street.
Gregor Spinner.
How shall we play?
Like this.
Status. All
The game hasn't even given me a chance to use a chain battle to get... I'm gonna check. Is it actually? It is. Okay. I figured it had to be.
say the word now.
Speaking of things I figured, do I have... You can have them.
Stats updated. Treasure chest found.
Curia,
Collecting contents.
another Grail Locket.
Now's our chance.
I don't need to be fighting these guys.
Mission complete.
I still...
It's kind of just instinctual at this point. I am very curious to see all the gameplay changes that happen in Daybreak. I'm excited to see it. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna absolutely miss the system we've gotten used to, but I think it'll be nice to see some new changes moving forward. I did not mean to hit that.
We did it. Together. Stats.
That being said, that doesn't mean I'm tired of the battle system. Far from it. This is a very, very well designed battle system, I feel personally. I like it a lot. But I just think it's going to be nice seeing some changes to it going forward.
Powerful enemy.
The Resident Call.
Exercise caution. It's me.
Kill. Kill.
Status. All green.
I still...
Silver Sealing Stone. We got Passion Leggings.
Oh, well that sure looks nice.
This game is not going to give me a chance to get a chain link battle, is it?
Now.
Just let me get one chain link battle, please.
Let's finish this up quick.
Please.
Mission complete. Stats. I can.
I'm probably gonna look up a video of all of them, like on my own time, just to watch all the
My pleasure.
the little fun scenes. All right, here we go. This is my best chance.
Beginning
There we go.
suppression.
All right, now we can get it.
More hostiles. Got you. Enemy eliminated. Talk about a slog.
You're telling me. I'm wiped after all that fighting.
Perhaps a short break is in order then. Ugh, I'm always down for a break. Hold down the fort for us, Celine. You're all nothing but a bunch of slackers. Let me take a catnap once in a while.
It's kind of funny. It's the exact same as the one with McBurn. The only difference is that McBurn doesn't say anything because he's obviously not here.
Task complete.
But otherwise, it's the exact same.
Keep Rose. I don't want to do this.
Well, that's too damn bad.
I'm next. Wiping out.
What a pain.
Showtime.
Vessel Glitter Adept.
Raring to go.
Okay, these are two different things. I learned my lesson last time.
Hope you're
I remember from last time, don't worry.
now. It's me. We
Easy.
smashed him and thrashed him. Stats.
apparently, another thing that I'm interested in seeing is that I think that for the next game, into Daybreak, going forward in the series, I think that that's when there's the...
A treasure chest.
Don't quote me on this, because I think I'm only piecing together info that I think I've heard. I think there's a new engine that they're using for the Daybreak games, something
Rare
called the
item
Kaiseki
inventory.
engine, and it's apparently the same engine that they're going to be using for the remake
What a passion.
of
Powerful
Trails in the
Exercise
Sky, the
caution.
first. It should be the same engine they're using for that.
Okay.
Apparently, maybe it's like the pinnacle of their experience so far, I guess.
It's me.
Get out of here.
Smashed him and thrashed him.
I still.
Silver ceilings. Team Virtuosos with Sherazard Olivier, Risha Elliott, Claire, and Vita. That's a curious team. But I guess they are all the ones who have
That
connections to
lady
music in some way.
Easy street.
I won't be able to get extra from this, but
Mission complete.
35
Stats.
Azure Drop and 15 Azure Waters are still nice. I am on fire!
Say the word now.
Help!
Now we can keep going.
Wait!
You don't see these every day.
Now we can keep going. Alright, you already know we gotta go back to get our friends. Our broken team, I should say. Where is... Reen, give me you. Eustace, give me you. Fee, you say. Elisa, Emma, we already have you in the party. We honestly might just avoid doing the rest of the things, the whatchamacallit, the group things. As much as I love them, I don't want to have to go back
Central
every
core
time just to
activated.
report
Confirming
them.
rank points accumulated.
It'd just kind of be a waste of time at that point. Alright, let's head back to the 7th stratum. I didn't get the fast travel. Whoops.
All right.
I forgot you have to walk forward to get the fast travel. Thankfully, the enemy should still all be gone, and I just have to walk it. That is one thing that is a bit weird about the Reverie corridor I've noticed. You have to walk forward first to get the fast travel. You have to walk up to, like, the...
Don't rest easy. We're not done yet.
We're actually very much done. We just have to walk. The weird thing about the Reverie corridor is that you have to always walk up to, like, the orbit station in order to actually activate this fast travel. It never just automatically activates.
Ugh, this place sucks.
No,
Let's keep.
I'd like to refresh myself.
There we go.
here.
Now we got it. We're probably gonna have to go down again anyways to change out character. I mean, actually, we probably won't change out characters here, even if it ends up being characters now, because here's the thing. It probably doesn't matter for the character. The midpoints, they don't ever have dialogue, so... In that case, I'm just not gonna really care. So we'll just go into this one, even if we don't have characters that are relating to it. Alright, what do we got? Two. Ilya and Risha. Alright. Begin.
A powerful
Hollow
foe.
Ilya and Hollow
Have that.
Risha.
Yeah.
It erodes the souls of foes and leads them astray through her entrancing dance.
I'm next. Wait! Now! It's not! Wait! Now! It's not!
It's my turn.
And the Moon Mist Dancer. Having shed self of bursts and emotions, it concerns for naught but her weapon in hand.
My turn! Pierce through! Now!
Burst it.
Now!
It's my turn.
We might just be able to quickly clear you out of here. I'm gonna be real with you. Spear unification.
I'm up.
Luminous Abyss.
you. My turn.
Well, this was fun. See ya.
Good work, everyone.
That was easy.
I still.
Get more of those. That was fun. All right, onwards and upwards. Second half.
It'll
Freeze.
do, I suppose.
It's dark in here. I should set to very easy mode so we're not here forever. Need recharge.
This one's strong.
Pretty sure you'll give me a silver stone, right?
Got you. More incoming.
It's my turn.
We're all good here.
Excellent work, everyone.
Mm.
You don't see these every day.
Green emblem. Wait, have I seen this thing
Take
before?
them down.
No, I haven't. 1,000 strong.
Got you. What a pain. My turn.
Get rid of them.
What a pain.
Let's go.
How is there no more of you?
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
I still.
There we go.
Ready.
I'll take you all on.
Let's go back if I know.
See you.
Now we can
That's
keep
the
going.
teleporter.
This could
Oh,
be
hey,
bad.
it's you.
Watch out.
Baleful Rider.
It's my turn.
Okay.
See ya.
Good work, everyone.
I still.
More Zemirian ore. More ore, if you will. Ooh, sorry.
This'll
Yeah,
come in
be
handy.
getting close. Hey, another cryptid.
This could get bad. Watch out.
This guy. Galiosaurus.
Let's go.
Time to die.
I'm on.
Good to see you, though.
Good work.
More ore. More. Sorry.
Please be mindful of the.
At this rate, what if the
Come to
final
me,
boss ends
my
up being
pretty.
another Demiorgos?
Better than nothing.
I can almost see it happening, like a version of Demiorgos
Is
created.
that
Ooh,
fun?
Finish this quick.
hang on.
Eat.
A version of Demiorgos created by this intruder.
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
That's a lot of droplets. How many droplets do I have, might I ask? Lots. Emma, you can have more experience.
I did it.
Vorpal Flare 3.
I did it.
We can keep going at any time.
I want the chest first. Too many of you here. Leave me alone. Horror
Don't mind if I
bracelet.
do.
I'm kind of just getting basic items, honestly, at this point. Doesn't feel like I'm getting anything of particular highest of qualities. They're moving in so many different directions, and it's too dark and I can't see them. Help.
This'll come in handy. This'll come into play
Fire
at some
potion.
point, I'm sure.
Excuse me.
That
At
looks
this
strong.
point, I kind
Stay
of
alert.
just let's just move through. I'll get the chest at the very least, though. I won't fight the
Seems we
enemies
can
though.
keep going.
The enemies will just sidestep unless it's a palm. Otherwise, we all know the song and dance.
Oh ho! What a lovely treasure chest.
Yep, let's get out of here. Let's not extend this any further than we need to. This one's going quite high up. Crab. Excuse me, crab.
Good to go.
Clown. I'm not gonna bother.
I
will.
spot a gate.
Yeah, I'll just grab that though. But I'm not gonna bother. This is blue.
This will come into play at some point, I'm sure.
It was on auto. What did I pick up? Sarah, Sharon, Aurelia, and Viscount Arcade.
Keep your heads clear and engage.
Alright.
I'm sure this has its uses.
This sword feels a lot bigger than the others for some reason.
Better than nothing.
I don't know if that was just coincidence and the random layout generation just gave me a very long floor. That felt way bigger than the others for some reason. Well, that's different. That barrier doesn't go to anything, so what is that? Alright. What do you expect? The only thing I am gonna do is... I want to have Kia in the party in some regard. Alright, here we go. This might be a big one. I don't know if this is going to be the final boss, but we're going to find out. The other Kia. She's back.
She really does look exactly like Kia. I knew you would heed my warning. You will go not one step further. Try as you might, you will never overcome Causality's defense mechanism. What? What are you talking about? Who is this girl?
The Grosser. And their stigmas! The damned Grosritter.
Really? It's to be the Church's dominions. And the Guardians really are being replaced by the new ones here.
Well, whatever trials you throw at us, we'll overcome them all the same.
When we do, you're in for a lot of questions. Your efforts are as futile as my very existence. Destiny will not, cannot be overcome.
I know we could go back for a unique dialogue, but at this point, let's just move. Hello, Wazi. It transforms the field into a stage with his stigma and stunningly athletic fighting style.
I'm on it.
Gaius. It destroys enemies with Nord spearmanship and the power of his stigma.
Got you.
And of course,
It's my turn.
Thomas. It calls upon his stigma to trap foes in unbreakable partitions.
Leave it to me.
Alright, here we go.
Divine shield. Protect us!
Wait. Now. All right.
Burst him. True Golden Howl.
Let's go.
Spirit unification.
It's my turn.
Luminous Abyss.
First.
Rail Crest.
I'm on it.
I got an idea.
Thanks.
This goes right through it.
Got you. My turn.
Leave it to me.
Of course, Thomas is the one with the most difficulty here.
Got you. My turn. Pierce through. Now!
Burst it!
Good
Not
work,
bad.
everyone.
I still.
I can.
Okay. We did it.
I think it was nothing short of a miracle that we triumphed over the partitioner, personally. Now you see how much you underestimated us? How'd you do it?
Now that's a silly question.
It's because there's nothing that can stop us so long as we work together. Just like when we beat Elysium.
So long as I'm not fighting alone, I will never give up. No matter what you send our way.
Perhaps you do have what it takes to succeed. But... What?
Just who are you?
Are you trying to stop us? What is your goal? You seem to believe that I was behind replacing the Guardians in the last few strata, but I was not.
What? Then who did?
The logical assumption, judging by her words, is that the defense mechanism she mentioned is the source.
Days off.
Attempt to discover means of interference successful. The girl is not directly responsible, confirming that the culpability for this event lies elsewhere. I am nothing but a shadow watching over a world that has long since stopped moving. I don't understand what you mean. I fear it's too difficult to explain in human tongues.
What the? What the?
What's that? It's like something's eroding away at the Reverie corridor. But that's... Observing new causality space. New causality space has made contact with current causality space, resulting in mutual interference. I have identified this to be the source behind the irregularity. Current status of both sides at present is balanced.
So something is happening on the other side.
Something that's in the process of taking shape.
This isn't gonna be good for us.
Did you come from the other side of that tear then? I am the first OZ. OZXX.
That's why Milliam and Altina had a feeling about you.
What does that mean? I see that you may have the power to resolve the battle against Destiny. I would still advise that you go no further. Not unless you are prepared to risk accelerating your doom. So please, stop following me. This is quite an unexpected turn.
I'm struggling to process all this.
This is clearly beyond the scope of our current group. We should return to the garden and talk us through with everyone else. Right, it'd be good to go get everyone's thoughts before deciding what to do next.
What the leading party witnessed at the end of Sem Strand was beyond their wildest imaginations. While plenty of questions still remained, they did finally find some answers, and so they decided to return to the garden and discuss what they had learned with the others. At least we're finally getting somewhere.
She bears a striking resemblance to Kia. Now we know who she is. The first Oz. Oz XX. I never even considered that there once had to be a first of us. Hasn't something you should beat yourself up over, Allie.
She's right. And the last thing any of us expected to see was a new Oz after the Twilight was put to rest.
No wonder we were having that gut feeling that something was wrong. Yes, something about her felt so familiar. Or perhaps there was an innate affinity. It's like I could feel at ease around her even though we had never met her before.
That's understandable. I expected her to have a strong connection to Kia, but I wasn't expecting this twist.
It just means there was a lot more to it than we were suspecting.
The Oz girls are all homunculi that came from the workshop just like the little bunny, yeah? Correct. I don't suppose you know the meaning of her being titled XX, do you? I would guess it's to indicate that she wasn't assigned a number to begin with. She's like a prototype that was created even before the Aja was given the number 1. If that's the case, I wonder if that means she differed from the others in some way.
Does something occur to you, Elisa? I might have an idea, but it's just a theory. we came across records dating back over 500 years ago when we investigated the Black Workshop after the war. Some of them did relate to the initial conception of the Oz series. We learned the homunculi technology used as the basis to forge the sword didn't originally belong to the gnomes. They stole that technology from the alchemists of Crossbell instead.
In other words, it belonged to the Croy family of the Middle Ages.
Habrick says much at the bottom of the Grawl of Erebos. Guess it was true. Yeah, and now we have the evidence. The Croy family stole from them in turn as well. The cradle design was originally based on gnome technology.
That thing Keto was sleeping in for 500 years.
So the two sides consistently stole each other's technology to improve their own capabilities over the years.
I believe so. I heard Albrecht and Maribel banter about as much right in front of me.
It's just like Belle.
It must have been surreal.
We've only heard secondhand stories about those two. I don't envy you being caught in the middle of that exchange. I think I understand why Elisa brought it up, though. If you put all this together... Exactly. You must have come to the same conclusion I did. It's only logical that the gnome's first attempt to create a homunculus designed to be the sword of the end would be a copy of the homunculus that alchemists had already designed. I think that's a safe assumption. It explains why she and I look so much alike. Elysium managed to find someone that was lost to history over 500 years ago, and then it recreated her as if she was here all along. So that's how Oz XX came to be. It's almost unthinkable. Almost. It's impossible to deny what Elysium is capable after what we've seen.
I agree, and the logic does check out.
What's happening here continues to connect to us in more ways than we realized.
That's another question potentially answered, but others still remain. Why is she inside the Reverie corridor? What is she trying to achieve? Those are excellent questions. Knowing she was created by Elysium isn't nearly as important as knowing to what end.
Every decision Elysium makes is its own best interest, so she must have some purpose. Though she didn't seem to be actively trying to achieve anything at all just yet. Even if the reason for her existence isn't apparent yet, I'm sure she has one. We essentially cheated our way to a victory over Elysium by using this world to become stronger than it could predict. On the other hand, Elysium became aware of what was happening and was certainly devising a solution to stop us. It would be something that, if allowed to reach its conclusion, would enable Elysium to create the world like we originally prevented.
This is difficult to wrap my head around, but we're dealing with something even more dangerous than we originally thought. If your theory is correct, then the seeds Elysium planted when it began tampering are only now beginning to bloom. And I'm guessing that the other space at the end of the 7th Stratum factors into this somehow. Anything you want to share with us, Azov?
A logical model based on previously observed data is currently being constructed. However, it can be surmised that an impossible causality is being constructed beyond the depths. As I am only meant to observe Erebonia, my information on other regions is less reliable. Though it would be logical to assume the phenomenon occurring is derived from the events in the Crossbell region. Whatever's there is from Crossbell? I'm not sure what to make of that.
Yet supposedly a causality that would be otherwise impossible.
Let's remember where we are. This is a space capable of influencing causality. I'm gonna take a wild guess that whatever is out there is specifically why Elysium made a copy of OZXX. It couldn't be.
I have a feeling.
Take note that attempting to investigate the matter any further is heavily unadvised.
What? And why is that?
The threat posed by the other space has now decreased. OZXX's return to the other side has slowed its enroachment into the Reverie corridor's depth. Relevant counter protocols have also been updated based on newly acquired data. Equilibrium has been relatively restored. Enroachment continues at a heavily reduced pace, however. Interference from this side may jeopardize matters. Current models indicate harm to the real world will be kept up to a minimum so long as the current status quo continues. Anyone want to summarize that for the rest of us?
It's saying that the real world isn't in much danger right now, but we could do more harm than good if we kept going. It's nice as a satisfying answer. The real problem hasn't truly been dealt with. All it means is there's a semblance of balance as long as OZXX is on the other side. Correct. Meaning our further interference threatens to upset the balance once again.
Affirmative. OZXX also stated the possibility of exasperating the situation persists. So now what? You want us to just let sleeping dogs lie and go home?
Screw that. We didn't get dragged back here just to what's out now.
Let's calm down and consider our options. We can't just ignore that walking away now has practically... We can't just ignore that walking away now has practically no downsides.
Even if it does mean abandoning our mission. Meanwhile, pressing on has considerable risks.
That doesn't mean they aren't worth taking.
I'm not a fan of doing a half-assed job.
I want to go after her. You do? Even after everything we were just told? I know. I understand how risky it would be. Objectively, maybe it's best not to risk upsetting the balance she's created for us. I'm concerned the encroachment hasn't stopped, even if it's been slowed to become manageable. But more than anything, I can't abandon her. Not after learning the connection Milliam and I share with her. She was born over 500 years ago, only to be quickly forgotten and discarded by the few who knew of her to begin with. Now she's been recreated here, only to be compelled to spend eternity in isolation for our sakes. She's never had the chance to know happiness, and has now convinced herself that it's out of reach, pushing us away. So please, stop following me. I realize I'm being selfish by going after her, especially given the risks involved. But I won't turn my back on someone being forced to put on a brave face as they're heartbroken deep down. Not after everything I've been through myself. I simply can't.
Altina.
Aw, Tilly. That's exactly how I feel. I could have just as easily ended up in the same position as her if things had gone even a little differently. Maybe I would have ended up like her and not learned what it's like to truly smile. I was able to learn just how happy a place the world can be after Lloyd found me. And that's what I want her to learn too. Yeah. You already know where I stand on this. I'm not gonna overlook a problem that Elysium was responsible for. Besides, I want to become strong enough to extend a helping hand to others when they need it. Just like someone once did for me. You're so cute, LP.
Do you know? Part of me thinks it's foolish to willingly charge into danger, but I hear you. If that's what you want to do, then you have all of our support.
You don't even have to ask.
We're the SSS. We'd be doing a piss poor job if we didn't help a little girl in need.
You're not the only ones with the job titles to live up to. Team Bracer isn't going to set this one out to either.
And you two have our world that we'll fight with every fiber of our beings too. We'll get through any hardship waiting for us. That's the Class 7 way.
That's right. Nail on the head.
What's one more challenge that we must rise to the occasion for?
Let's do this, everyone. If Allie and Milliam want our help, then we'll be right there to give it. I don't know what to say. Your arguments are resoundingly illogical, but I lack the authority to oppose them. It is impossible to predict exactly where your decision will lead you. Nevertheless, all systems will be kept open for your disposal. I shall anticipate your success. Thank you. You better be expecting it, because that's exactly what we're going to deliver. The unknown realm extending beyond the 7th stratum shall tentatively be named Zeroth Stratum. OZXX's movement records confirms an access route, but further data on the Zeroth Stratum is unavailable. All visitors are advised to exercise caution when proceeding.
We'll be careful. Thanks for the help.
If we're going to do this, then let's take time to make sure we're fully prepared for the ordeals ahead. Good thinking. Let's set off to finally learn the whole truth as soon as we're ready.
Better rewards will be available. Genesis Orb.
What do you want?
Things are finally getting interesting around here with all this talk about some other space looming out there. I don't know if I know what, but there's some kind of source behind all these anomalies, right? Just like with that little shadowy brat. What are we waiting for? Let's get out there and finish the job, especially so little Bunny and her sister get closure.
Elysium, the Great Twilight, the Azure Tree, and that OZXX are all deeply intertwined in the end. It's almost unthinkable. The thought of it alone feels foreboding to ponder. What else is there that we have yet to even fathom? Nevertheless, we survived thus far. There's nothing else we can do but push forward and see where the future takes us. Everything will be okay. If we can defy Elysium's predictions, then there's really nothing that we can't handle.
For the Vander name.
So that girl was the first of them. The first homunculus unofficially created in the hopes of forging the soul of the end. I cannot but think of Altina and Milliam now that we know. I won't allow one of their sisters to be used like this. I'm ready to face whatever trials await further inside. I'll meet them head-on with my comrades from Class 7.
I'm here to help however
There are
I
many
can.
things I still don't really understand about OZXX. But seeing all those emotions she's concealing it's not something I can pretend to ignore. Not with the way that I am now. I realize it may be a lot to ask, but please, we have to help her. Especially so that I remain the final OZ unit for good.
Absolutely. We've done it before and we'll do it again. We'll put an end to all this. For real this time.
Right.
Alright. We do have some new dialogue up here.
That being we encountered shouldn't even exist, should it? I can't but be reminded of when we encountered a Schmelgarine inside the tower.
Lizzie may have been involved in more than we had imagined. We're probably gonna have to confront that OZXX girl if we want details. Right, we can't just leave her be like this. This isn't just about finishing what we started. We gotta do it because it's the right thing. I'll help you. Why don't you become like the rest of these goody two-shoes?
I'm with her. We've come this far, so we may as well finish it the right way.
Well, if we know what we need to do, what need be done, then nothing more need be said. I'll lend my blades and fight to the best of my ability, even if I am nothing more than a nameless drifter now. Elisa?
All I know is we have
Black
to do
Workshop and the
something.
Croy family stole technology from one another for ages. Evidently, that whole tug of war led to the creation of that girl. If that bad blood is what's behind all this, then, as Franz Reinford's daughter, I have an obligation to deal with it. You can be sure I'll give this problem every ounce of strength I have, for his sake as much as anyone else's.
I see some fish swimming around.
Any other special? Yes. Lecter and Claire.
If that girl really isn't us, then it concerns us even more than we thought.
No argument with that. We know Milliam and Altina for what's essentially their whole lives. There's a lot to unpack, but there's one thing I've learned for sure from getting to know those two. It doesn't matter how they were born.
Agreed. Though I'm not sure if we have any right to say that. What I am sure of is that Milliam is a genuinely kind, pure girl, and Altina's maturity and growth for her age is a blessing. They're living proof that every life is precious, no matter how it came to this world.
Guess we got a responsibility to support them the best we can. Same goes for the SSS kiddos, too.
OZXX. I didn't expect for us to encounter a name like that here.
So I guess I'd make her like a super older sister to me and Tilly? So there shouldn't be any OZ left other than us, so it must mean she's a reproduction. She also had such a sad look on her face when she left.
I know what you're thinking, and I agree. We can't simply leave her like that, even more so if we want to solve this mystery. We'll head to the very depths of this place if that's what it will take, no matter what.
Yeah, you got it.
I'll make use of all the
It's
know-how
difficult to
I've
say
got.
with any certainty what the OZ girl truly is. One thing I can say for sure, however, is that this is something I can't afford to ignore. Wherever the truth turns out to be, I intend to fully confront it. Think of it as a part of my atonement as a former gnome.
Millennial Trove activated. Unsealing pedestal activated.
We get Thor's open house with Ash. That's a bit foreboding feeling.
Millennial Trove activated.
Admittedly, I do just want to jump straight into the end of this game. I'm so curious to see what is the finale. What is this final thing we're going to be fighting? And what is the truth? The whole truth? Oop.
I can't imagine what the OZXX, but that was Replicate has been through. I get the sense there's still more for us to uncover. Whatever the truth is, we'll have to find it for ourselves and accept it when the time comes. She's waiting in the deepest part of the Zero Stratum. I'll use the Eon system to help us get there.
This is where it comes
A
to
Zero
a head.
Stratum that shouldn't even exist. Feels like there's something more at work here. And that girl who looks like Kia is all alone, shut off from everything. Of course, we can't overlook what's happening here. Let's do everything in our power to discover the truth.
I know we can do this.
Give me a second.
To think that there was another little girl made just like Kia centuries ago. If only Belle were here. Maybe we could pry some useful information out of her. Regardless, we couldn't have a better reason for pushing forward. Let's do everything in our power until the very end. The SSS can't overlook what's happening here any longer.
Looking sharp.
So little kiddos OZXX, huh? Now we really gotta do something. Adios only knows what's going through our head. We've gotta be ready to deal with anything. Don't tell them what's waiting for us at the end of this. We just gotta hit with all we got, just like we always do.
You wish to speak?
I did not expect that what was unfolding here to again be tied to the Zero Child and the Sword of the End. I'm certain that unimaginable hardship lies ahead for refusing to accept things as they are. However, it is too late for you to turn away, myself included.
A laptop?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking into something. I was looking for a way to help, so I spoke with Azoth and came up with an idea. I don't know if it'll work out or not, but there's only one way to find out. That girl is a copy of me that was made after I'd been conceived in the cradle. If that's the case, then she shouldn't be any different from me. Which means we have to hurry and find her. Please, I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to be there for her.
Of course, all of us will be there. We'll be sure to come get you once we reach the end of the corridor. We're gonna get through whatever happens next together. I promise you. I feel like it only makes sense that for this final section here, I should probably have in the team Lloyd, Ellie, Randy, and Tio. Give me... where is Emma? There we go. We can work with that.
Review missions. Confirming rank points accumulated.
Alright. I'm just gonna take a look real quick at this. Just give me a second. Whew, sorry. Alright, here we go. I think there's a decent chance that it might require all allies in this for whatever we're up against up ahead. I think there's a decent reality chance that that might be happening. But we'll come across that bridge when we come across it. For now, let's head to Zeroth Stratum. Enter. There we go. The Zeroth Stratum. So this is the outer space then.
It's incredible. Seems to keep going much like the rest of the Reverie corridor does as well.
Yeah, if we keep following it, we should get to where we want to go. Whoa, what the...
Looks like you've arrived. We'll start the operation on our side then. It's too bad the corridor's rules are just as active over there. Otherwise, we could have charged in together. But I'll be experimenting with Azoth on a little something I've dubbed spiritual hacking, so we might be able to make this work. All I need you to do is first secure route to the very end. I'll be helping Kia, but if you ever need me on the front lines, just say the word. I got a brilliant mind for hacking things, so just leave it to us.
The preparations are now complete. I'm sure more surprises are in store, so stay on your toes, team.
We should be on our way then.
The Zeroth Stratum. This is it.
Keep your eye. Be careful around those spires.
I might just set the final boss to easy so that we can see the story of it.
Time to play hard.
So because I don't really want to bother with getting experience and all that, honestly. So I might just keep it on easy so that we can see the finale easily. I know people probably weren't going to be happy with that, but I do want to see the finale, and I don't want to have to farm for even more experience than I already have, because I want to get into Daybreak soon. If not in this episode, then definitely I want to beat this game in either. I want to beat this game in either I want to be done with this game, I should say, either tomorrow, either in the next episode or this episode, but more than likely next episode. So we're probably just going to keep it on very easy. That way we don't have to completely... We have to keep farming for everything.
Think nothing of it.
Ha! Finish this quickly.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Ha!
Well, now I really don't want to farm for stuff here because I see those stupid mirrors.
Got you.
Get out of here.
All right. Nice work, team.
You ain't.
We are still going to go around and collect all the chests, though.
Bet there's some nice junk in that trunk.
Symbol.
Everyone ready?
Fate metal.
I'm next.
But I can see the final boss. Out at this rate, I think there's a decent chance it could be a Demi-Orgos. That would be wild if the final boss of Azure ended up being the final boss of a Reverie, like the true final boss, I should say.
What is that pure?
Now's our chance.
That'd be wild. I would be absolutely A-okay with that, but damn.
That's the power of the 8.
You ain't seen.
I'd love to take a closer
But
look
we'll
at
have
this.
to find out. Only one way to find out. Let's get. We gotta keep moving around and get everything here.
Finish this quickly.
Gold Giant.
Showtime.
Gabriel Arrow.
Showtime.
Red eliminated.
This could get bad.
Big
Watch
turtle.
out. Got you.
It's my turn. Eat.
Very well.
Big ass turtle.
Our victory was never. You ain't seen.
Red Sealing Stone. How many? Wait. One red, one blue.
Let's get him. Yeah.
New enemies in here.
Okay.
Go for this.
Good work, everyone.
You ain't.
This could
Hello
get
there.
bad. Watch out.
Magic Knight.
I'm up.
And a Tane Stallion.
I'm on it.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep it on very easy mode, even for the final, whatever the final boss here is. We already fought what was technically the
Pretty big
main
win for
final
us.
You ain't.
boss. So we're here mostly for the story. And again, if it requires me to use multiple teams, then I don't want to farm for more, okay? As much fun as I have farming, I do want to get to the next
surely be
game.
using this.
I'm so curious about Daybreak.
Good to keep moving.
I want to learn about Calvard. Calvard seems like such a mythical place considering how much we've heard of it and had stuff come from it,
This sucks.
and yet never
I was
being able
hoping
to
we'd
see
be
it.
done. The way ahead's
So
open.
much that I'm so curious about learning more of it.
We'll need to watch out. This could get bad.
I
Watch
want to
out.
learn about Calvard so badly.
Let's go.
Very well. Our victory was. You ain't
All
seen.
good. I notice these are silver sealing stones +2.
Enemy spotted.
Excellent work,
I don't need to
everyone.
fight these guys.
We did it.
You ain't.
Also that way, depending on how the final boss works,
Everyone
if it
ready?
requires more teammates, then I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be
Showtime.
multi-phase or if it's going to be like, I don't know.
Mission complete.
You know what I'm doing. I'm just repeating myself because I just feel bad. I'm sorry.
This'll come in handy.
I keep going in a loop of repeating the same thing over and over.
Keep your
That is
guard up.
Loa
That one's
Eluciferia.
bad. A
Or no, that is
powerful
Loa Phantasma. Sorry. That is the final. That is a variant of the final boss of Cold Steel's 1 and 2 as
It's
a
my
basic
turn.
enemy. That's cool.
My turn.
It's kind of wild. Bye bye.
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Nice. You ain't.
Treasure?
My
Mind
pleasure.
potion, composer shawl. I accidentally hit auto.
Enemy ambush. To arms.
Just let me pick up the chest.
Who knew we'd get so lucky?
Leave me alone. Screw it. We're not doing any more fighting. Just get me out of here. We're just going around each floor, getting the chests. And we're sticking on very easy mode for everything from now on. Besides, we already know we're overpowered as is. So what's the point in?
Try out for even more
What's the
traps.
point? We know Fee's going to avoid everything, so we're already guaranteed to win in any
Bye,
fight,
barrier.
basically. So
Load the treasure.
what's the point in the suspense? There
It's
need
tough.
not be
We need to be careful.
suspense where there is none.
That one's remarkable.
I'd love to take. Great. Let's keep going.
Just give me the chest,
Good find, guys.
and we shall leave you be. Just give me the goods, and no one gets hurt. Another floor. Whee.
Careful. That one looks tough.
Shall we proceed?
I want chest.
Treasure? My pleasure.
Careful.
I'll also take
one's
these guys.
Be careful.
It's my turn.
Kill.
Okay.
Very well.
Bye bye.
Our victory was never.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Crimson Gale 2.
Let's not forget to open that chest.
Rufus, Lecter, Claire, and Milliam, the Ironbloods.
Guess luck is on our side.
This way. Spirit
I'd love
Incense.
to take a closer look at this.
EP charge. All good. Alright, what's our first mini boss
Looks like a good place to.
that we're just gonna steamroll? What makes them here? We've got... That's cool. It's just... Stained Valimar. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, Valley.
That's...
You gotta be kidding me. This must have been how Valimar looked after being fully consumed by Schmelga. It's the corrupted form he took on before becoming the Zereth Knight. I need all of you to help me with this. We can't afford to lose here.
This could get bad. Watch out.
Stained Valimar. Valimar dyed black due to the internal conflict. Cuts through all creation with his demonically empowered 8 leaves techniques.
I'm next.
Put him down.
My turn.
It's my turn. Roar! Down!
We'll use basic
Leave
crafts
it
and
to me.
stuff, considering we're going to be using very
Divine
easy mode
shield.
anyways.
Protect us!
Endless rivalry. Recovery time times 5.
3. Done.
It's my turn. Roar! Healing strike!
Okay. Pierce through. Now. Now.
It's my turn.
Away with you!
See ya.
I will fulfill my duty as a noble.
You ain't seen.
Silver Sealing Stone. Well, that was messed up. Phew, that was a tough one.
Is everyone alright?
I am, at least. I'm glad I had you all here with me. Even if it was just a replica, I hope you rest in peace all the same.
I'm impressed we were able to defeat it. Highly unstable replica though it was. Of course, that it could replicate such a being at all is a testament to the power of our foe possesses.
Exactly. Elysium was able to realize people and objects using its highly advanced technology. The threats we face here feel more like their concepts are copied than them made stronger. I guess this place is all for anything goes, but this is getting kind of ridiculous.
In the sense that it's beyond fathomable, yes. I can't imagine how they're capable of making superior copies of our stigmas.
Or copies of me and Argres.
Doesn't get more anything goes, as the kid put it, than my other form here. At the very least, none of this should be possible simply by interfering with the Reverie corridor. It's almost as if whatever we're up against has the ability to control causality itself. Yeah.
So it wasn't just me thinking that then.
It has to be Demiurgos.
I don't understand.
It has to be a version of Demiurgos. That's the only thing that makes sense that can control causality.
Oh, there you are. OZXX. I told you to stop following me. Why won't you listen? I don't think any of us could turn our backs on what's happening here after all we've seen. You really are an Oz just like me, just as unable to articulate what's truly in your heart as I was. We're not going to stop until we reach you. Never. It wouldn't be right to leave the problems Elysium created unrectified. Humans are as foolish as their very creations would appear. Fine. Do as you will.
Wasn't gonna be any other way. We fully intend to follow the path we believe to be right, just as we always have, and nothing will stop us.
I believe you're around the halfway point to your destination. Stay alert.
Are we still... We're still missing... No, we're not. Yeah, we got everything. Or maybe that'll change when we go up a level. This looks a lot more clean. Nice. Alright.
Bet there's
Clarity
some nice
coat.
junk in that trunk.
Enemy
This could get bad. Watch out.
Okay. Showtime.
Very well.
Die.
I will fulfill my duty as a noble.
You ain't seen.
You want to see... But yeah, it has to be a variant of Demiurgos at this point.
The way ahead's open.
Evergreen. Machias, Oliver, and
Good
Alphen.
find, guys.
Oliver and Alphen, and then just Machias. Kind of funny.
This'll come in handy.
We're just gonna sidestep the bosses, let's be
Careful.
real.
That enemy
If
is
we're saying it's a
powerful.
very easy mode, then we don't need to worry about it. Alright, but yeah, it's gotta be a variant of Demiurgos at this point. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. If it's a being that can change
Treasure?
causality,
My pleasure.
then something like Demiurgos is the only thing that makes sense. It's gotta be a variant of
Goodness, it's gone.
Demiurgos that I guess just exists here for some reason.
Who knew we'd get so lucky?
A
Enemy
bunch of
threat
magic
level
knights
high.
here.
Caution advised.
Nice. Let's get going.
I still want the chest. And the music too. Just what lies at the end? A faint glow towards McBurn.
come in handy.
McBurn himself, all alone. I guess of all characters that could probably take anything all alone, it'd probably be McBurn. Onwards and upwards.
Can't afford to rush in a place like this.
Yes, we can. That's what I've been doing, Lloyd. You fool.
Hope that chest has some nice stuff in it.
Lexington ore.
Shall we proceed?
No.
Nice. This one's rare.
Watch out. That one looks dangerous.
Come on. Give me all you got.
would you look at that?
I think that's just a pathway between the two paths. We're just gonna go up.
Can't afford to rush in a place like this.
That's where you're wrong, bucko.
That one's remarkable.
Path up's open.
Go.
We're not bothering as long as there's no... Yeah, it says there's nothing.
I'd love to take a closer look at this. Hope that chest has some nice stuff in it.
There are no chests over here, but I don't know if I believe that. I believe that. Come on, get me out of here. Good, you know. How long is this floor? Jesus, Pete.
Oh, that's a rare one.
It's like we found a gate.
No. Oh,
Well, would you look at that? What's that?
Wait, I saw
Keeps
that.
flickering.
Hang on.
Finish this quickly.
Give me this. This we will take.
More foes?
What a pain.
I'm up. Excellent work, everyone.
Worth it. Did you see how many water things I got? Bro,
Nice.
I can max out
I
Lloyd.
did it.
Tiger Charge. Whatever X is.
I've done it.
Stats updated.
Looks tough. We'll need to be careful.
Jesus Christ. Brother, man.
Use extreme caution. That foe is ruthless.
Seeing that thing as a basic enemy is weird.
This area is quite treacherous indeed.
I thought it was weird seeing final bosses as basic enemies, but seeing that thing as a basic enemy is topping all the weird charts.
This will come into play at some point.
That
I'm
is
sure.
true absurdity.
Great. Let's keep going.
Kind of just shows how strong these characters have
mind
gone.
if I
That
do?
is basic at this point. The fact that that's basic is hilarious. Here we are.
The end.
Yeah, this is it.
Oh,
We found what we were looking for.
it's a field of blue pleroma grass.
Knew it.
Found destination coordinates confirmed. Spiritual hacking process complete. Limitations on the Zero Stream have been successfully altered. All visitors can now be summoned to your current location. You really did it!
The stage is finally set. The rest is down to us.
Yes, now all that's left is to make her see eye to eye with us. Let's go and see her as soon as we're ready.
We're probably going to need multiple teams by the way that's worded. But again, I want to do this with just very easy. I know, it's kind of anticlimactic. I know, but I don't want to have to waste any more time farming. I really do want to get into Daybreak. But of course, I also want to get the other stuff here done, so I don't want to waste too much more time doing farming and all that when I can get into Daybreak as soon as we can. So, we're staying on very easy. A 3-team battle. Let's do it. Am I right? Are we actually going to be fighting a form of Demiurgos? Hey there.
I'm amazed you came all this way. It would have been in your best interest to leave me be. And we'll have to agree to disagree. We're glad that we could finally reach you. Do you want us to keep referring to you as the First Oz, or would you prefer to go by another name? I have no name. I am not Kia, nor am I an Orion. I am nothing. Have nothing. So it has always been. I am an empty shell born 500 years ago and gone without a trace before I could leave a single mark on the world. The same is true even now. I was suddenly recreated here without knowing why. As I watched this world slowly converge with me at its core, I quickly realized what Elysium was hoping to accomplish. So it's true. Elysium is the reason you came to exist here at all.
Though you seem to be more than just a simple recreation of what once was.
Exactly. The Odd Series was designed in order to forge a sword at the end.
That won't serve any purpose now that the Great Twilight has passed.
Yeah, if we've learned anything, it's that Elysium always realizes something for a reason, so you must have a purpose. I can only think of one other possibility.
Her appearance. How can it not elicit a response from us? She was chosen because of how similar she is to Kia. In other words, she was the first iteration of the being created by the Zero Child.
Wait. You can't be serious. This is where all possibilities ultimately lead. The farthest reaches of our world. There are faint traces of one such concept still here. A being that once lamented the tragedies of their own making so dearly. They dissolve their own causality, vanishing from this world.
Wait.
A fragment of fate so small that no one should be able to even detect it. A fragment of fate. A being that dissolved their causality.
The original Demiurgos. The original Demiurgos was scared of itself. Scared that it would become corrupted by humanity's emotions. It was afraid that it would attack the ones that was created to protect or whatever. And so to prevent that fear from being realized, it erased itself from reality. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, the original Demiurgos.
When Elysium was corrupted, it achieved the impossible by calculating that being's existence and realizing them. It hoped in doing so that it would create a new world with Crossbell at its center, while eliminating all obstacles in its way.
Thought so.
It all makes sense now. To think this ties as far back as the ancient Sumerian civilization.
So this still connects to everything this SSS went through 3 years ago. Seems that way. You have me real twisted to use a creature like that as your last card.
Worse, it's used all the chaos that's in Crossbell to grow even stronger than the original. Right here with you at its center.
Now we know the root cause behind what's happening in the Reverie corridor. The original Demiurgos.
You've probably been trying really hard all this time to keep the problem at bay, haven't you? By using yourself as a key to keep it locked away.
I understand now.
Indeed, the pieces have fallen into place. And now that we know just what it is we're up against, there's not a moment to waste. As I have told you, your efforts are futile. Balance shall be maintained here so long as I am here to will it. She will never wake up. She will never be able to cause harm to Zumeria. I'll make certain of that. But...
Where does that leave you? You really up for holding off some that almighty for all eternity?
There's nothing more for you here. You must leave and return to your own world. For you, this space is not but a fleeting dream, an illusion. That is how it should be. Just as how I should meet a similar end as she did. I am destined to wait here in silence and alone until the end of my days.
A dream or illusion? I think you're right to some degree.
Be that as it may. Are you content with that? What? It's true that once we're back in the real world, we will forget everything that happened here. But you won't. You will still be here, eternally suffering for us. Are you content with suffering? That question serves no purpose. None of this should be happening at all. I shouldn't even be in existence. What reason would you ask that of an illusion? Whether you perceive yourself as real or as an illusion doesn't matter. I want to know how you feel. You remind me of how I used to be. How all I cared about was completing my task given to me. Nothing else in my world mattered. It was then that someone I cared about asked me what I wanted to accomplish. What kind of future I wanted. He wanted those things to matter to me.
You remember, huh?
So when I look at you, it's like looking into a reflection of my own past. You act as though you've accepted this. Was that true? Or are you only burying your true feelings deep inside? I can't just leave and condemn you to living in pain forever. Not after seeing who you are. Am I content? I don't... It's okay to want things. I also learned that through people I care deeply about. All you have to do is hold out your hand and someone will take it. LP. Why do you care so much about me? I'm just a replica of a fragment from long-lost history, completely detached from you. You would be spared so much trouble by choosing to ignore me. It's because I have Kia's face. Because I'm the first Oz. It's because we met you. That's all. Now that we know you, you're part of our lives. And it's perfectly normal to want to help those in our lives. Even if destiny forces us to part ways, I want to at least see you smile once before that happens. Besides, you're not just anything. You're an individual who's hurting. You don't need any other justification to go as far as it takes to help you. Yeah, who you were in the past and all comes second to that. We want to do what we feel is right. Exactly. That's always been in line with the principles and goals of the SSS. What makes you think you understand me so well? When did I say I was in need? When did I ask you to think of how I feel when... What is this mana? It's resonating with the Ploroma grass. Her mental state is causing something to awaken. I can't let myself think like this. She's going to wake up. You've been trying to lock away your sense of self this whole time, haven't you? But you don't need to do that anymore. You suffered long enough. Leave the rest to us. You don't need to shoulder the burden alone anymore. We're here to carry all we can and more. Don't worry. Whatever comes of it, we can handle it. The damage wrought by Elysium was always ours to heal. Speak from your heart, reflection of the Zero Child. Tell us what you truly want. Please, stop me. No, stop her. Set her free. Let her finally be at rest. Let's do it then. Demiorgos. There it is. What is this overwhelming stream of consciousness? It's as though it's conveying its very thoughts through pure mana. This is... You're right. Yeah, on the mark. Doesn't look exactly the same as it did 3 years ago. There's no doubt in my mind. That's the Demiorgos. Another one of the Septarians. This isn't like the Septarian of Zero or the original. It's more an incomplete blend of several causalities woven into one. One must be a distorted version of the Septarian Mirage's original personality. However incomplete it is, it still houses the power of one of the goddess's gifts. This isn't going to be easy. And yet we'll still come out victorious. It could easily go out of control at any moment. Watch yourselves. Genesial Demiorgos.
Anomalies detected. Identify yourselves.
Time to make a little girl's wish come true. We won't fail. I become as the final Oz in the line for this.
We will set her free. We have to.
This is it. There's no stopping now, so you better be ready. Am. Go on. I believe in you.
Fight with everything you've got so we can all make it through this.
Hostile intent detected. Those who oppose extinction must be eradicated. Activating defense mechanisms. Commencing eradication.
Here we go! The true finale. The final battle must be fought using 3 teams. The teams will fight in ABC order to ensure that all teams have equal strength as possible. I think we have to do it a bit of a thematic one, I feel. First team, I want. Even if they're not going to be as strong as they need to be, very easy mode should make it so that this is easily possible, even with improper, you know, stuff. First team, I want Stell, Joshua, Ren, and Agate, Tita. Take Arios, McBurn, and Rufus for safekeeping. Team B. Reen, Elisa, Fee, Rufus. Altina, Milliam. Bro. Lapis. Final team. Lloyd. Ellie. Randy. Dio. Blasi. Noel. Risha. And we'll have Olivia. Let's do you know what? I want you here. Here we go.
Insolent vermin. May the fires of causality reduce you to ash.
The true finale. Genesio Demiorgos. A Septarian awakened by the convergence of the furthest strands of fate. Still in its shell, it feeds on knowledge from the sea of creation.
Let's go.
No problem. My turn now. They're down.
Too slow.
Now then.
Moving out.
One bang.
There. All right. Moving out.
I'll be on Wolf.
My turn now.
That's not the right item I meant to use. Whoops.
Arcus activate.
He has
I
nothing.
see you. There.
Now then. Dance for me. Wide open.
Go.
There. Ready to go. Let's do this. There. My turn. Now.
Right.
True Wheel of Time.
disappear.
Ah! Team 1 done. Some furling.
That I might again gaze upon the real world. Infinite fates interweaving, disorder, nihility. What a glorious world it is.
Let's go.
All who stand before me, raise your voices. Rejoice. I shall drown you in the most beautiful wellspring of despair.
As if tearing a wiggin by the convergence of the first strands of fate. Now out of its shell, it raises its voice and displays omniscience.
Showtime.
Despair.
Weak.
How could this be? It's my turn.
Get up.
You have my thanks.
I'm on here.
It's my turn.
Showtime. Let's go.
Rejoice.
Disparity flash.
Weak.
Let's go.
Mercuria.
You have my thanks. Leave it to me.
Okay.
It's my turn.
Got you.
Very well. All for one?
One for all!
Fight as one!
Sing my
Deliver some
praise.
knights.
I'm up. Enlightened
Spirit unification.
I'm up.
Eternally flowing.
The ultimate technique.
Voids emptiness. Emptiness.
Luminous
is
pervade.
First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. 8 leaves. Breaking dawn. May destruction befall you.
One last team. SSS.
Why do you not wish? Why choose freedom?
Here we go.
Wish not for the bliss of eradication, and eradication shall be forced upon you. Activating eradication protocols. Be gone from existence. Increasing output. More power required. May I see to the destruction and rebirth of all humans of the post-Zemurian age.
Wedges of fate.
Sing my praises. May
Recovery time
destruction
times
befall
10.
you.
Leave it to me.
The final phase. It now exerts its true power, rewriting the logic of this world.
Right.
Burning heart.
It's my turn. It's my turn. Yeah.
my turn.
Come on.
I won't let you.
Disparity Flash.
Gotta be kidding me.
Celestial Rain.
Thank you.
Despair.
Special Thorns.
I'm sorry.
Kidding me.
Everyone.
Rejoice. Despair.
No,
You're
you
so
can't
mean.
end it.
Okay then.
Well, I'm not risking losing everything here.
Engage.
As bit of an anticlimactic
All for one.
finish this is.
I'm going.
Hold him down.
I'm
Is
going.
it even possible to revive teammates that have been thrown out of the fight? I don't think so. Whoops. I was hoping to make a climactic finale, but well,
Forward.
Of course.
can't always get what you wish.
Perfect.
We might be dead.
Let's settle.
Why? Why did you awaken me? Give me rest. 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 Give me rest.
Let's begin. Okay then. Savage wind. Here I go. Feel it all.
If it uses its insta-kill attack, we're dead, you know?
Come on, baby.
And I have to redo all
Okay.
that. And it means I've also managed to die on
Come on, baby.
a very
Sapphire
easy
seal
mode.
of my- Bolster this arm with the strength of a giant. Crush. A casting arm.
At last. I am now free from this twisted causality.
It's gone.
Your efforts from the other side of the distant void made this so.
Hmm?
Thank you for granting my wish.
Hmm.
Now I may finally be at rest.
That's it. It's gone. We did it. It wasn't easy, but yeah. Though I'm not sure we would have been so lucky had it been in its full power. I think drawing out her true feelings was what helped us win. I believe that as well. Yeah, I had a feeling it was this.
Oh! Are you free? I am. The connection between us has been completely severed.
So it would seem.
I am in awe of what you have just achieved. Who are you people?
We're nothing special, really.
We're just people fighting for what we believe in.
I wasn't feeling so high about our chance for a second, to be honest. Me too. We had to throw all we had at her, and even then we only just scraped through.
Me three. I think I'll just clock out right here if you won't mind.
I do mind.
What pitiful sight. You gotta try and follow my example. Not everyone was born with the body incapable of feeling fatigue. I wish I knew what it was like. What an unconventional group you are. I'm so glad I chose to believe in you. Rather, I'm so glad you let me choose. I hope I was able to make my predecessor proud. You most certainly did. I feel nothing but happiness to have been given the chance to meet you. Oh no. Are we out of time? I'm a shadow of what was. Now that my threat to this world has unraveled, I must return to where I came. I cannot thank you enough for what you did for us. For setting both me and her free. This is so strange. I never thought leaving this place would make me feel sad. It does. Gonna miss us? We were able to touch your heart then, meaning the battle was even more worth fighting. Now the Septarian that weaves destiny itself will forever be out of all's reach. Humanity may now begin to carve its own path through the great unknown, even if you won't remember that once you leave this place. In that sense, do you feel any regret that your efforts will have been for nothing? But it wasn't for nothing. We were able to fix all the problems caused by Elysium. Yeah, we accomplished everything we set out to do. And there's no such thing as existence without purpose. All we did here, or you being alive, all held meaning. Meaning you made me so happy that I hope we can maybe meet again one day. I would like that very much.
I chose a new purpose for myself the day Elysium was deleted and my life was spared. Whatever comes, I have no regrets with my decision. My purpose is to keep following the light, however dim it may appear to be at times. That's the path that we believe in for all of us. So I don't regret a thing either. And none for me. There's no room for regrets in this journey we've already started.
Will you do me a favor and keep watching over us? Your little sisters have built a bright future that we want you to see. I will. I'll be watching you from the land of dreams. As you share with me your world of endless possibilities. She's gone.
Even her smile was like Kido's.
It really was. I'm glad we got to see it before she went away. Pressure sure is on now, though, huh?
No, I won't worry too much about that. We'll just keep walking our path one step at a time. It's all progress, yeah. I think the space, no, the entire corridor is disappearing.
Correct. Confirming that the obstruction located beyond the horizon of the other space is no longer present.
Azoth.
The Black Mirror has now claimed full administrative command over processes concerning the Reverie corridor. No continued attempts to interfere with causality detected. The Reverie corridor has served its purpose. Time is 1,238 hours, 21 minutes, 45 seconds since forced reactivation. The Black Mirror may now shut down permanently.
Azoth.
That makes it really over then.
There was so much we had to overcome, but we never backed down for a second. It was worth keeping on together till the very end. It was.
We gained so much from this that ordinary training could never have given us.
Yeah, more. We should all be proud of what we achieved here.
I wish to express my gratitude as well. Your support gave me this time to act as a holy beast once more.
We're always here for you, Zite. And you were just as much our support, you know.
Sorry, but I'm still in disbelief that we defeated a being of that scale. It's a miracle that we mortals were able to come out the victor. A miracle owed to each of us having stood up. So thank you all for fighting with me. I would also like to thank you all for the very same thing. I'm honestly a bit reluctant to leave this camaraderie behind. Even you, Rufus.
It sounds like we all feel the same way about each other. Knowing that makes me sad that the mutual feelings will be lost once we return to reality. We're all quite aware of that. You could let us bask in the glow a bit more.
Time for us to say farewell.
Yeah, there's nowhere delaying the lives we have to return to. For all the many trials we endured, I had such great fun with you all. Just remember, even if our memories fade, the effect of our actions won't. So long as we continue being ourselves, we'll be doing right by her. Knowing now that we'll be able to show her our everyday lives makes this a happy thing, not a sad thing. And if we keep it up, I'm sure she'll... Huh? We'll just keep living our lives and all the good stuff will come.
It's the best possible way to celebrate the bonds we forged. Analysis on humanity's potential is not within my parameters. However, it is curious that forged bonds are what awarded its strength exceeding that of even calculated predictions. Accessing Reverie Corridor Management System, converting database into format that can be maintained in Sumeria. What?
Huh? Wait, what are you saying?
Experiences within the Reverie Corridor cannot be perceived outside of it in an identical manner. It is at most possible to store them within you in the form of a dream, I believe there will be value in doing so. A dream?
You can do that?
Wait, but wouldn't that mean... Do you mean we'll remember what happened here? Oh wow, no idea how that works, but I'll take it.
That's much better than forgetting it completely.
Much, much better. I didn't want to say it, but I was with Laura when she said it was made her sad.
I had to throw that one out at the last minute to give it a real fairy tale ending to feel this, huh?
I'm guessing it'll be like a dream. If it'll be like a dream, the details will be a little fuzzy on this. Perhaps, but it's a lovely compromise to ensure the experience stays in our hearts. How'd to top that for a parting gift?
You're forever in your debt for all the guidance you've given us.
Yeah, we really are. Even if I can't help but wonder why you decided to do this all of a sudden. Oh.
Perhaps she must have been active for much longer than she was designed to be.
Certainly, for over 1,000 years. It astonishes me that she lasted this long.
Yet now we bear witness to the ancient endless vigil of Erebonia coming to an end. Though I am an honor, I'm at a loss at what to say.
May you find peace with the end of your long, long journey.
Modifications to causality have been repaired where possible. The contract with the First Arner has been fulfilled. Upon termination of all Reverie Corridor processes, all visitors shall awaken from their dream.
With this, the long chapter between the Empire and Western Zemuria has come to a close.
Damn.
Yet know that as this danger passes, a greater one looms in its stead. I expect never to reactivate, but my hope is that humanity, joined by their bonds, will make a meaningful choice when the time comes.
Yeah. Azoth. We will. SSS. C-Team. The Bracers. And even Class 7. We'll all make sure of it. Thank you for everything. No. God. That's the end of the tale. The trail. Western Zemuria has... Thank you for playing. Trails into Reverie until the very end. See you again in S12008. A year. So Daybreak will take place a year after Reverie. Wow. Oh! Oh, you can also be able to reach out to Genesial Demiorgos. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Makes it perfect for replaying. We're not done with the episode for today, though. Oh god, that... You know what? We're not going to open that quite yet. Well, we'll open it, but we won't watch it. The Genesis Orb. We'll open that. We'll open it, but we won't do it quite yet. We're going to probably save that as the very last thing we do for this entire game.
Unsealing
but we will
pedestal
open it.
activated.
But first, we need to open other things. I want to open some of... Is there anything of noteworthy here? Oh, you can get the strengthened Grail lockets from this. That's cool. What about outfit stuff? Anything new? I'm not seeing anything new. Bit of a pity, but... I mostly just kind of wish that there was more outfit options for, say, the,
Millennial Trove activated.
some of the characters, like Estelle and Joshua don't have anything, basically.
You got a sec?
I hope all is well.
Also, everyone actually remembers that we beat everything here, but first,
Sealing
let's open up the
stones,
final sealing
unsealable.
stones. We got... Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's final difficulty. Through Memories Aglow. With Reen and Osborne? And I feel like I want to save, just in case it somehow... I know the last one didn't force us to go into it
Unsealing
immediately, but...
pedestal activated.
Well, at least open this and see what it's called. The Daydream. Beyond the Reverie. This is probably also going to be important to the story of later. So, the only things we have
Slab
left
of
to do
Reminiscence activated.
are these final couple things here. There is the ones over here that I've been debating whether or not to actually do them. I'm not gonna lie, considering how badly I really want to get
Executing
into
recuperation program.
I won't deny how badly I really want to get into Trails into Daybreak. So I'm admittedly potentially just not going to do these ones on the side. I might do them on my own at a later time, but considering they're not like important to the story, it's not that they're bad or anything, it's just I really want to get into Daybreak, so... Now, I don't know how long all of these will take.
Activated.
These could take quite a while. So... You know what? No. Screw it. Let's end it today. Make sure we're on very easy mode.
Slab of Reminiscence
We're gonna
activated.
end this game today, I think. Yeah, let's do it. Alright. First up, A Look on the Bright Side. Featuring Estelle, Joshua, Ren, and Cassius. March 2007 is the Septine calendar. With Crossbow liberated and vows made between Olivia and Shara, things were finally starting to slow their roll. There was no better time to take a well-deserved family vacation, so we did just that, a very special destination in mind. Ymir!
Just get that crisp, cool Ymir air in your lungs.
Hmm.
And now that we're all checked in, it's time to go do some tourism.
Estelle!
All right. I feel like you've been drooling over the sights since we took the cable car in.
Oh, Estelle. When are you going to start acting your age?
Never.
Even Reen's parents were regarding you like an excitable child when saying hello.
Sorry, I've just wanted to come here ever since you told us about it. And we couldn't skimp on our first family vacation with you as a brite.
Yivy!
With how hard it is for Dad to find time these days, Adios knows when we'll get another. We gotta enjoy this to the max.
How I wish that weren't the case. I hate how little time we get to spend together nowadays. In fact, I can't even remember when we had our last vacation together. And then when I've finally carved out the time for such a lovely occasion, I can't even ditch the uniform.
Nice.
We don't mind. If anything, we've got your work to thank for picking the vacation spot to pull this off. You going back and forth to Erebonia from home to discuss their army's future meant needing somewhere close to work. So...
See? Everything worked out.
Perfect.
They told you they probably wouldn't call you in anyway, right? So don't stress and take it easy.
That's in the plan. I really hope you have a great time with us, Ren.
Yippee.
Now, if you want to buy any presents for your classmates or anything, just say the word.
Oh, really? Well, if you're sure.
Aww.
Is it just me, or do those two still seem kind of awkward around each other?
I thought the same thing. They're still being a little distant with one another. We've spent so little time together since Rin was adopted. Probably still have some adjusting to do.
Yeah.
Hopefully this vacation will give them a chance to bond.
No. Daydream. A Look on the Bright Side.
The Bright family were excited to experience all they could of Ymir, shopping, relaxing in their foot baths, taking in the snow-kissed sights. This eventually led them to out into Ymir's Valley's edge, where they could see a mighty waterfall. Oh, hey, here.
Holy crap, holy killer that! I've never seen waterfalls so big totally frozen over like this.
Likewise, you wouldn't think that it was March already. No wonder Baron Schwarzer recommended we come to see it. There's something mystical about this part of the valley, isn't there? Look at that monument. That says to me this area has a lot of history.
I imagine it's a vestige of old animism. From what I learned in Naren Village, it could be used to access the spirit path. Phew. You okay, Ren? You aren't the most dressed for the weather.
Here, I'll lend you my jacket for a few.
I'll be fine, thank you. The long walk up here kept me from getting too cold. I just need to move around a bit more. I'm sure I'll warm up in no time. Well, if you're sure.
Oh, to be young again. I'm led to high heaven and all my limbs are still going numb.
Well, my metabolism is much better than yours.
No! Mister! Hey, talk about a cheap shot!
I've been itching to get a good snowball fight going since I got here. Besides, I believe someone just said something about warming up through physical activity.
I'm here in uniform today, so I can't play around too much. Or can't I?
No, there is some fire in the belly.
It's not as though anyone is around. I accept your challenge.
You don't need a walker to get back to Ymir once I'm through with you. Ferry's up for a snowdown throwdown.
Yes. Oh, I'm so happy I'm so happy that Cassie's is not any different.
You sure they aren't both children?
Neither of them takes well losing, that's for sure. It's nice to see Dad showing love in a signature awkward way.
I suppose you're right. I do like that aspect of him. They're so alike in that regard.
Easy!
Less talking, more pelting. I'd really rather not. I don't want to get my clothes dirty. So don't be such a spoil sport.
You're welcome to all come at me with it if you think you can win. Still doesn't stand a chance on her own.
Oh, you are so in for it now.
Incoming!
I'll see who doesn't stand a chance when you got a mouthful of snow.
Too slow. Uh-oh. That's a bigger. This is not ideal.
Oops. Sorry about that, Mr. Boar. Honest mistake.
I don't think he cares. I don't think he's gonna accept your apology.
I kinda started this, but we can't have him causing a scene here. Here we go again.
See if you can subdue him, but don't hurt him more than necessary.
I know. My, it sounds like you've had quite the day already. I can't believe you have attained the boar.
That one's a relatively recent arrival on the mountain. He's quite aggressive and always seems to be on edge. He started quite a few passerby before this, so I was beginning to think something needed to be done. I should never have introduced you to the place knowing such a dangerous present. You have my deepest apologies. But please also accept my heartfelt thanks on behalf of all of Ymir for calming him. I am deeply grateful. Though perhaps I should have expected no less from the children of the legendary Brigadier General Cassius Bright.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Seriously, please don't thank us. That poor boy never would have come over if I hadn't smacked him in the face with a snowball. All we did was calm him down and see to his wounds.
Speaking of wounds, he clearly had a lot of them before our fight. If he really was a recent arrival to the area, it might have been a turf war with other boars that put him on edge. Hopefully he'll start being a little calmer now.
I hope so. We'll keep an eye out either way. But please, do get started on your food. I won't want it getting cold.
Oh, thank you.
You don't need to tell me twice. I'm starving.
I'll say. I never thought the day would come when I would be able to drink with the famous Cassius Bright. And you personally taught my son as a fellow 8-leaf practitioner too. It's truly an honor to have you in our household. All I did was give him a gentle push in the right direction. It was his strength that let him achieve what he did. And while I might have a high rank in the army, I can't say the same for my position within my family. I spend so much of my time working, I barely have any time to any to spare for them. I can only imagine. Being the head of an entire nation's army must come with no small number of hardships. On a related note, with the power balance on the continent changed so significantly, there's much I would like to discuss. But you came here on family vacation, so let's say we leave such serious talk for another time. I think that would be for the best. On another matter then, I hear that you are an avid angler as well as a hunter. Are there any particular fishing spots you would recommend in Ymir? Ah, a fellow fisherman, are you? I quite enjoy going upstream in the valley and opening a hole in that ice myself. Now there's an interesting idea. Liv!
Yes, you are certainly headed off quickly.
Berlin might not have as much natural beauty as Ymir, but it still has its fair share. Perhaps that fact's helping them on.
I mean, we all got along great with Reen, too, so maybe you're on something. You know, it's weird thinking of how my perception of Erebonia's changed over the years. Back in the world, it used to feel like this scary place really far away. Now it feels so close and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I never thought we'd come to live in times like these either.
We lost a lot along the way, but I'm glad we can finally live together in peace like this.
No.
Here, we enjoyed a delicious meal as we told stories about Reen in Class 7. Before we knew it, it gone late, so we returned to Phoenix Wings and went for a soak in the hot springs.
Yippee! Joshua and Cassie, look at all the scars on him. Ah, I can feel the stiffness in my back and shoulders from all that work melting away. You've really been busy lately, huh? Although I'm not surprised. Having to handle rebuilding after the war and matters relating to Crossbow at the same time can't be easy. And I'm playing a part in discussions about Crossbow's independence from Princess Claudia too. Speaking of whom, it's incredible just how dependable she's become. During the international conference a while back, the new president of Calva was constantly trying to assert his dominance. But she was just as capable as Prince Oliver and Princess Alphen in keeping him in check. I'm glad they're all giving their best effort. President Gramhart seems like he'll be a formidable adversary then. Without a doubt, he's at least as cunning as President Rocksmith, if not more so. Thinking of this continent's future makes me more than a little uneasy, I'll tell you that. It's not just Calvert either. They're still wearing signs here in Erebonia. They say nothing of the fact that we haven't heard about from Ouroboros in a while. With the Phantasmal Blaze plan over, they're probably getting ready for their next move. They've had some personal shakeups too, so we probably don't have to concern ourselves with them in the short term. But I'm sure they'll be back. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to stay silent for too long, unfortunately. I wish I had a bit more time to relax. Even if I do have a lot to worry about, it hurts that the only time I can make for my family is between jobs like this. I haven't had much time to talk to Ren either, and always feel kept at arm's length when I do. I haven't been able to give you all the attention you deserve. I really want to going forward. I believe I speak for everyone when I say we'd love that. I don't think you need to worry too much about things with Ren though. Right now, you're just not used to one another, so you're both uncomfortable letting the other get too close. As long as you don't give up, the wall between you will break on its own before long. I'm sure of it. You really have matured, Joshua. I hope you're right. Ren's part of our family now, so I want her to feel like it. Incidentally, when are you and Esther planning on getting married?
Damn, he really just walked out with that one, did he?
Where did that come from? All this talk of families just reminded me. When I saw Shahzad all gussied up, it made me want to see my daughter like that one day too. So I wondered if maybe there was something holding you two back. Well, can I get an answer? As much as it would pain me, if you were to marry into the family, I could allow that. Is this really the best time for this discussion? Oh god, they're over there.
You just can't be a good hot spring, not even with a stick. It's like my whole body's on express flight to Relaxville. They're so pretty too. I have got to bring Tia here one day. I see what you mean. The springs in Elmo and Erin were lovely too. But the way the spring incorporates elements of both Erebonian and Eastern culture is really something special. I'm so jealous you got to try ones at Erin. I never got to go in the end. The idea of a little bath in Hidden Village is so dreamy. I'll have to get someone to take me some one day. How about we go to Erin for our next family vacation then? That would be even harder to organize than this one was, but wouldn't it be nice if we could? What's up?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the fact that I'm on a family vacation hasn't fully sunk in yet. I think I finally understand why the Hayworths don't get bored of going to Michelin all the time.
So that's what it was. Well, don't you worry, because the fun times we'll be having together are only just getting revved up. We've got that meal with Harold's family to look forward to too, haven't we?
That's true. I'm gonna have to tell them about you hitting that board with a snowball.
Please don't bring that up and embarrass me. I feel like people are finally starting to think of me as a doll, and they'll ruin it.
It's so in character for you, though. By the way, you and Joshua are going to Crossville soon, right? Does that have anything to do with the consulates Erebonian and Calvert plan to open there?
Yeah, we were asked to escort the secretaries who will be working at them safely into Crossville. It was a direct request from Ambassadors Crotrain and Cranog, too, so we gotta do a good job of it.
Oh, I see. Seems I'll be best acting on my own after all, then. The message Grandpa York managed to get to me has me rather concerned.
You know, Ren, there's something I've been meaning to say to you.
Oh? What would that be?
I've known you for a long time now, so I know how special you are, and how much of a genius you are, too. I doubt there's anything in this world you couldn't accomplish if you put your mind to it. I swear you shot up a few edge, too.
You've noticed, huh? I hope you're ready for me to become far prettier than you'll ever be.
Ugh, pains me to let that go. But prettiness isn't the issue here. What I'm trying to say is, I know I don't need to worry about you too much, because you can take care of yourself. But please don't feel like you need to handle all your problems on your own, okay? You're our little sister, and Joshua and I care a lot about you.
Don't worry, I'm well aware. If I really need help, I'll let you know. I'm sure you wouldn't hesitate to come to my aid wherever you are.
Naturally. I'm sure Dad feels the same way too.
About that.
What's going on here, guys? Can the old dad join in?
I could just showed up uninvited.
If only a real bore would interrupt two ladies having a private conversation. You might want to rethink your behavior before all the women of the world start hating you.
My daughter's words are like daggers to my heart. What the? Huh? What the heck?
Is that gunfire?
This sounds like it's a little ways from the village, but still cause for concern. We should go investigate. The hell's going on? Hey. I didn't expect you all to show up.
Solid, we could have just ignored the sound of gunfire. Do you know what's going on?
Not yet, but there seems to be a battle going on in the valley. Occasionally we hear the sound of a bull's cry amidst the gunfire too.
There's no sign the village is in any danger so far. But this isn't something we can just ignore. Can we ask you to stay in your mirror for now until we know it's safe?
Your consideration is appreciated, but we're no ordinary tourists.
We'll take care of the investigation. Could you make sure everyone in the village is ready to evacuate in the meantime? But... you know, you're probably right. This is a task best left to bracers. As long as you are here, you're our guest. So please, take care.
Will do.
This time I won't stand idly by. We need to repay our host for their generosity, after all.
Naturally, that goes for me too.
We're counting on you both.
Gilbert! Get out of the way, you big dumb fool!
What are you doing here?
Give me a break. You must know you can't hurt me by now. Just get lost. That's enough.
Hey, Gilbert.
Thought so. It would be you again, wouldn't it? What are you even doing here?
It's still Bright. Why are you here? And why do you have two ex-enforcers and Cassius Bright with you? They were going to be running into you for the rest of our days. Yeah, that is an undeniable fact. If it isn't Gilbert Stein, steward of the former mayor of Rouen, you're still wanting in LeBeau, have you know?
We just finished making you better, and now you're all hurt again. Run along now, okay? As for you, I heard you were shot down with your ship last year. You just keep coming back like an irritating little weed, don't you?
How dare you call me a weed? I'm more like a dandelion that can grow anywhere, even the most arid desert. Wait, that's not a very cool metaphor. Just pretend I said something dramatic and awesome, alright?
Why don't you spare us the wordplay and tell us what the heck you're doing here? And why were you attacking that poor boar? It was just out here trying to live its life.
I'll have you know that he attacked me first. I was doing some shooting practice when he showed up out of nowhere. Why must my life be so full of woe? I wouldn't even bother with a stupid place like this if I didn't need to knock that smug rookie down a peg.
I don't even know what you're rambling about anymore.
Oh, is he talking about... Is he talking about Cedric?
This is a place of natural beauty. Can't use it for target practice. Wait, so that's why.
Yeah, I imagine that boar was fine to protect his territory. Anyway, you've done enough damage already. Surrender and come quietly, Gilbert. Why don't you get out of that machine so that we can talk?
As if there's no way I'm coming out. This is bad. I don't like my odds against the two ex-enforcers. Never mind Cassius Bright. I can help this with my usual pretending to beg for forgiveness act. No, they're not gonna fall for that. Oh, why am I even worried? If that rampaging boar couldn't overcome my defenses, what chance do they have? And I can fly! And if I can beat Cassius Bright, Ouroboros will totally make me an enforcer on the spot. You just try and beat me. You're gonna regret ever challenging the great Gilbertstein.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Come on, Joshua.
It's kind of interesting.
See? You can't even scratch me!
Heck, since when was this thing so tough?
That barrier is extremely powerful.
All that time spent kissing Professor Novartis' ass paid off when he added this feature to my Giapashi. Now it's invincible! No one can get through this barrier, not ex-enforcers, not Cassius Bright. I'm going to enjoy slowly filling you poor powerless fools full of lead.
Okay, I'm calling shenanigans.
The way, he's not wrong about it going to be he's not wrong that's going to be difficult to penetrate.
Unfortunately so. A high-density barrier like that could repel even a point-blank shot from a cannon. I remember that Giapachi being able to generate this much energy. Which means...
Oh. Ah, where'd my barrier go? And... Ow! 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 Why is the thing so hot all of a sudden?
Orbital engine, 278% over capacity. Activating self-destruct.
What? Bye, Gilbert.
I think it's going berserk. It's not gonna blow up, is it? I'm afraid it looks that way. That cross-orbital engine was never meant to power such a potent barrier. The professor's mind have been elsewhere when he begged you to add him that. He did a very shoddy job.
This can't be happening!
We can't let it detonate on a snowy mountain like this. It could cause an avalanche.
I'm with you there. We gotta stop it from exploding so no harm comes near.
Leave this to me. I'll launch that craft high into the air so it can explode somewhere safer.
Can you even do that? That won't be easy even for you, surely.
This is nothing, but I will need some time to gather the energy for it. It's going to be a gamble whether I can direct it somewhere it can explode safely, but I'm sure I can pull it off. It's times like these when I've got to be a dad you can be proud of. We believe in you.
I'm outpost for gamble, but I can help make your odds a little better. While I'm helping you buy time, I'll use the valley's terrain and climate to calculate the safest place for it to detonate.
Perfect. I'm counting on you then. Can you two help her buy time?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was totally gonna sit here making snow angels.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this, guys.
Right behind you.
Let us begin.
Together!
Watch out. That one looks tough.
Let's do this! There! Let's go, Estelle!
Very well.
Die, Gilbert.
And that's how
Bye, Gilbert.
I say, you useless lump of metal! Radios! Spare me!
Luke.
Ren!
It's all up to you now.
Do
The
it.
safest location to detonate is at 9 o'clock.
Got it. Leave this to me.
You've got this.
Launch it!
I believe in you, Cassius. Dad.
Yeah.
Whether it's Cassius or something else, I'm just happy you think of me as family. But I have to admit, you calling me Dad does get me a lot more fired up.
Yeah.
This isn't cool! Why does everything always have to end like this?
Bye, Gilbert.
I'll be back! Because you know what Gilbert Stein never does? He never gives up!
Bye, Gilbert. Damn. Bye, Gilbert.
Wow, you really blasted his ass right out of here.
Yeah.
No sign of an avalanche either. I knew you could do it, Dad.
You can be pretty cool. Sometimes.
Whew. Well, I could have done that in my sleep. But I owe most of it to Ren, really.
No.
You should take credit where it's due. Very nicely done, Cassius.
It's okay if you keep calling me Dad, you know?
Like, sorry.
Nope. Cassius feels more right to me.
My man will never get a break. My man will never get it.
I think the wall between them finally came down.
Let my man have his
Yeah, that's another problem solved.
Let him have his papa power.
With that, peace was once again restored to Ymir. We made our way to Gilbert's crash site just to be sure, but we couldn't find him or his archaism. If only I could believe for even a second that was the last we'd see of him.
Nope.
After that, we found the injured boar and nursed him back to health before returning to town. Baron Schwartz offered us a more formal reward for the help, but we were just doing what was right, so we turned him down. Then, before we knew it, the day was over, and our happy vacation came to an end. Hands full of souvenirs that the Baron and Lady insisted on in lieu of a reward, we held to say our final farewells.
This was cute. No.
Thank you both so much. We had so much fun here. I'm really sad to have to say goodbye.
Please, after all you've done, we should be throwing you a parade. You were supposed to be on vacation, and you still did so much to help us. I don't feel as though we gave you the welcome you truly deserve, given all that you have done for our son.
Not at all. You are extremely gracious hosts. From my family to yours, we're incredibly grateful that you allowed us to take such a wonderful vacation. Yeah, if anything, we like a little excitement in our lives. I can say for certain that we were never bored.
And it was our pleasure to get it to help Reen's hometown. We made some great memories here too.
I'm delighted you all feel that way.
You're all welcome to return at any time you please. We'll have springs and food waiting for you.
You mean it? We'll have to bring all our friends next time.
Thank you again for everything.
Please give our regards to our Ashen friend and his sister, too. No. What a lovely family they are.
I couldn't agree more. They seem to brighten their surroundings just by being here. I heard nothing but good things about them, of course, but the rumors are easily surpassed.
I quite agree. I hope we can meet them again one day. Daydream. A look on the bright side, end.
True Tamamo Gem. Estelle, Joshua, and Ren's towels. Neat. Game? Okay, I was about to say. Why am I playing as Wazzy? What?
Connecting to Reverie Garden database.
Next up, one step forward with Wallace, Aurelia, Makarov, and Mary. This is a very curious team. Alright, let's look at what we got. Early March 12,007 to the Septine calendar. After command the Viceland army in the war, the one-time head of Lemaire's forces was set to remain principal of Thor's branch campus. To that end, she found herself poring over reams of paperwork. Aurelia! The most badass swordswoman. But she got her glasses.
I suppose it's about time for a break. When I first took this position, I never thought I'd stick with it. but thinking about the changing landscape of the continent, there's a great significance behind staying here. I never planned on going back to the Provincial Army anyway. I need to put my all into being the principal, for Lady Mildine as well.
She makes a good principal. Revaluing the structure to Thor's main campus and the revival of club activities.
The main campus is going to see major changes, and the branch campus is going to expand in scope. In addition to a reshuffling of the teaching staff, more hands will be brought on board, and the number of students will increase greatly. For now, it looks like I'll be in charge of the arts. Instructor Mary and I will have to coordinate, not just when it comes to classes, but clubs as well. If I remember correctly, she's currently back home taking some time off. I remember when she came to me to talk about her romantic rows. It was at the farewell party the night before the Battle of Jormungandr, and I believe Wallace was there as well. Speak of the devil. It's me. What is it? I see. Understood. But now, this should be fun. Oh.
Up and back in St. Arc. Count Altheim's residence, St. Arc, the old capital. Oh god, what happened to Makarov? There's something... Why do I get the feeling...
There you are, Mary. I'm sorry for asking you here during such a busy time of the school year. I even caused you to use up some of your valuable vacation time.
It's perfectly alright. I managed to finish everything I needed to do. I'm thankful for the opportunity to take a break and come home for once. So what is it you want to speak with me about, Father?
Well, you see, I'm happy to see that your career is going so well. However, I suppose there's no sense in being around the bush. What exactly is the status with your relationship with that man?
Do you mean Makarov?
Yes, him. That scruffy-looking commoner with no sense for the fine arts. I learned you two had been seeing each other for over a year, the night before the Great War started. It was still just a phone call, but I could tell from speaking with him that night that he's a strong-willed sort of man. He's even Professor Schmidt's second disciple. However, what exactly has he done in the half year since? He's still yet to give you a formal proposal or buy you a ring.
Yes, but I thought you accepted his explanation when we came to visit.
You mean after the war? To be frank, Professor Schmidt still has yet to recognize any of the results I produced thus far. Until that happens, I won't feel as though I've earned my keep as a professional researcher. Once I've accomplished that, then and only then will I be ready to settle down with Mary. So please, I ask that you remain patient for a little while longer. I just need a bit more time.
His words were quite impactful, but they lacked convincing. To make matters worse, I haven't heard a single word from him since. Just what are these resorts you spoke of? Isn't he an instructor first and foremost like yourself?
I assure you, he has his reasons. Even if you of all people find that hard to believe.
Enough. I'd rather move on from discussing him. I summoned you here today to talk about something else entirely. You have a marriage interview coming soon, Mary.
Pardon? What in the world are you talking about?
I respect the feelings you hold for that man. However, I can tell how unsatisfied his hesitancy has left you. You say he has his reasons, but not even you understand what results he's searching for, do you?
No, not specifically. He still has my support regardless.
That may be, but I can't simply stand by and let you wallow in suspense like this. As for this interview, someone very respected was willing to arrange this meeting. It would reflect poorly on our house should you refuse to go through with it now. It's scheduled for tomorrow. I can expect you to be there, yes?
It's all so sudden. You've put me into a position where I can't refuse.
Let me be clear. I'm not forcing you to marry this person. I simply want you to keep your options open. As they say, experience is everything in life. As for who the suitor is, I'll leave that as a surprise. His character is even higher than his social standing, I assure you. That is all. I suggest you get a good night's rest ahead of tomorrow.
Father, we're not done talking.
I said that is all.
Fine. Please excuse me.
Why do I have a bad feeling about who he's going to be forced to marry? He's going to try and make her marry. One step forward. That night.
So that's what this is all about. It's my fault that's come to this.
Please don't blame yourself. I'll be fine. My father said he wasn't going to force anything on me, so he should still respect my decision.
Really? Well, that's a relief at least.
So does that mean you were at least a little concerned about losing me?
A little. More like in an absolute panic. Still, you wouldn't have to go through with this if I was just a little more reliable.
It's not how I see you at all. You're working as hard as you can. That's something to be admired.
No, getting those results from the old man is just a matter of pride. I'm not gonna be the man I ought to be until the job is done. They say I'm that stubborn old goat's second disciple, but I left the Institute without presenting a capstone project. Just look at everything George and Tia have already accomplished at their ages. Compared to them, I'm pathetic.
Makarov. So, would you happen to be at the branch campus research building again today?
Yeah, I know Keep is here, and that makes for the perfect testing ground. The main campus is no slouch, but this is sort of the professor's home turf.
I suppose it would be. I think the details of your project are still confidential then.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's all gotta stay under wraps until it's complete. I promise you'll be the first one to know once the old man's satisfied. And once that's done, I'll be paying your father another visit.
You don't have to worry about that. My father may be impatient, but I'm in no rush. Take your time. It's getting late, so I should go. Please try not to push yourself too hard.
I won't. I've only got one class tomorrow, so I was thinking of pulling an all-nighter. But just for you, I'll take it easy. So talk to you soon.
He's neck deep in his research as ever. Makarov tries to hide it, but I can tell how concerned he is about me. It would be selfish to ask for more than that. But just once, I wish he'd say he was going to come rushing to my side. No, this only goes to show how much faith he has in me. I need to show him the same faith in him. I'll have to politely turn down whatever suitor father has arranged for tomorrow.
I'm scared. The day of the arranged meeting arrived. The mediator for said event was none other than the ruler of the Sutherland province, Marquis High Arms. However, that arranged partner Mary was to meet came as an even greater surprise. Oh god. Don't be who I think it is. Wait, what? Huh? That's not all what I was expecting, but...
Brigadier General Wallace? Excuse me, you were recently promoted to Major General, as I recall.
It's fine. I wouldn't expect you to call me by my rank anyway. I believe the last time we saw each other was the evening before the Great War.
Yes, I believe so. It's good to see you again. But there hasn't been some sort of mistake, has there?
Don't be so rude, Mary. Please forgive my daughter's behavior, your lordship, Major General.
It's all right. Her surprise is understandable.
Major General Bardias has quite the reputation in Sutherland, but he's hardly known as a ladies' man. He's been approached about potential partners for marriage before, but he's never accepted even once. It's as the Marquis says. This is my first time being with a partner for an arranged marriage. And that's because I never felt anything toward a potential suitress until now. Though I've only met Lady Mary once before, I became somewhat of a secret admirer of hers. What sort of man would I be if I let an opportunity like this pass me by? I had to accept.
You feel that way about me, Lord Wallace?
Well then, I'm happy that my daughter won the favor of a man such as yourself.
But father, I recall speaking with Lord Wallace and Lady Aurelia about my romantic troubles the night of that party. He should know how I feel, so why is he doing this?
I get the feeling he doesn't actually care. He's trying to test her, I feel. In that case, I imagine things should go quite smoothly.
Yes, so it seems. Fools a crowd, wouldn't you say? Why don't we give them some privacy? Take as long as you need you to.
House Altham and House Bardias are among the most distinguished families in Sutherland. It was my pleasure to serve as a mediator. I'll be expecting good news. I'll do what I can.
So...
Sanar truly is a wonderful and charming city, don't you think? Before it was the chalk color of it is today, it was that shining white beacon that served as the capital following the calamity of the Dark Ages. And once peace returned, it became the home to Erebonia's renaissance of the fine arts.
Correct. I said that Saladin's warmer climate played a hand in sparking people's interest and desire for the arts. That's how House Alfheim came to own several works of art from the era of the old capital. What about your house, Lord Wallace?
Well, House Bardias planted its roots in Erebonia after the War of the Lions, so it has a lot of heirlooms from that era. Still, I've always been fonder of paintings and music as personally. That's part of what draws me to you as a teacher of the arts.
You don't say. It's very flattering.
How about I buy us some drinks? Then we could sit on one of the benches and chat some more.
Well, alright. It's not quite the same as resting at a cafe, but it sounds delightful in its own way.
Why do I get the feeling this is going to work in the way I think it is?
Huh, I never thought of it that way.
It's just my own personal interpretation. That said, I didn't take you for the type to have such a deep knowledge of the arts. I'm truly impressed.
Maybe so, but I can never compare to you. Your wisdom of the field goes far beyond your years as an instructor.
Please, you flatter me. I have to admit that I didn't expect to have such a lively conversation with you about the arts. Do you have conversations like this with Lady Aurelia often?
Well, I'd be lying if I said we haven't had our share of meaningful conversations. Though we haven't had time to talk together like this in some time. My apologies for bringing this up so suddenly, Lady Mary. But were you truly shocked when you realized I was the one here for you today?
Yes, but you don't have to apologize. The way I responded back at the estate was unbecoming. I'm sorry of that. I believe I've fully gathered my thoughts on the situation now. I better understand your true intentions.
You do you now?
I haven't forgotten the advice you gave me on matters of the heart during the send-off party before the war. If I had to guess, you're doing this to help my family retain its respect. You took this meeting knowing full well how it would end, didn't you? I'm, truly sorry for getting you involved in House Alfheim's internal matters.
Not at all. I believe there's a fundamental misunderstanding between us.
It has.
I spoke the truth when I said that I was quite fond of you. Did you think those weren't my true feelings?
Pardon?
I'm well aware of how you feel towards Makarov. Given that, it may be uncouth of me to confess my feelings to you now of all times. Though just the same as him, I'm at the age where it's time I start to seriously consider marriage. Even if there are obstacles in my way. It's only natural I give an earnest attempt to pursue someone who would be a good fit as my partner.
And that someone is me?
Yes, it all started on the night of that party. I saw how wholeheartedly and loyally you cared for Makarov. Irrational as it may be, that drew me to you. So much that I quietly grew to resent him for making you wait like you have. I couldn't help but think that I would never treat you that way. I'm aware that confessing these feelings will not only increase the burden that's weighing on you, but I couldn't simply give up. I'm a stubborn man who let his pride get in the way. I'm sorry, Lady Mary. I can only imagine how confusing this must be for you. Nevertheless, I want you to understand that my feelings are genuine.
Is he serious?
But if you still don't believe me, then there's somewhere I would like you to have you accompany me. Would you do the honor?
Oh dear.
You are referring to Chardin Boutique? Why here?
Because there's something I'd like to get for you, if that's alright. Consider it a testament to just how sincere my feelings are.
I don't know what to say to that. I can't possibly reciprocate. Even if your feelings are sincere, Makarov is the one I...
As I said, I'm well aware that what I'm doing is rather unrefined and possibly even unreasonable. All I ask is that you hear me out. I get the sense there's something about your and Makarov's relationship that's still in doubt.
That's because... He's not necessarily wrong. Father's picked up on that too. That's why he's been so concerned.
That look on your face tells me you're aware of this as well. All the more reason I can't simply back down.
What's this?
I know a ring would be a bit too sudden, but I hope you can accept this.
A stunning corsage? Is this a Marguerite corsage?
That's right. In the language of flowers, the Marguerite means true love. It represents my feelings toward you.
True love?
I also ask you consider social standing, as two people that both come from noble houses. I'm only the son of a baron, but I do have an accomplished military career under me. That seems to be enough to satisfy Count Alfheim. And as a man, I'm confident I can make you happy. Given the direction things have gone since the war, I suspect the next era will be a trying one for the nobility. Our house could support one another through it if we were together.
I suppose that's true.
It's alright. I'm not asking for an immediate answer. My only hope for today was for us to get to know each other better. I know how unreasonable it would be to expect an answer so soon. So I think we should end things here. I'll come for your answer tomorrow. I hope you'll think carefully about who the best partner for you really is. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. I'll be looking forward to the good news.
Oh. How did I come to this? What do I tell Makarov? Best partner for me. How do I truly feel?
And so the following day...
It sounds like the two of you had quite the productive day yesterday. I understand you asked us here because there's something you want to say. What is it?
Could be you've agreed to accept the Major General as a suitor? I'm ready for your answer if you are, Lady Mary.
Very well. I spent all of last night giving serious consideration to my response. While I'm incredibly flattered and grateful for your feelings, Lord Wallace, I'm afraid I cannot return them.
Are you certain?
Oh dear.
Might I ask why?
It's rather simple. Because I'm in love with Makarov.
Are you really?
Yes.
Please forgive me for being rude. You're sure that love is real?
Of course I am.
In that case, could I ask you to explain your feelings to us? I need to hear ample reason why I could never win your heart the way he has.
And if I'm being honest, I don't know how to explain it myself. Would starting at how Makarov and I first met suffice?
Go on.
Here's a good opportunity for me to learn as well. Please continue, Mary.
I was still a naive, sheltered girl when I was first hired by Thought. I didn't know whether I was cut out for teaching. My first days were full of stumbles, and I felt as though I was always causing problems for my colleagues. I recall Makarov in particular being rather cold. I even considered him frightening. As we interacted more and more, I came to know his true character. Yes, at first glance he seemed slovenly and come across as aloof. But the truth was he was watching over me more than anyone else. Makarov was giving me help and advice in his own nonchalant way. It isn't to say he was giving me special treatment. It was simply who he was. And as the days passed, I began to respect him for it without even realizing it. I even grew fond of the heartwarming relationship he holds with his niece, Mint. And then after the Civil War ended, my feelings became all too clear to me. It wasn't just respect I felt towards him.
Oh, isn't that something?
Well, why him of all people?
Father, does the 10-year age gap and a difference in social standing bother you that much? I don't believe any of that matters when it comes to the matters of the heart.
Well...
I understand that I'm a sheltered woman who lacks enough life experience to lecture anyone on the matters of the heart. But I believe in my heart that my love for Makarov is true, and I wish to make our love come true. And so, I must apologize. Perhaps it would be better if we forgot this arrangement was ever proposed.
So that's how it is. I see how deep your feelings for Makarov run now.
Then, does that mean you...
You feel that strongly about him, Mary?
How could any of us deny it after hearing all that?
I would urge you not to be so hasty, Lady Mary.
That voice, is it?
Hey, I was wondering where you were.
Please pardon my intrusion, Lord Hyams and Count Alfheim. I understand an arranged marriage is being discussed today. It was only right for me to drop what I was doing, come straight here.
Whatever do you mean?
Are you saying you're in favor of this arranged marriage, your ladyship?
That I am. But why? I cannot deny that your feelings for Makarov are genuine, Lady Mary. However...
Right, there's still a matter of how Makarov himself feels. I can recognize that you do indeed love him. But what if that love is unrequited?
This is much more serious now than before. I assure you that isn't the case. I know he feels the same about me. If that's the case, why is it that the two of you haven't been seeing each other as much of late? Did he not leave you behind and take his research to the branch campus hangar? Yes, he has been in leaves.
That's because there's an important project Makarov has no choice but to finish. You don't sound very sure of yourself, Lady Mary. Again, I cannot deny that the two of you share a genuine bond. Could the same not become true of yourself and Wallace? I've known this man since we were students, and never once has he let me down. He's always met my expectations and lent his support, as a noble, a soldier, and as a comrade. If he directed that loyalty to someone he loved, I have no doubt he would devote himself to them. He would never leave your side or keep you waiting. He would live up to your expectations and become a better partner to you than Makarov ever could. Something tells me that you suspect that as well.
Even Count Le Guin recognizes what kind of man the Major General is. Mary, I understand how sincere your feelings are. All I want is for you to choose a partner who will prioritize your happiness above all else. That's my only wish as your father.
I know, Father, but I can't possibly change how I feel so easily. What can I say to them? Makarov,
Now hold your horses.
Makarov!
If anybody's gonna be by Mary's side, it should be me.
Makarov!
Looks like we made it in just the nick of time.
What a shame. I was hoping to see what would happen if it took you longer.
You can be a real bully sometimes, you know that? Huh? What are these? Oh, well. It looks splendid. Is this the machine I've been hearing so much about? He's the one who made the turfing!
The new soda you've been developing with the aid of Schwartz and the others. Is it finished?
Yeah, I even got Professor Schmidt to nod as my capstone project. It'll still be a while before it's announced to the public, so keep this a secret. But now that's done, there's nothing stopping me from standing by your side. I'm finally a man worthy of you.
Makarov.
Worthy, huh? A little ironic, wouldn't you say? Your project's what kept her waiting and led you to interrupting an arranged marriage proposal in the first place. I'm not gonna make any excuses. What I do know is that I could never call myself a man again if I didn't stop what was happening. I know I half-assed some important things when it comes to a lot of things in life. I'm always shooting myself in the foot, be it with research or Mary. But she loves me for who I am. And better yet, she's the most devoted person I've ever met. And I'm not just talking about our relationship. Mary is everything I lack. She's the other half I've been missing. She's also the most beautiful and charming woman I've ever met.
Goodness,
And all that scared me. I doubted myself. I may be older than her, but I'm hardly any more experienced when it comes to love and all that. Do I even deserve to be with her? More importantly, can I truly make her happy? When I heard about the sewer business, for a brief moment I thought it was for the best. I simply lacked confidence in myself. Deep down, I knew that producing results with my research was only an excuse. But now I have what it takes to harden my resolve. I'm not going to deceive Mary or myself anymore. I'm sorry, Major General, but I'm not letting you or anyone else have her. I don't care about our difference in social standing, how decorated you are, or if you're better suited for her than I am. Nothing's gonna change how I feel about her.
Makarov.
You tell him.
Well, when you put it like that, if you feel that strongly about it, Lady Mary, then I humbly concede. That look in your eye tells me everything I need to know. I won't stand in your way.
It was a very heartfelt speech. But are you sure this is what you want, Mary?
I am, Father. Oh my, that's all well and good, but I do believe everyone gathered today to see a marriage be arranged. You won't want to disappoint them. If you're so resolved, then why don't we make it official?
What? Agreed. I think that would be an entertaining way to close out the afternoon. What do you think, Lord Hyams and Count Altheim? But of course.
Yes, I suppose there's nothing else to do at this point.
You've got this, Uncle Makarov.
Do it! Yeah! Do it!
I'm not a perfect man. I'm still immature in a lot of ways, and I know I can be a handful at times. But I know there's nothing we can't beat, so long as we hold on to the love we have for one another. You're someone I need in my life, Mary. So, please, will you marry me?
Oh, Makarov. Of course I will. Nothing would make me happier.
Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee!
I really do appreciate your concern and help through all of this.
Sorry about all the fuss, your lordship.
No need to apologize. I'm grateful I had a chance to see something so wonderful today.
Don't mention it. Someone tells me things have worked out between you two even without the theatrics. Oh, and about the Marguerite corsage I gave you yesterday. Consider an engagement gift from me to the both of you.
Lord Wallace, does that mean you planned for all this from the very beginning?
Jeez, how am I supposed to top that? I'm sure you have plenty of opportunities. The general sure did take me for a ride, though.
Whatever do you mean? Wallace was the one who requested my help, and after reflecting on it, I thought it would be more interesting to set him up with you. And I wouldn't mind arranging for it again should Sir Makarov here fail to meet my expectations.
I'll pass incurring that wrath, thanks. You really are something else, you know that?
What about you two?
Pardon me if I'm being too presumptuous, Wallace, but perhaps it's time for you to take a step forward as well.
You got me there.
Oh, what tell us so funny?
Pipe down, keep your nose out of our people's business for once.
Oh, come on. You two would have gone together in the first place if it weren't for me. She's not wrong. I feel like I owe Mint a lot for pushing us together a few years ago.
Sure, but don't go encouraging her. That's a slippery slope. But I guess I owe it to you for coming with me today. It meant a lot.
That's more like it. You're very welcome. Geez, how many times do I have to tell you to be more honest about your feelings?
Don't let go to your head, kid.
Regardless, today has been a joyous day, wouldn't you say? As long as you're here, could I interest you in enjoying us for dinner? We can begin the wedding plans with a drink.
That sounds great. I'd be happy to.
Shall we be off then?
All right. Marquis High Arms, and now it's time to work your magic on 2 other people.
People have a way of defying expectations, don't they? Lady Mira was certainly surprised, but I also didn't expect Sir Makarov to fight so valiantly.
I know what you mean. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from him.
Oh, from the sound of it, you were courting her with everything you had. I find it hard to believe it was all just a performance.
Who can say? Anyway, Lady Aurelia, if you have some spare time, would you care to cross blades with me?
After a practice duel, are you? It's been a while since we last did battle. Very well, on the condition that it will be on horseback.
Are you sure?
Why not? I'm feeling nostalgic for the duel we had during our academy days. It's a memory that I can never forget. My only regret is that there was no victor.
You really consider it a draw? I was the president of the Rhine Club, and you were a fresh-faced first year. You may as well have won.
Not at all. I've never been satisfied with that result.
No. I know in admit defeat, we really do have a phenomenal first year on our hands. The victor goes to spoils. Since you won, you can make one request of me as the club's president. What do you desire?
No. I'm pleased to be a true victory, though I will answer your question even if it was a draw. My goal is to demonstrate the potential of the sword, and to do so, I am to become the commander-in-chief of the world itself first. Should Adios allow that to pass, then my wish is for you to support me as my right-hand man.
No. That day really takes me back. In retrospect, that's probably where it all began.
Why the smirk?
It's nothing. Just thinking this is a good opportunity. I'll face you with everything I have so that this duel's outcome will be more to your liking.
Well, you know, I should be the one telling you that.
I have no intention of losing here, Sir Wallace Bardius.
No.
I can't remember the last time you were so formal to me. But enough talk. Prepare yourself, Aurelia Le Guin.
Daydream. One step forward. That was cute. True Stormbell. That was also a very cute picture of a little lady, little baby Aurelia, basically. All right, we got more to go. Next up, we only got 3 more, and then we're going to be saying goodbye to this game. Oh god, I'm sad. Next up, Thor's Open House, featuring just Ash, apparently. Ash is the main person in this one. What is happening? Ash? Hi, Double.
I've wiped my ass with rubber stuff.
Damn.
Nice going, Ash. You just keep getting stronger.
Sure do. But those weaklings weren't putting that to the test.
Well, you were a big help all the same. I couldn't have wrapped everything up in a day without you.
Yeah.
Still can't get over you volunteering to take out monsters, though. What brought that on?
I was in the area to visit my mom's grave anyway.
Aww.
Had to take the day off of school to do it, so figured I'd put the time to good use.
Oh, right.
Spare me the meaningful downcast stick. Just figured I'd better come let her know the war's over and everything. That's all. Couple that with getting to pretend I'm a bracer for a bit, and it wasn't a bad way to spend the day.
I could see Ash becoming a bracer.
Oh, I think you could do a lot more than pretend
Double.
if you wanted. Been wanting to recruit you at some point since you're such a natural. Suppose this is as good a time as any.
Total, damn it.
Give it some thought, yeah? You've still got a year to decide what you want to do after graduating.
Like I said, I was just trying to make the most of my day.
Oh.
Look at you, Mr. Community Service.
Is he still trying to fight the feelings of what he's done?
Cut the shit and just say what you want to say.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just laughing at the idea of you going straight after all you've done.
Ash.
I never committed to being a bracer.
Of course you didn't. You're just looking for somewhere to run. When Zephyr invited you to join them, you should have accepted right then and there.
I still had things to take care of.
But not anymore, right? Now everything's all wrapped up with a pretty little bow.
Ash.
What a damn joke. In the end, your assassination attempt got hand-waved as a false report, and here you are, living a charmed student life.
He still doesn't believe he deserves that.
False report, my ass. It was regicide. Regicide!
We're cursed.
For you to get off scot-free. There really is no justice in this world.
Ash.
Look, I know I have to atone for what I've done. And as long as you're inside of me, I know I don't belong with the others.
Boy, you got that right, Ash Carbide.
I feel bad doing this to Schwarzer and my classmates, but...
Ash.
I'll be dropping out from the branch campus at the end of the month.
No, you won't. That's a lie and a half, and don't even try it. Daydream. Thor's open house. You know damn well that's not what you want either. 2 days later.
Great, another boring ass assembly is exactly what I was in the mood for as soon as I stepped back in the leaves.
Apparently, Principal Le Guin has some kind of announcement. Oh, I wonder.
What, got any ideas?
I believe your homeroom teacher should have informed you yesterday, but just in case you missed the memo, I'm pleased to announce the branch campus's very own open house starting a week from today.
Open house?
Excuse me?
As I'm sure most of you know, Thor's main campus hosts an annual festival. Under normal circumstances, we'd hold something similar, but being strapped for time in our inaugural year, we're trying something new. As a matter of fact, we weren't planning on any events this year, but then along came something that changed our minds. That would be you students. You've all grown considerably in the year since enrolling. There's still much for you all to learn, but you're hardly the helpless little fledglings you once were at the start of the year. Indeed, thanks to your field exercises and combat experience, the branch campus has earned a reputation rivaling the main one. No longer does the school exist in its shadow, and we have all of you to thank for that. Stand tall and be proud. Where enthusiasm was once anemic at best, we're now inundated with applications for the coming school year. I hope you're all excited. Soon you'll be upperclassmen to a new fresh crop of students. It'll no longer just be us on this campus. Who would have thought? It sounds rather exciting. I can't wait to meet them all in person. As you may have surmised, this open house is for the incoming class. During this time, the campus will be open to the public. You can expect many a prospective student to visit.
Your job then is to demonstrate to these visitors precisely what the Thor's Branch campus is all about. Consider it your first opportunity to learn what it means to be upperclassmen and to set the best example. Needless to say, please don't embarrass the school. Now then, time is of the essence. Get to work preparing for the event. That is all. Dismissed. Ash, I'm scared about Ash. Let my boy happy, please. Alright, Class 7. The day of will be split into 2 sections, morning and afternoon. In the morning will be open classes. The structure will be slightly different from usual, but you don't need to do much in the way of prep. If anything, that's for us instructors to deal with.
Here's how we managed to live up to the crowd's expectations, oh mighty Ash and Chevalier.
Since we're having open classes though, we can't let our guards down either. Exactly. Friends and relatives might drop in to see you, so be prepared. I'm starting to get nervous. Anyway, starting today, I want all of you to use your time after school to prepare for the afternoon section. I spoke about it a little yesterday, but you guys are the main attraction of the afternoon's festivities. Every club is going to be holding an event and inviting guests to come and see them. That being said, you don't need to prepare special stalls or booths or anything. The whole point of this is that the clubs hold events that are closely tied to what they actually do on a day-to-day basis.
I see. That allows us to prepare something in a short period of time. It's a perfect way of introducing the school to potential applicants and advertising our clubs. 2 birds with 1 stone.
You guys can discuss things with your clubmates and figure out what you want to do. There'll be no class presentation for this time around, so you should be able to focus your attention squarely on that. And that's about it. I'll let you know about the curriculum at a later date. That'll do it for today. Perfect timing, too. I'll see you, if you would.
Right. Stan? Ow. I'm gonna go talk to Jessica and Luis. I also have to talk with everyone from the swimming club.
I'll go look for Sydney. Alright, Ash. That leaves you with your duties as a member of the organization committee.
What the hell are you talking about? Yo, Schwarzer, explain yourself.
Alright, I totally forgot to mention. Sorry, but I have a meeting with the other instructors. Muse, could you explain things to Ash for me?
But of course.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
So, what's this whatever committee?
Well, you were absent yesterday, but we talked about it during homeroom. The primary job of the Open House Organization Committee is helping the various clubs and making sure things work as planned on event day. Each class has to choose one person for the job, you see. And after careful consideration, Class 7 picked you, Ash.
What the hell are you?
It's mandatory. Each class has to pick someone.
I get that, but why me? I ain't got time for this BS.
You were out of luck the moment you were absent. Now then, I have to attend a meeting with the Tea Ceremony Club. I think I speak for everyone when I say we all appreciate your dedication to this, Ash. Ta!
Are they for real?
Yeah.
Damn it, why am I stuck doing executive committee bullshit? I feel like I'm staying around this joint for much longer. What's the point?
So about the open house, Ash.
Yeah.
Guess we have to put something together for it, don't we?
Uh-huh.
You have any ideas? What if we give people quiet space to read and serve them tea and snacks? That could be nice.
Maybe.
What do you think? I want to hear your opinion too.
Yep.
Ash, are you listening?
Sure.
You and Kurt seem to be getting along awfully well lately. It also reminds me of one of Dorothy's books.
Guess so.
Ash, wake up!
What? Where's the fire? Damn.
I'm sorry, it's just... You looked like you were deep in thought and I was starting to worry. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always here to listen, okay? I know I probably can't do all that much for you, but still. You always help me so much. This time, I want to be the one who helps you.
What am I even doing? Isn't like me.
Huh? Where are you?
He's getting so worked about dumb bullshit. This is the last thing I do here. Might as well make it count. You know, I think I'm gonna go all out. I think I'm gonna go all out.
What do you mean?
I mean the open house. I'm the executive committee for it.
You're helping to run the event? I didn't know that.
I didn't exactly volunteer for it. Let's just say it fell into my lap.
Is that what's been bothering you, Ash?
Sure, I guess you could say that. Something along those lines.
Ash on the executive committee, huh? The more I think about it, though, I see that role's perfect fit for you, Ash. You're gonna be doing great. I'll be rooting for you the whole time.
It's just grunt work. Nothing to get that excited about. I'll get it taken care of. More importantly, we need to figure out what we're doing as a literature club. The way I see it, we can't half-ass this thing. Unless we go all out, all the art clubs are gonna make us look bad.
That's true. What do you think we should do?
That's a million-year question, isn't it? What if we offer a recommendation service? People can come in and we'll suggest books based on their mood and taste. We could use the library and everything.
Oh, that's a good idea. That sounds like the perfect thing for a group like ours.
We can't stop there and call it good. It'll be lame if that's all we have. Maybe we should set aside time for a live reading.
That's a wonderful idea. Let's do it. But who's going to do the reading? And what are they going to read?
What do you mean who's going to read? You. Who else is there in the club?
Me? I can't read in front of so many strangers. At least come up with me, Ash.
Afterward, Ash, together with his fellow committee members, Leonara and Stark, spent the ensuing days toiling away on the open house. Eager to make the most of his limited time, he poured every ounce of his energy into making the event a big success. With his help, many of the school's clubs were able to prepare in time despite the short deadline they faced. After a long week of preparations, it was at last time for the open house to commence. Yippee! I see a couple main campus people there. That morning. And Fritz! And just like that, a revolution took place in Calvert that led to a massive transformation of its political system. In order to forge better ongoing relationships with our neighboring nation, it's important to understand the democratic ideals that form up the backdrop of... Bruh.
The real Ashen Chevalier! He's so much more serious than expected. How dashing. I'm so jealous of the students here.
He's ridiculously popular. Kinda feels like more people are here to see Instructor Reen than the class itself.
Herfel sure is handsome too. I'm so glad I got to see him today.
You're in no position to talk, Kurt. Help me. I'm not trying this. Yuna, help me. Lecturing the arts at Military Academy? The idea is well and good, but I've little doubts not for frivolity.
Come on, don't be like that. As people will educate in the fine arts, it's our duty to warmly watch over them.
Hello.
Really, Quinn? What's a Golden Rakshasa doing here? I heard she was the principal, but I didn't think she'd teach class directly.
Let the lecture begin. First, to be clear, social standing and qualifications mean nothing when it comes to art. While some pieces require some measure of knowledge to understand, all interpretation is up to the person experiencing the art. I'm going to assume that everyone present understands that extremely basic concept. Am I correct?
Let's check out an art class. Yeah, good idea.
Now, today's classes are open to the public. I'd love for some of our esteemed guests to speak about the arts. Principal Le Guin is not to be messed with. I feel for them, but they did this to themselves.
Yeah, they did. Public lecture, pans, or soldat training.
Man, I'm knocked out between students. Talk about letdown. Also, I'm gonna get to see the Golden Rakshasa and the Ashen Chevalier duking out in person.
No kidding, this whole thing's gonna be a waste of everyone's time.
I gotta live with you, man. That's why I'm gonna put Schwarzer's new plaything through its paces.
We should have known better then. There's no way we can show something like that to the public.
Yeah, I guess. Well, seeing as we got an audience here, we might as well put on a good show. You game?
Oh, you bet I am. Don't expect me to go easy on you, Ash. I'll be giving this fight everything I've got.
All right. Ready, set, fight!
Jesus Christ! What the? These kids got some skills, serious skills. That's where they were enlisted soldiers. You're kidding. I'd recruit them into our unit if I could. What kind of train they got going here?
Class is finally over. I'm dead tired. It's hard to ignore all the eyes on you. Don't rest for too long. Our main jobs remain undone. Especially yours, Ash.
And whose fault is that? I did my damnedest to help out, so you all better not waste my hard work.
Roger that. We better get to our respective clubs.
But you'll be checking in on each of them, right?
Yeah, just make sure no shit hits. Something hits the fan. It's annoying as hell, but I'm already on board, so.
Yeah, we get it. You're too cool for school, literally. Now, we're room for you, so go kick some open house butt.
Just focus on your own club stuff, Wild Philly.
You can stand to be a little more honest. But then he wouldn't be our Ash now, would he?
Alright, guess I should get going. That's really it. Man, no regrets, right?
Okay, it seems like there's a bunch of things we need to do.
First things first, walking around a whole lot. Can't believe how much I've gotten used to this big-ass building.
One thing we want to do right out the gate, apparently, is we want to go to the bomb here, and there's a box.
Who put that box out?
And this come together. I'm not crazy about the fact that I'm on the organization committee and didn't know about this, but please vote for the one you support. Ballot box, eh? Really know where Stark set this up? So they want to decide which club had the best showing, huh? Not dumb. I'll take a look later.
Alright, now we just watch the scenes. Hello, what's going on here? Hey, Rosine! Tatiana!
Ash, thanks for keeping tabs on all the clubs.
I was just worried about whether or not you could handle things alone. It looks like you're doing fine.
Yeah, I was nervous talking to the guys, but I'm managing. I got to chat with the female guests about all kinds of books. I managed to turn a few new people onto Dorothy's novel.
Cool, whatever floats your love boat.
Plus, the book recommendation corner is surprisingly popular. The books here are all property of the school, so I can't loan them out, but Becky made sure that if there are any books people like, they can buy them immediately. I'm really grateful for her hard work.
She was pleased as punch that she can profit off the open house. Well, anyway, looks like things are fine here.
Yep, I know you'll do great with your job as a committee member, Ash. I'll be a personal little cheering squad, so go get 'em.
Man, just worry about yourself. You still got your live reading to do, right?
Oh yeah. I better go to the club room to prepare. When the time comes, I'll be waiting there.
Yeah, I got it.
Rooftop? In the cafeteria?
Whoa, what is going on here? So many people.
I see Mint, Tita, Freddy.
Cooking club. Huh. The dining hall really does look like a bona fide restaurant.
3 additional orders of acerbic tomato omelet rice. Alright, coming right up. Pour up, smooth mashed potatoes on deck. Running.
Now this is what I call bustling. These girls can cook well enough to rival any restaurant, so I'm not surprised. If I'm worried about anything, it's... Here's your Freddy Open House special. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's a lavish dish filled with all kinds of special ingredients. Please enjoy. Too late. Hopefully no one can complain later.
What is this? It's magnificent. It's stimulatingly aromatic, rich on the palate, and with a refined aftertaste. Yes, this is the flavor I've sought after so many years.
I'm pleased to hear you say so. That means it was worth hacking up those mouths for ingredients.
I'm impressed.
I must contact my foodie friend. I'll say they got some cuckoo customer too. His food seems like a hit, so I guess it's fine. Nice job, Freddy. Did I hear you say we're running out of grub?
Yeah, we brought in a lot more customers than we originally expected to. It's not a bad thing, though. Becky agrees to supply us with whatever we need, so all you need to do is give her a call and we'll be set.
Oh, nice. Want to stay on top of things.
Naturally. Thanks for checking in, Ash. Promise we'll be fine.
Okay, we really have fun with that. Have fun. The pool/train ground. What's happening in here? Alrighty, for the swim team, we got swimming lessons from Stark and Wayne's muscle training seminar. Those are great places to start, but there's no better teacher than hands-on experience. Let's say we all get our feet wet.
Makes sense, but I'm not much of a swimmer. I'm a little scared. No need to worry. We have kickboards for those who require them. Feel free to borrow one if you need them. Oh my, just look at her. Have you ever seen anything look so cute? Right? And she's so short. It's like she's a living doll or something. Well, aren't you sweet? What are you doing laying a hand out here, Hey, you think she might be his little sister? Well, she is. Maybe she's here to help her big brother. Good for her, I say. This seems unfair. We're the same year as them, yet they still treat me as if I'm some little girl.
Don't let get to you. Maybe they can't tell, but the rest of us know just how mature you are. I promise. Guess things are going pretty well for the little bunny. Stark by her side, I'm sure everything will be just fine. As for Wayne over there, the key to muscle training is balancing your load carefully. If you work yourself too hard, it'll come back to bite you, and then some. Instead, you must increase the load gradually. Once you find a suitable routine, you boys can one day have glorious muscles like mine. What do you think of these guys? Pretty cool, right? Look at my pride and joy.
I mean, I guess those are muscles. Yep, definitely muscles. Sure, you're ripped, but at the end of the day, they're just muscles.
Never underestimate the splinter of muscles. Muscles combine power and beauty into a singular sublime form. Nothing else compares. When push comes to shove, you can only count on yourself. And when a shove comes to heave, only your muscles will have your back. Who knows what the future might have in store? Build muscle now and worry later, I say.
Excuse me, I have a question.
I admire your enthusiasm, son. Ask away. If there's anything you wish to know about muscles, I'm here to help.
Do muscles make you popular with girls?
Well, you see...
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Me too.
They say women are attracted to confidence, and what better way to build confidence than with a body of steel? In theory, anyway.
Huh. If you say so, mister. Well, look over there, you guys.
Oh, gosh dang it.
Wow. You have muscular days, but nothing beats a handsome face like that, guys. Yeah, you got that right.
Damn. Wait, don't go. You must believe. Sheesh, dramatic much? Poor Wayne.
It's frustrating that people think I'm Stark's younger sister. I realize that statistically speaking, I'm shorter than the average high schooler. However, I'm confident that one of these days I'll have a big growth spurt and catch up. Surely I will. I must. After all, I'm on track to surpass Millium. It's a good sign things are going to improve.
Thank you, Altina. Next up, go to the clubhouse. There are two things to check on in here. Okay, what was the chess club's deal again? Right, an amateur chess tournament with open registration. Let's see how that's going.
Checkmate.
So much for getting my revenge. Here I thought I was doing well, until I wasn't. You're as tough as ever, Kurt.
Don't sell yourself short. Your extremely aggressive play during the midpoint was genuinely harrowing to confront. If Marcus hadn't tutored me recently, I don't know if I would have escaped that.
Looks like our man is on a roll. Attaboy.
And that's checkmate.
Oh, I lost again! I've been in the chess club for a whole year and it's the best I can do. I feel like such a loser.
So, I'm honestly shocked at how much you've improved in such a short span of time. And think you'd put up remotely at this much of a fight, and yet you did. It's like night and day compared to when we previously played against one another.
Really? You mean it? Kurt said the same thing, but I thought he was just being nice. Well, in that case, maybe after this tournament's over, you and I could play some more together?
Sure, I guess. But only for a little while.
Yes, thank you. Best day of my life. Oh well, I was like, Sydney's got some game after all. Yeah, I admit, he's pretty capable as long as he doesn't get ahead of himself. Well, everything looks good here. On the next stop.
Kerr. Fritz pushed me to my limit, but I still managed to see his victory. Nevertheless, I wasn't expecting so many talented entrants to our tournament. I'm unsure of how far advanced, but I'd be remiss not to give it my best effort as one of the organizers. Next up, tea! Hey, Rex is here.
Here's the tea ceremony club. Looks like they're running a tea room and a hands-on event. Hold on, that was a skirt-chasing cameraman like you doing here, pal.
Oh hey, you're all Marine students. How's the open house treating you, man? Enjoying it?
Enjoying it, buddy. I'm running this joint. You didn't answer my question. What's got you all excited here?
We had a guest who wanted photos of it, the hands-on portion to keep a souvenir, you see. As it just so happened, Rex was here in the room and kindly volunteered to take the photos for us. Ever since, he stuck around as our go-to photographer. It's a lovely little arrangement, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it turns out a lot of people want to pose with the club members in their fancy kimonos. Not that I'm complaining. I can snap tons of pictures of not just Musa and Maya, but whatever other hotties drop by.
Interestingly enough, it's the girls who ask for my services more than the guys. Kyrie over there is there's the most popular request.
Real talk, I'm more than a little jealous of the guy. I keep falling over how cute he looks and everything. Why can't that be me?
Speak for yourself. I have mixed feelings about being called cute day in and day out.
Doesn't sound like such a raw deal for me. Still making your customers happy. What more could you ask for?
True, you've got a good point. Real men of Erabonia offer nothing less than perfect hospitality to their guests. If being cute is what it takes, so be it.
There you go.
We also have quite a few visitors joining us from St. Estrella today. Really surprising. I know firsthand how curious the Estrella girls are with the Thor student body. They all seem to be enjoying themselves at the open house as well.
Assume Yuna. Look at all these people here. Jeez, oh Pete's. Hey! Crawford family!
Alright, tennis club. Looks like they're putting on an exhibition match in the tennis lesson.
Take this! Ha! And this! Not so fast. Attention everyone, tennis club is holding public exhibition matches. Tennis is a fun sport and a fine way to stay fit and healthy. Anyone who's interested is welcome to come and give it a try. Those who would like to sign for a demonstration, please come and see me.
Looks like they attracted a decent crowd. Even the Wild Phillies family came to spectate.
The fine is underselling. These chicks are downright smoking. Bro. See them running around showing off some legs. We had a jackpot or what? Every one of these girls is 10. Oh, it's time for a little demonstration. Seems like a good way to get some hands-on time, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm down. Ain't like there's nothing else going on at the snooze fest, that's for damn sure.
Great, we got a couple of creepers on our hands. Any other day, I'd kick their asses and be done with it, but I've got to take a more delicate approach here. Hey there, you two.
That uniform. You must be soon enough here. Shit. Don't tell me you overheard us. What's your problem, chump? We ain't done nothing wrong.
Relax, guys. I ain't here to start any beef. I mean, come on. Do I look like some preppy alma mater snitch to you? Give me a break.
You got a point. You don't exactly look like an honor student. Yeah, if anything, you look like a bad influence.
Takes one to know one, jackass. Look, I get it, okay? That's why I came and give you a warning. It's a matter of courtesy.
Warning? About what?
Hey, take a look around. You didn't forget where we are, did you?
The Thor's Military Academy branch campus, huh? Duh, but who cares? We're only here to kill time and catch some eye candy.
Let that first part sink in. You're at a freaking military academy. Those aren't ordinary schoolgirls or ogling, my dudes. They're trained to be professional soldiers. The war kind, you know? If push comes to sexual harassment, they can make a weapon out of damn near anything within reach. You saw them smack around that tennis ball? That thing flew like a damn bullet. Imagine you got on their bad side and one of them I serve on you with their racket. How do you think that'd pan out?
Look, I don't know.
Your skull's gonna get smashed, that's what. It won't be a tiny fracture either. I'm talking a complete cranial crushing. Dust.
For real?
No, that'll be the least of your troubles. I can tell you that right now.
How's it getting any worse than that?
Well, rich girls here from families with ties to people you really don't want to get on the bad side of. Word gets out that their dear daughters are in any sort of trouble, there'll be hell to pay. That kind of hell I'd really rather not even think about. Like, damn. Take it from me, sucks being here. It's suffocating. Got eyes on you wherever you go. Guy can't catch a break. I mean, if you fellas want to try your luck, be my guest. You're way braver than I am. I'll be rooting for you. At a distance, quietly. If you're lucky, you might be able to walk away with a few bones intact. Might be worth a shot. Only one way to find out, yeah?
You know what? I think we're all good. Like, we're that desperate for some action, right, dude? I think we better go. Cool, let's beat it.
Yeah, served them long enough. What a complete waste of my time. Maybe I should have just pulled them aside and beaten the crap out of them. Saved us all the trouble. Man, I really have gone soft since coming here. This sucks.
You're a big ol' softy, buddy.
How am I supposed to relax when my family is watching me? I can hear Ken and Nat cheering me on from here. How are they so loud? Am I that loud?
Oh, time to put on the big sister cap. I don't want to disappoint them.
Lastly, we've got in here, I assume the rock club. Yippee! Yippee!
Our music club. Performance that'll dirt flinger into your hearts. Clever. I was gonna assume they actually got permission to perform here. Still, not bad, guys.
Thanks, everyone. You've been our little trio's biggest audience yet. Thanks for sharing your energy with us and helping us put on our best show ever. Hi, we're walking the house down today.
The fun isn't over just yet.
The next song will be our last. Let's get wild. She's usually so stoic, but look at her now.
You mean Valerie? Yeah, you can actually hold a conversation with her these days.
Says the plot about the kettle.
Not my fault, folks can't hang.
That's just what makes you special.
Come again?
Anyway, looks like the show's wrapping up. Things are gonna get messy when people try to leave. Care to help me play usher?
If it ain't one paying the ass job, it's another. Fine.
Our next performance is in 1 hour. Come check us out.
We still got play songs that you haven't heard yet, so don't sleep on our next show.
Am I gonna make the next performance even harder than this one? You can count on it. Out.
Crowd's raving. Suppose I could spare a crumb of validation from those dorks today.
And now apparently we just leave.
Pretty sure I've checked everywhere. Guess I should head back to the lecture club room.
Enter.
Do all announcements? Reading a book out loud should be hella easy for you at this point.
Talking to a microphone, speaking to a huge audience right in front of you are completely different. So I was talking to our friends on the Derflinger.
Look, just assume nobody's expecting much from you and you'll try to unclench. You'll be fine.
That's kind of sad in and of itself. You're right, that's enough complaining out of me. You just focus on doing your job, okay, Ash?
Will do. Good luck out there.
Where am I supposed to go? Oh, here.
I guess what Principal Le Guin says is true. We sure have a lot of prospective students visiting the school today.
Funny how that works, considering this place, when this first place opened, it was nothing but a dumping ground for a bunch of castaways.
A little harsh there, don't you think? Anyway, I'm glad to see lots of new students will join us next year. That should be fun.
Yeah. Next year.
But then look, that should mean we'll get new people to join the literature club too. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yeah. That'd be pretty nice, I guess.
I'm really concerned whether I'll be a good role model to the newcomers. It's kind of intimidating to think about.
Hey, if anyone's got a good handle on that kind of crap, it's you.
Really? You think so?
Of course I do. I think you'll have the new members looking up to you and coming to you for help in no time.
I hope so. I have to do my best to be a good leader to everyone.
Plus, with all those new faces keeping you busy, you won't have to worry about putting up with me any longer.
Huh? What do you mean any longer? Ash, what are you...
It's almost time for the live reading. Let's grab our books and make our way over to the library.
No. Hey, Monk.
Phew, things went off without a hitch. And the crowd seemed to have a good time.
Yep, done dusted. I was pretty shocked you managed not to freak out during the real deal.
That's because you were there reading with me.
Well, I am a member of this club. If I didn't participate, Schwarzer would never let me hear the end of it.
I don't think that's true. You have your job as a committee member, after all. About what you said before the reading.
Well, time to get back to doing the rounds. And be fine on your own, right? Right.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about our club.
Catch you later.
Ash.
The open house is almost over. Finally. Guess I'll go do another round inside of school.
Hey!
Oh, there he is. Hey, Ash. I see they've been keeping you busy.
You can say that again. What are you guys doing all gathered around here? You punks playing hooky or what? Didn't take you to be slackers like hoisting stuff on the other fools.
It's nothing like that. Looks like all of Class 7 is here now, though.
Yeah, we had how it all worked out.
You tell me you guys didn't plan this? You just all happened to end up in the same spot?
More or less. We each went on our breaks and searched for a place to relax at the same time. Before we knew it, we all found ourselves here.
Yep, what he said. We weren't coordinating at all. It just worked out this way.
Well, unlike the rest of you, I'm still on duty, just to be clear.
Be that as it may, I'd say it's a testament to the bonds we forged as Class 7. I think it's simply wonderful. Come on, Ash, you're right here. Why not stick around and chat for a little? I have my idea. We still have some time to spare, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Alright, you win. I'll join you guys. I'll spit it. What are you guys talking about? Airing your grievances with Schwarzer or something?
That's the first thing that popped into your head? Oh, there he goes again, bashful as ever. Unlike me, I'm simply dying to tell you all about how much I adore a beloved instructor. You're on the polar opposite side of the spectrum, Missy. You're too open with your feelings. Always a handful, you two.
Now you're any better, little bunny.
I realize I'm not one to talk, but in hindsight, Instructor Rain sure assembled a class of rather colorful characters.
That's an understatement. So you say, but I don't get the impression you've traveled Instructorine all that much. Come to think of it, you may be right.
What do you expect? He's a model student. Of course he doesn't go out of his way to make life hell for Schwarzer.
You say that like it's somehow out of the ordinary. Still, I wouldn't say it's entirely true. I had my family stuff to work through at the start. I was even a little impudent. It was only later that I started making a point of not causing problems for our instructor.
So you started to sympathize with the guy, is that it?
I don't know, I can see that. After all, Instructor Ring, Kurt definitely has his fans among the girls here. To say the least, he seems like quite a number of girls visiting the campus today have something of a soft spot for him. Meaning we have another womanizer in the making on our hands.
Help me. No, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? If anything, I see him as an example of what not to do, rather than someone to emulate.
He's lucky he's not here to hear all this. Poor sap can't catch a break.
That aside, I think it's kind of great how the new Class 7 is just the 5 of us. We each have our strong points and weak points. It keeps things interesting. Indeed, it allows us to come together and compensate when someone struggles.
I suppose we do strike something of a balance when you think about it.
I think it's thanks to our small group that we've been able to grow and overcome so much. Even if one of us was missing, I doubt we would have come nearly as far.
Maybe. Maybe not. I doubt losing one or two of us would have made much difference.
Here he goes again. Well, what else is new? I believe Ash is what they call a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, think what you like. Whatever, I'm gonna get back to my patrol now. Peace.
Ash, wait.
What now?
Jokes aside, try not to stretch yourself too thin. Don't think you always have to shoulder responsibility by yourself. You're never truly alone.
Thanks, but you got nothing to worry about. Believe me, any corners I cut with this crap are getting cut. Okay, I'm off, for real. Try not to slack off too much now, you hear?
Oh, Ash. Dang it. He never makes things easy.
They all know. It's pretty obvious to them. Ash. I guess we got more stuff to do now. Doa!
Seeing around, Ash?
Yep. Checking the equipment?
Mm-hmm. More importantly, I'm sorry I can't help much with keeping things running. I've been busy handling VIP today.
Yeah, no point in apologizing to me. Plus, ain't this whole open house thing ain't about making us students do the work?
I guess you're right. Mostly, it brings me back to when I was still a student. Our school festival was quite the event.
I heard a little about that from Crow. You apparently have some recorded footage of it.
You don't need to see that. Jeez, Crow, what are you thinking?
Oh, no, I really will have to get him to show me sometime.
No, I officially forbid you as an instructor. By the way, when I was a second year, I was student council president.
I heard. Pretty easy to imagine.
You think? It was honestly really tough. But everyone in the council helped, and so did Reen, so I managed to hang on to the very end.
Schwarzer was on the student council.
No, not quite. But he was always accepting our requests. And even outside of that, he was constantly helping people who were in need.
Not like he's any different now.
I think it's nice. Anyway, it was a hard job that put a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. But it was equally as fun and worth doing.
Cool. Bully for you.
Anyway, sorry to keep you here. We both better be getting back to work. You got this, Ash. Take care.
Yeah, thanks. I guess.
Hey, Irving! Carbide, did something happen?
No, just here for the regular report. The open house is proceeding as planned. All the clubs are doing alright.
I see. Good work out there.
You seem busy.
Yes, well, end of year paperwork on top of the issues regarding the open house will do that. Not to mention dealing with my successor.
You're quitting the branch campus at the end of the year, right?
I am. The RMP is understaffed. To be honest, they asked me to come back right after the war ended, but I managed to get them to hold off until the end of the year. The current plan is for Instructor Herschel to take my place. We're bringing in a new instructor to fill the role she's vacating, so you kids don't have to worry about anything.
I ain't worried.
Good. I suppose I'm the one worried about the branch campus on my way out. And now that I think about it, that was all for naught. You kids have all grown tremendously in the last year. Look at you. You were the #1 problem child when you got here. Now you're someone people can rely on.
I'm not some model student. I think you're spot on with your first assessment.
Regardless of what you think of yourself, it's a fact that people around you trust and depend on you. So I hope you see this committee job through to the end.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice.
I just feel bad about Ash dealing this stuff to himself. Hey, Schwarzer! Hey, Ash, doing your committee member rounds?
What do you think, smartass?
So, how's it going? Sounds like the literature club is doing well.
Yeah, well, I left all that to Tatiana.
And yet I saw you participating in the reading. You weren't too shabby either.
You were watching?
I just happened to be passing by, so I took a peek.
Ain't nobody ever told you that nobody liked Peeping Tom?
My bad. I can't help but be curious about how my students are faring.
Right, whatever you say. Well, I guess you're always like that, prone to sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I think you've been running around all day looking after people.
Yeah, actually.
Figured. I hadn't seen you anywhere. Not that I'm complaining. Thanks to you, I've had an easy time of it.
Well, as an instructor here, I've been trying not to get too involved.
Says the guy who'd probably write a formal letter apologizing for jaywalking, but I guess they're...
It just now occurred to me.
But I guess there are people... out there who appreciate it. Ash, I just don't want to owe you anything. Ash, I'm gonna keep sticking my nose into people's business. That's just how I am. And that goes for your business too. If anything comes up, let me know. I'll come running. I'm your homeroom instructor, okay? I told you, that part of you is so damn annoying. You're smiling though, you... Who? Randy! Randy! Someone is looking comfy. Trying to get out of doing your job during the open house. What, I've never seen someone on break before? Sheesh. No, there's just much for us instructors to do in the afternoon anyway. The other three are workaholics anyway. They proud to got everything covered, so why not put my feet up and take it easy? In our words, slacking off. Wait, don't tell me you're getting sentimental all of a sudden. I guess you could say that. I hate to bail like this. I really did hope to see you kids through to graduation. And I gotta say, never took you for the sappy type. What's the big deal? You're just going back to your old crossbill stomping grounds. Ain't the end of the damn world or anything. Hell, if anything, I'm glad to see you go. Means one less adult to get on my ass about something stupid. For all the growing you've done, that mouth of yours could still use some work, punk. Don't get me wrong, it sucks to go, but I'm not worried about things going south without me around or to help steer the ship. You kids are playing capable now. Not to mention you still got Reen and Toei. You couldn't be in better hands. If you say so. He's not wrong. I don't think the ours will have any trouble with those two still around. You know something, Ash? I realized it a while back. You and I, we're not all that different from each other. Alright, who are you and what have you done with the real Randy? I'm serious, man. We both have, let's say, a colorful past, and we both tend to put on a brave face and not look bothered over anything. We also tend to act laid back, yet try to shoulder things all on our own. See where I'm going with this? It ain't all bad. Sure, we had a rough starts, but now we've got places we belong, surrounded by people who respect and accept us. I guess what I'm trying to say is it wouldn't kill you to lean on those around you every once in a while when you need them. Being there for others and being able to count on them on them being there for you is what love and friendship are all about. You're jumping at the shadows. It's not like I'm trying to be Mr. Loner over here or anything. You don't have to remind me of that mushy crap. I get it. Believe me. Sure, consider a little reminder. Ash. Yeah, almost time to wrap up. Should probably cast my vote.
Oh, hey, I'm actually in the perfect spot.
Wonder how the other events are going now. It's as good a time as any to check in on them.
Apparently you get a choice here, but it doesn't actually matter which one you pick, so I can just pick whichever. I don't know. Cooking.
Alright, I'm a comet too. There we go.
That afternoon portion of the Thor's Branch campus open house came to a close. The visitors departed the school grounds in good spirits, satisfied with the festivities. As soon as they were all gone, Principal Le Guin summoned all the students and faculty into the field for another assembly.
I'm pleased to announce that both the morning lectures and afternoon club activities were both very warmly received. Suffice it to say, the open house proved to be an excellent showcase to the general public of how far we've come in such a short span of time. I couldn't ask for a better conclusion to an eventful first year on this campus with all of you. Success such as this is only made possible thanks to the hard work and effort put in by every person involved, no matter their role. Impressively, despite the many hours you all have put into this, not a single one of you looks exhausted now that it's behind you. If anything, I see excitement and anticipation for the future in your eyes, a wonderful sign of what is to come for what I'm sure is another good year to come. That having been said, it's now time for today's main event.
I don't get it. All the visitors are gone. There's somebody else left to see whatever this is. Is she talking about the club voting? Be pretty lame if that was the main event.
We will now announce the results of the first Student Council presidential election for the branch campus.
What? Nobody said anything about an election.
Hiya, it's me, Mint, everyone's favorite engineer. I'll be your MC for this next segment. While Instructor Toa's over there tabulating everyone's votes, let's give our kids one last introduction.
Wait. Oh no. I see where this is headed.
First up from Class S9, Military Finance, it's the branch campus's highly capable social butterfly you know him better as Stark. Next from Class 7, Combat Tactics, is the branch campus's heaviest hitting, ever considered sister figure, Leonora. And finally hailing from Class 7 Special Operations, it's the campus punk with the heart of gold who everyone trusts, Ash.
Are you shitting me?
It goes without saying that this inaugural Student Council election is a very special occasion. As you all know, these three students were nominated by their respective classes, and when all is said and done, one of them...
Hey, Schwarzer, what's the deal? Mind telling me what the hell's going on here?
What's there to explain? The ones who served on the open house executive committee get to run for president. Your efforts to run things and helping the clubs get ready were essentially a campaign to show everyone what you're capable of.
You got me. This is news to me.
Muse, I thought I told you to give him the rundown last week.
But Instructor, you see how he's reacting. If I told him he was up for election ahead of time, he would have quit on the spot. So I decided to leave that part out in the interest of the student body.
Why, you set me up!
Look, what Muse did might have been a little mean, but we all did come together and choose to nominate you for president, Ash.
Your head's on straight. If anyone's suited to be student council president, it's phony locks over there, not me. You could have picked Mr. Hotshot Honor Student. Hell, Wild Philly would have been better, and she's a freaking loose cannon. It really, just about anyone here would do. Well, almost anyone. Little Bunny, probably not.
You could have been a little more discreet, but I don't disagree. I'm neither student nor interested in being president. Well, in my case, my hands are already full with the duchy. Besides, you know me, I prefer scheming in the shadows over work out in the open. Less scrutiny that way.
And now Raj is shame to be found. As for me, I'm too busy following in the footsteps of my predecessors in the Vanda School. In that sense, I don't think it would be right for me to lead other people. Or not right now, anyway. And I'm the last person you want filing paperwork and doing all the other administrative stuff.
That's fair. You're more the type of person being out in front, leading the charge rather than commanding from the back.
Taking all that into account, and we were led to realization, our best candidate for student council president is you, Ash. It wasn't simply a process of elimination. We nominated you for your ability to get things done, and also to support others.
Except, Ash, at this point it's too late to change our nomination.
I'll admit, I would have preferred you to properly volunteer for it before things got underway. Be that as it may, I also happen to agree that you're the best man for the job, Ash.
This isn't funny, you guys. This ain't just some of you...
Oh, look, here's Instructor Toa. That must mean... There you go. I'll leave the rest to you. You got it. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the final results are in. Let's see. Wait a sec. Unfortunately, it looks like one person's vote had to be invalidated. It went to the cooking club and it says the omelet rice was edible. I disagree there. Unfortunately, that's not what we were voting on, so it doesn't count.
Wow! So that's what that ballot box was about. Damn it.
Anywho, on to the final results. In third place with four votes, it's Leonora.
Yeah, take what you can get. Thanks to everyone who voted for me. I really appreciate it.
In second place with 5 votes, we have Stark.
You can't leave, Ash.
To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I'm not a little disappointed. I was all ready to take up the mantle and get to work. Oh well, it's already complaint coming in second.
Hey, Ash.
If those two came in second and third...
And that means...
Oh, hell.
Ash is like, I gotta start running.
I think you've all narrowed it down now, but finally, in first place, with 10 votes, exactly twice as many as our second place candidate, the Thor's Branch campus's first ever elected student council president is none other than Ash Carbide from Class 7. Congratulations!
Yeah, that's awesome!
Good for you, Ash. There's nobody more perfect to be our president.
Agreed. I always knew you would win.
Are you shitting me?
You don't get to leave, buddy.
You Student Council President?
Go away, you. Let him be.
Laugh of the century, right?
You're not gonna really do it, are you? You just don't know when to give up, Ash Carbide. It's truly pathetic.
You think I don't know I'm unfit for it?
How couldn't you? You're so weak, you can't even beat me. How the hell do you expect to set a good example for anyone?
I said I know.
You'll never stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Never as a friend, as a confidant, or as a leader. You can put money on that.
Bastard.
Whoever voted for you must be out of their damn minds. It's beyond laughable, isn't it? Come on, Ash. Let's hear you laugh at this farce. At the biggest joke of all. Yourself.
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
Huh? Ash. There you are, Schwarzer. Took you long enough. What's the occasion, Ash? Why'd you call me up here? Need to talk about something? You could say that, yeah. Got something I need to tell you. Well, you might want to make it quick. The hours are going to be starting the after party soon. Things can't kick off without the man of the hour, you know. An after party, huh? Better call it a farewell party when all is said and done. I'll cut to Jay Schwarzer. I'm resigning from Thor's, is that it? What the? How the hell did you know? Give me a little credit, Ash. It's my job to stay on top of my students and their thoughts. Well, you read me like an open friggin' book. Have me now? Because I sure ain't. Let me ask you this. Does this have anything to do with what happened between you and the Emperor? His Majesty is doing fine just now. He's back to full health. And he personally forgave you for what happened. It's water under the bridge. You don't think I get that? Just because he's forgiven me doesn't mean that I can. And so your solution is to pack up and leave. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. That's all I had to tell you. Peace. Ash, wait. I respect your feelings, but I want you to stay with us. Huh? What's it to you? I thought about playing the good instructor and listing off a bunch of rational reasons why you should remain here. But I can tell you've thought this through and feel sincerely about it. I won't try to reason with you. I'm simply going to speak from the heart. Ash, I really, really do want you to stay put. It's not just because you're one of my students and I'd hate to see you go. I consider you a friend, a partner who's gone through a whole lot with me this past year. Now, give me a break. Just once, can you not turn this into some corny-ass speech? You'll live. Think of the rest of Class 7. I think they'd be pretty sad if they didn't get to graduate with you. Yeah, right. Unlike what happened with your gen, I'm the only one dropping out this year. Nobody's gonna miss some good-for-nothing jerk like me. You don't really believe that, do you? You need to open your eyes and take a good look if you believe nobody here appreciates you. Huh? What do you mean? Wait. He's right, Ash. That's not it at all. Son of a... You guys heard all that?
Not all of it, but some. Though it seems the instructor was aware we were here.
We got the gist of things. I have to say, it's about what I expected.
Everyone's worried about you, Ash. You've been acting off for some time now.
So you guys were on to me the entire time. Great.
Not just us. Look. Oh. Ash.
Ah, damn it, you too?
Are you really going to drop out?
Think so. Look at the bright side. Now I'll be able to read in peace without my dumbass scaring you. You should be happy.
But I won't! I did find you intimidating at first. You're razor focused when you read your books. You even recommend ones for me to check out sometimes. Whenever I have a problem, even if it's silly, you always go out of your way to help me like it's no big deal. Those days we both read in silence, it's true. But over time, having you there has made the literature club such a cozy place to be. The silence won't be the same without you. I'm so glad we're in the same club together, Ash. So glad. And I'd rather stay that way. Tiana. My, look at her pour her heart out. Honestly, what she said goes for all of us. I get that you've put a ton of thought into this. I really do. Nobody's denying that. But we're just as determined to make it to graduation together. Every one of us, as a class. We'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. Don't think you can bail out on us so easily, mister.
Indeed, you're being rather narrow-minded about all this. You really should reconsider. Not to mention, I did lose to you in today's Panzer Soldat scrimmage when you caught me by surprise. I would be haunted to the grave if you ran off before I had a chance to settle the score.
Don't forget me. I would hate to see you go as well. And I would be the only one tormenting our dear instructor on a regular basis. It'd be so lonely without an accomplice.
As the instructor in question, I'm not sure what to make of that one.
I wouldn't be particularly upset if you left. Allie, we're trying to... However, it would be sad if I was unable to graduate with you. That much I can say for certain.
Damn it, guys. It's not just Class 7 either. You're appreciated by everyone on the branch campus. They need you here. Today's election results are a testament to how vital you've become to our school. Yash, what are you doing standing around all the way up there, huh? Now it's you guys. You still here? Not for long. We're about to head out. I've been coming to the shindig tonight too, you know. We got some stuff, something special for you there to celebrate your victory. So I hope you're getting pumped. Yeah, see you there, Mr. President. Oh, you guys too. The timing couldn't be more impeccable. I'll say. Whatever. I don't care what any of you say. I'm still...
Oh, give it a rest already, will you?
That's a Aurelia. Yep. Principal Le Guin, I didn't realize you were still on campus.
That's something I forgot to mention, but before I get to that... Ash Carbide, you don't truly think you can leave this academy so easily with so much unfinished business now, do you?
Yeah? So what if I do?
This branch campus hasn't seen a single student leave our ranks to date. Not even the war could shadow our perfect record. As principal here, I'm not about to permit our first desertion in such a shameful manner.
Are you for real?
Uh-oh. Boy, she's really putting the screws in. I can see her point. Given the circumstances, of course, she wouldn't be all that inclined to accept his withdrawal. If you really insist, I shall let you go, but only if you agree to fulfill one last assignment as your condition for graduating.
Yeah, what kind of assignment?
You must demonstrate the fruits of your education at this prestigious branch campus as one of its first students. Something tangible. Yours is an institution with deep ties to the Imperial family. You must shoulder its legacy without shying away from it. Surely you owe that much to His Majesty the Emperor after all that has happened.
It's hard to argue against that.
Agreed. That sounds like a very reasonable thing to ask in return. Not to mention, I believe today's election offers you something of a unique opportunity, one you would be foolish to pass up.
Damn it! What makes you all think you can boss me around? You have no idea what I'm thinking. Well, Ash, I hate to say it, but you brought all this upon yourself. Now, are you going to turn tail and run from those thoughts? Or will you confront them head on? The choice is yours. Shit. You guys are playing real dirty, you know that? Ganging up on me, going me at every chance, going straight for my damn pride. How the hell am I supposed to run off in peace now when you go to all that trouble?
Does that mean...
Let me make one thing clear. I ain't staying because you guys all cried shark it out tears. Nothing like that. I just hate the thought of ditching this place when I still got stuff left to do. Fine, I accept your dumb assignment. I'll make good on it so hard it'll wipe that smirk clean off your face. Meanwhile, till it's time to graduate, you better believe I'm gonna be putting all you guys to work. And that goes for the new kids.
Ash.
Now there's the Ash I know.
Yeesh, Ash, can't you just admit for once how you really feel?
Frankly, at this point, I'd be more shocked if you did.
Agreed. At any rate, this coming year is shaping up to be a rather fun one. I can't wait for it to begin. Oh yes, Carbide. About that other thing I forgot to mention earlier. The student council president is permitted to select who gets to fill the other roles on the council. No election necessary.
Oh, hell. Damn. Nice.
That's all. Don't let me down now, President Carbide. I shall expect great things from you.
Damn.
Well, sounds like the branch campus student council is now officially underway. Better get to work, Ash.
If you need me for something, I'd be happy to be treasurer. Really, I just want to help however I can. Make your life easier as president. She's the best person for the job. She's already in charge of the branch campus's accounting, after all. Oh, that's right. I have to get ready for the after party, so I'll be heading back to the dorms now.
Not so fast, Bonylux. Not trying to run away from me, are you?
Was it that obvious?
Clear as day.
Haha. It seems we had nothing to worry about.
Yep, also that ends well.
That Ash, stirring up trouble until the very moment I step off this campus, I swear.
So, you didn't run away. Yeah, no matter how lame I may look, I decided to stay the course. You already noticed, right? That curse of yours vanished a long time ago.
Of course it did.
I know. You're nothing more than the manifestation of my own guilt. Finally put two and two together. Guess it's time I was on my way then.
Good.
No, that's not how this works. You're not going anywhere. Probably not ever.
Ash?
But I'm gonna keep moving forward, even if it means crawling on all fours. So you just sit there and watch. You sound pretty dead set. Fine by me. Make sure I get a real good look then at the future you've resolved to create through blood-stained hands.
Fine then. It's exactly what you're damn well getting. 2 days later. Doors Branch Campus First Student Council, Treasurer Tatiana, Secretary Stark, Supervisor Leonora, Vice President Musei, President Ash. Verified by Principal Aurelia Le Guin. Aww. That's cute. Daydream. Doors Open House End. True Rage. Student Council ban! Alright, next up. This one I'm very curious about. Through memories aglow, Green and Osborne? What is this? That's definitely Osborne's... that's definitely Osborne in the picture. 3 months after the Battle of Jormungandr's End, Major Revelts had sent me a confidential letter. I had no reason to decline their request within, and so I paid a visit to Valflame Palace.
Could you give us some privacy?
Certainly, Your Majesty. What's wrong? So this is it. This was my dad's study. It's, it feels a little surreal to be in here. Osborne really was a special person, wasn't he? All for the sake of his own country, he chose to become the villain. Just so that his country could find a way to get over the dark times that otherwise it wouldn't have been able to get past.
I understand why you would feel that way. I'd come to sort out his belongings after the war's end, but to my surprise there was nothing left to sort. He never was one for displaying sentimental goods and the like, but I can only assume he disposed of what little he had beforehand.
I can see that for him, yeah. But there's nothing here. What is it that you said you wanted to give me in the letter?
Ah, it would be something I found in the ashes of his fireplace.
This is... What's this? Oh...
Judging by states, I should think it came from his diary. Nothing else remains above the diary itself, unfortunately. I thought you should still have that. Please, take it.
Thank you, Your Majesty. This is more than enough for me. Knowing he treasured this photograph till his last days means more than words I can say. I'm grateful you thought of me when you found it.
And all is well. He was a lucky man to have you as a son. It was regrettably difficult for me to mourn him in public with his role in the war. But I heard you were able to carve his name into the grave he'd made for your mother at your old home.
Yeah, I took a chance when I was nearby for a branch campus assignment.
It's a quiet area of the suburbs, so I'd like if he and my mother could rest in peace together.
Gilead was a great friend to me, and a proud hero who lived in service of the Empire. I shall make it my business to visit the grave myself. I'd like to visit the Lancemane's grave in Crossbow as well.
I'm sure they would appreciate you being there. Not that I know either of them well enough to speak on their behalf, of course.
That is just as true for me, in a sense. I'd seen them as a politician, but I'd only caught the slightest glimpse of him as a father. It's never too late to begin learning more, however, even if he is no longer with us. The Great Twilight is over. The nation's suffering has come to an end. If there's no better time to gather up the pieces we missed during our time of conflict.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Osborne. Daydream. Your memory's aglow. Osborne. I really wish he didn't have to die the way he did. The more I look at it, the more surreal it feels. I saw something similar in the spectral moon mirror, but it's hard to imagine he used to smile like this. I guess that goes to show how little I really knew about him. Hopefully I can find more little things like this and take good care of him. Now, we're in for a busy day tomorrow, so I better get some rest. What the? Huh? What's going on? I've accepted the Ebon Knight. It is not by its will that I have chosen to bring destruction to the Empire. Oh, this is Osborne.
But it is not by its will that I have chosen to bring destruction to the Empire. This is the only way to rid the land of the curse that has plagued it for so long. In this world, what my loved ones call home will require renouncing my very humanity. It is a price I'm willing to pay. From this day forward, I will see myself as a being of blood with a soul of iron, guiding all to a future of conflict. I write these words in my diary to show that I have chosen my path, that my will is still my own. I knew I would need pawns to achieve the future I so desired. Not long after having this realization did I happen upon a boy with the gift of precognition. His name is Lecter Arundel. What a funny twist of fate that he should be that man's son. The boy had accepted the hand fate had dealt him, both his father's crimes and that it would lead him to be silenced. I had given him a new home as one of my pawns, giving him a purpose in the form of revenge. Did I do this out of compassion? An emotion I thought I'd abandon. Seeing him remind me of the son I've turned my back on. His father's crimes came to be the whispers of the Ebon Knight. There's no reason for the child left behind to carry the weight of such an indelible sin. I know not whether his foresight has allowed him to see the ruin I aim to bring. But regardless, he has accepted my offer with great interest.
Next up.
My next meeting has come soon after my promotion to Chancellor of the Imperial Government. While on state business meeting with the four great houses, I happened upon a fascinating young man. His name is Rufus Alborea, and he appears intelligent as he is hollow on the inside. He thinks of me as his true father, and he believes that besting me will give meaning to his existence. It feels almost cruel to find myself being called someone's father again. But meeting someone who seeks to do more than I ever could has been a fine boon instead. May he show me humanity's potential. May he prove we are not powerless in the face of the curse, nor are we simple pieces on a game board. I know calling himself an Ironblood, a son of mine, will not be enough to satisfy him. Perhaps once he finds the answers he seeks, he will be fit to lead in the times to come.
Next up, Claire.
2 years have passed since my appointment to Chancellor. Rufus and Lecter have served me well, and word of the Ironbloods has begun to spread. What has dampened this just so is the passing of an old friend from Thor's. The circumstances surrounding his death are highly suspicious, enough for me to suspect that the Ebon Knight was to blame. It was when I went to handle the matter personally that I happened to meet his daughter, Claire Reverie. In a clear manifestation of the Ebon Knight's dreaded hand toying with Erebonian lives, the tragedy had awakened a peculiar gift in her, a kind of enhanced cognition. I chose to leave the matter of her father's death in her hands, and though it pained her greatly to do so, she has demonstrated the resolve to stand against destiny. Thinking this meeting to also be fate, I've invited her to join the Ironbloods as well. What she will discover on this road to ruin, I do not know. On behalf of my friend, I intend to bear witness as she finds it. I visited Jirai, and after negotiating with its mayor, it was agreed that it would be taken as a province of Erebonia's. And around that time, who should show as if she had been waiting for this moment all along but my dear friend. I'd heard she was calling herself the Steel Maiden after accepting a position in the society. But when talking to her, she was the same as I'd remembered. She still thought to express concern for my well-being. With Jirai now under Imperial rule, the seeds of the curse have begun to blossom. The stage will soon be set for the rivalries. When I told her this, she left without saying much more. She deserves so much for what she has endured. I wish I could have let her know. But perhaps she too would prefer to appear strong.
Osborne.
A fourth member has joined the Ironbloods. Her name is Million Orion, a new model of homunculus with the nearly last in her line serial number, OZ73. As pure and innocent a being as I have ever seen, she was quick to gain a sense of self, developing in the blink of an eye. Milliam has been able to give the other Ironbloods what I cannot. The more time they spend with her, the more I see Claire and Lecter's expressions soften. I can only hope that through her, they have regained a small portion of what the Ebon Knight took away. What a simple manner of forging a sword, and what a fitting manner with the end it is destined to bring. I've long accepted that I will bear any sin for my goal, knowing full well my fate will be to accompany Ishmelga to Gehenna's depths.
Osborne.
Prince Oliver's role in ending the crisis in Liberl was reported far and wide. When he soon after returned to the Empire like a hero aboard the Kingdom's Arcee, it was almost impossible to escape the story. I visited Liberl to offer my own greeting before his departure, but by doing so he reminded me once more that he is a man of endless surprises. It was as if the lion slumbering within the Empire had awakened and taken his form. As I execute my plan to fill the world with conflict, he seeks to find a third way. His efforts are nothing but a hindrance in bringing about the Great Twilight. I cannot help but feel excited by his declaration. If he's going to challenge me, then he had best put up a worthy fight. The conflict he seeks to stop will be great enough to engulf even Crossbell. I look forward to seeing how he intends to counter it. I received word that students from the Thor's Military Academy would be coming to the capital on a field study, and among their Class 7 was a familiar face. I'd been given updates on his growth from Tio and Claire, but it was the first time I'd seen him as a young man. I could see right away that he'd become just like his mother, a kind soul who valued the well-being of others over himself. He's a picture of health now, and for that I am grateful. I regret to write, however, that the curse has had a clear influence on him, adding to his internal strife. I knew it was bound to happen. He has the heart of the one closely linked to the curse. I dare not think of Cassia's face as she watches us from heaven, or the pain she must feel seeing the cruel fate I've thrust upon our child. She knows that if he cannot control himself now, then he has no choice of surviving the days that are yet to come. It won't be long before the Great Twilight is upon us. All I can do is as his mother does, watch and see how he fares. October 30th, the newly independent Crossbell destroyed Algarelia Fortress. As foretold in the Black Records, this led to Erebonia declaring war on Crossbell. There was one development, however, that they did not foresee. Pro Armbrust, the grandson of Jirai's mayor. He was but an ordinary boy on the surface, belying the searing vehemence beneath his skin that gave him the strength to match even me. Though everything has been proceeding as planned, he has allowed me to see the heights of humanity's potential for the first time in a long time. At the same time as this developed, another came to be as I had feared it would. Green Schwarzer has accepted becoming the Awakener for Valimar. The Ebon Knight's power grows ever greater as the Civil War rages on. The Asher Knight may be quite capable, but without sufficient resolve, it will fall against the Ebon Knight with ease. As the one who thrust this upon you, I doubt you would ever want to hear this from me. But only you can change your course. I dearly pray you will find the will to fight against your fate.
Osborne. He always cared about Reen.
July 18th. The Grawl of Erebos has been made manifest. Prince Oliver had broken through all attempts to obstruct him, reaching the scene. All for naught. He has met a tragic end. Human life is but dust to be scattered by the winds of fate, be you commoner or nobility, hero or villain. Even he was no exception to the rule and fell like any other. His loss is a deeply tragic one, for I had thought him uniquely capable of rebuilding the Empire after the Great Twilight's end. The wings of the hero have broken. In the despair that followed, the sword of the end was swung at last. With Milliam's grievous demise, the final restraint chaining Reen has been unbound. He has been consumed by the curse, becoming the sacrifice decreed by fate so long ago. I nearly thought he would succeed in suppressing its hold on him with how long he fended it off. It may be for the best that he will live through this miserable period as a mindless ogre. By the time he returns to his senses, the Ebon Knight and I will no longer be of this world. I would ask that he is able to rest until the rivalries have reached their climax.
Then...
September 1st. Operation Yomengen and the final rivalry is now upon us. Though he fell to the fiery depths of despair, Reen rose from the ashes and has since fought valiantly for my defeat. The curse's power is at its peak, and still he prevailed. I can hardly believe how much he's grown. His friends may have played a part in this, but that alone does not explain it. What has elevated him to heights beyond prophetic imaginings? I wish I knew, as much as I wish I could have learned it by watching over him as a father.
Osborne.
This isn't like me at all. I shouldn't be losing myself at such a critical point. Should he somehow defeat me, my son will be forced to bear the full weight of the curse's power. Yet if he has the strength to oppose me, then I will take it as my first and final paternal duty to see him wrested from my grasp. The hope for miracles in this world is a fool's errand. Still, Goddess, are you so merciful as to lend your ears to one such as me? If so, then I pray, please shine your light on Reen's future forevermore.
Osborne.
Huh?
Reen.
That felt too real to be a dream.
He somehow managed to see the diary. Osborne's wish went through at least.
I could be wrong, but I think I'll trust my gut on this one. He was always prioritizing the happiness of others, while shouldering burdens one should never have to bear alone.
I think it's bad that Reen is such a self-sacrificer, but think about Osborne. He sacrificed everything he had. His very soul, just to save... well, just to save things.
Like father, like son, huh? I wish I could have done more for him. Right. I still can. My father gave me life. And my friends gave me a reason to live that life. Simply living well is the best way I can repay him and my mother.
Yeah.
That doesn't absolve the bad, but...
Spawn.
Morning, Kurt. The weather's beautiful today, huh?
I'm so bad at waking up early.
Good morning, Yuna. Altina. And what a coincidence. Yuzei and Ash are coming out at the same time.
A new day, a new diet to keep myself cute for the instructor. I binged on way too much sugar last night.
Thought I could sneak out before you guys.
No skipping out for you, Grumpy Gus. Now let's get to running.
Time to start the day.
Yeah. Oh. Osborne. Daydream. Her memories aglow. What a beautiful memory. Alright. You know what that means, everyone. There's one daydream left, and then we're done here, I think. Again, the minigame ones I might just do on my own time, but considering they're not story important, I really do want to get into Daybreak. But it's time for the final.
Rendering browsing interface.
Final daydream. This one came from another white sealing stone. And this one is called Beyond the Reverie. These are but minute fragments of memories drifting in an endless ocean, memories of what will be in the near future. Memories of what will be. Could they be shadows of the tangled threads woven by Elysium? Or perhaps faded illusions that slip through the cracks of time and space? There are none who know the answer. Another hot springs paradise. January, year 12,008 of the Septian calendar. Between two great mountains at the tip of a Calverdian basin sits Longlai. The town is known for two things, being the eastern entrance to the Republic and its exceptional hot springs. Through these enticing factors, does it continue to welcome tourists hailing from both home and abroad. Yet today it served guests quite unlike its many unseasoned visitors. These had come from another renowned hot springs paradise situated in the northern reaches of Erebonia. Serene. His family. The depth of flavor in the food here is just exquisite. Agreed, the Phoenix Wings food is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but I have my doubts the chef could replicate dishes this unique in taste. The Bishan Inn's reputation continues to precede itself. Baron Tio and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were the sampling the inn's culinary delights, spirits high and stomachs filling fast. Their daughter, Elise, sat next to them, her spirit a bit lower by comparison as her brows furrowed with concern. I'm sure its luxuries come with it's just an equally luxurious price tag, and there's 4 of us, so even 2 nights must have cost a small fortune. Upon realizing what she said, she shook her head. I didn't mean to damper the mood. I know we have the money, but all my budgeting as student council president has made a terrible habit of me seeing the numbers and everything. Her older brother Reen couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The budget buster and you will like how much we saved, because we're not here as paying customers. We were invited by the owners personally. They said they wanted to get to know us since we run similar establishments, so here we are. And we'll be inviting them to Ymir sooner than later, of course. Right, Dad?
Oh, absolutely. This adds to the list of boons coming from our countries finally coming to terms with one another. The Republic is reveling in unheard of levels of prosperity, and the relationships between our people are more active and festive than ever. I, for one, welcome any opportunity to further foster friendship.
The Baron took another healthy sip of his baijiu before continuing.
Friendship over fighting, I say. Such a shame that that the world tends to overcomplicate that simple concept.
Seeing her husband's glass was almost empty, Lucia filled it to the brim while adding her own thoughts. That's all the more reason why we need to make the most of this invitation and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Their children nodded in agreement. And even that aside, there's no reason to spoil a family vacation when we so rarely have time to take them. Oh, I read about some unusual sweet dishes worth trying here. Would you like to share some with me, Reen? In a bit. I'm thinking of taking another soak in the hot springs, so I might be in the mood for something sweet after. The food here is delicious, but as far as I'm concerned, the hot springs are the real star of the show.
That's my boy right there.
The ruling lord of the hot springs paradise would never let a good discussion about them pass him by. He was as fond of their quality and soothing effects as Reen, enthusiasm undeniably apparent from the warmth of his tone to the width of his smile.
Their medical springs happen to be a favorite of mine. I can't but be fascinated by them time and time again.
I can believe it. I've always known about them, but here's the first place I've been able to feel the way they warm you right to your core. I think we could make one available at the Phoenix Wings.
Be worth a try, but that comes with its own obstacles.
For as many problems as Tio expressed in practical terms, Reen held just as many proposed solutions. The conversation grew more involved by the minute, leaving the ladies of the house to pleasedly bask in their glow and continue enjoying the meal before them. All four felt the same. That had been too long since they could enjoy each other's company, but the wait had been well worth it. That night, after indulging in his post-dinner soak in the springs and telling his family he was going for a walk, Reen departed the inn. All right, let's do this. He took in a deep breath, the crisp night air of Longlai filling his lungs. The hot springs were an excellent bonus to this trip, to be sure, but it was not the real reason he agreed to visit. Is that Kafai? He had come in search of Yun Kafai, the famed sword hermit. Master Kafai was the founder of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, of which Reen was a practitioner, and though now over 70 years old, he was still regarded as one of the strongest combatants on the continent. They had not met since before Reen's enrollment at Thor's. Many a letter was exchanged during the 4 years that followed, but even they had stopped after Reen earned the right to call himself a divine blade over a year ago. There was so very much he wished to discuss with his master. What he had learned in his 4 years of training, what had transpired since becoming a divine blade, the true meaning behind being the final blade to master the 8 Leaves. There's plenty I'd like to ask that have nothing to do with swordsmanship too. All these questions, all impossible to answer without first knowing the whereabouts of a single individual. Even a senior practitioner like Cassius Bright claimed ignorance, having received not a single update from their old master. He had always been an elusive but traceable sort, but wherever he was now, he was next to impossible to track. That wasn't until word of a blade master being sighted in Longlai reached Reen's ears. The man held a fondness for the town's specialties, those being the hot springs and its fragrant tea leaves, making the sighting worthy of particular note. He also knew from the letters before they stopped that he intended to journey eastward, making Longlai one of the more plausible stopping points. The word came to him just as the Schwarzers were invited to stay at the inn during the New Year vacation. Reen's instincts told him that the timing was a little too fortunate, but with how vague the lead was, even if it would most likely result in him leaving the same as he had arrived. While he had not discussed the rumor being key to his traveling here, his family seemed to sense it was more than a simple pleasure trip for him. I know Dad would have a great time catching up with him, but I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. These thoughts in mind, Reen made his way to the night streets. Longlai's architecture was distinctly Eastern, making it a uniquely intriguing sight among most of Calvert's towns and cities. This was not to say it was similar to Crossbell's East Street. With subtle colors paired with dignified beauty, every wall and stone exuded the traditional concepts of wabi-sabi. One look was enough to understand the region was rich with history. This quiet charm would give way to contrastly lively evenings, where tourists both westward and farther eastward were greeted to stalls dedicated to the hot springs and more. This too held a traditional sort of charm. Reen asked several merchants if they had any information pertaining to the whereabouts of his master, somewhat sheepishly purchasing a number of souvenirs from their stalls to keep himself from being a nuisance. They, he justified, would make excellent gifts for his friends, his co-workers, and his students. The Can't believe it's almost time for them to graduate. I might be more emotional about theirs than I was for mine. For the first time, Reen would get to experience what it was like for the young birds he had taken under his wing for 2 years to finally leave the nest. Their first year had been eventful, to say the least. But it started as a problem class full of disagreements and mounting tension. It slowly grown into one of compassion and understanding for one another. It was with each new discovery about themselves and every new ordeal the world sought to impose upon them that they grew not only as individuals, but as a team. He hoped this period would remain as much a meaningful part of their lives as it would always be for him. The months before the Retributive Tower's appearance held many a trial, making the 10 months that followed in its shadow pass all too quickly. In that time, Reen's students continued to mature, building on everything they accomplished in their first year to prepare for and settle into their destined future. Desired. Indeed, whether it was by overcoming their demons or by learning to work with them in a healthier fashion, their paths up till now had been well worn, and while they may have had to rest from time to time, he was proud to be a part of why their steps continued to face forward. Proud, but also lonely at the thought of saying goodbye. As their second year drew to a close, lacking in grandiose events but still rewarding in its own right, it was this mixture of emotions that bore conflict within him most. Can't believe I'm going through it all over again next year and even the year after that. Hell of a career I chose to pursue, huh? He didn't know when he stopped walking. Realizing this, he resumed his search, paying respect in mind to the many generations of educators who came before him. No matter where he looked, he could not find Master Kafai and Longlai. It was, however, still too early to say whether the trip had been in vain, as he had at least caught an unverified report of the Blade Master being seen in the mountains to the south. Wandering such terrain at night wasn't going to be ideal, but Reen was already firm on spending the next day with his family. Tonight, it would have to be. Making a brief stop to the inn to tuck his souvenirs somewhere secure, he then departed for his new destination. The mountain's winding, half-beaten trails would be more treacherous at night, but they were not off-limits as such. The key, Reen knew, would be to not rely on sight alone. His senses of hearing and smell, perhaps even touch, were going to be equally vital in the hours ahead. Calling upon his experience and intellect to heighten all 5 senses, he took in his surroundings in full. This really takes me back to training in the mountains. To call the experience training would imply his time being one of simple tutelage between student and master, but it equated to so much more. The danger then was far worse than it was now, with some days requiring him to set foot in highly dangerous territories just to find the day's food to survive. Sounds like the Kunlun Mountains may have been used for a similar exercise a long time ago. He was certain to think on the information gained during his search as he continued along the trail. Searching for evidence of human activity in an environment like this was not a difficult task. Humans always leave something indicative of their presence behind that no wild creature could, be it a long-dead fire, footprints, or traces of going on the hunt. One need only follow the light to lead to their source. Reen did so, advancing with the caution instilled in him by both his old master and hunting enthusiast of a father. They soon led him precisely to clear evidence that a human had been in the area, though the evidence itself was far from what he expected. Remains of a camp. No, it didn't look like it had been left by martial artists in training or roaming hunters. But the most peculiar thing was that there were multiple sites like the first, all evenly spaced from one to the next. It was as though something was being measured. Maybe this is from a group of scholars doing field research. But it seems too large in scale for that. There was nothing more to be found here. Reen advanced. Soon after, he found another unusual mound of evidence. It's like someone forced their way through here in a car. Or more like hacked open a path wide enough for a car to pass through. All further inspection here suggests that whoever was responsible had given up on this endeavor, leading him to wonder if they somehow found success elsewhere. And if they did, why had they done all this? The question pestered him. If there was anywhere to clear wide paths, the remote depths of the mountains certainly were not it. But instinct told him he was only a step away from discovering the answer. If I keep following this trail a little further... At this thought, Reen sensed someone approaching. One person. 2 people. Yes, there were 2, and it was clear they were aware of his presence as well. Only for a fleeting second did he think they might be the ones responsible for the strange trails, but a deadly tension that now thickened the air told him these were no simple scholars. He felt them draw near, the knight failing themselves well. And then he felt them stop. How about you show yourselves? He spoke without placing his hand on his tachi, signifying to those watching that he had no desire to fight. Their silhouettes then silently emerged from the darkest shadows of the mountain. They looked very much like the shinobi of the east he had heard about, their forms clad from top to bottom in black garments and their faces fully obscured. I see your insight poses a threat after all, Divine Blade of the Empire. The contract with our client has yet to begin, but we will make an exception for one among their list of dangerous persons. The silhouettes then charged. They caught him completely off guard, drawing short, straight blades to attack him as they narrowed in. Green's eyes widened in surprise, but nearly in the same moment he was in a fighting stance, hand over his still-sheathed tachi. Fifth form. Morning Moon! He perceived the direction of his foe's attacks to evade them, then mounted a counterattack of his own. All it took was that instant to repel their assaults and leave them vulnerable. Ordinarily, this would be the time to take the offensive, but all Reen could do was stare at the two with disbelief. The thought entered my mind as I saw you move, but now that we've crossed blades... He paused, the disbelief in his eyes giving way to a more intent gaze. Are you... practitioners of the Eight Leaves School? Another pause, this time from the silhouettes before answering as though they were well aware of the question that was coming. No, though we do possess ties to the school. We are of the Ikaruga, practitioner of the Black God One Blade School. Black God One Blade? An opposing school? What? Reem was left stunned. The two Ikaruga held their blades horizontally, ready to thrust them forward at any moment. It was as though they wanted to make clear that, while they had been caught off guard once, he would not be so fortunate twice. Reem responded by assuming the middle stance with his tachi, but just as the sides were only a beat away from engaging in battle, what could only be described as a black cyclone roared from the darkness at such speed that it seemed certain to slice anything it touched. Its appearance caught Reem by surprise more than the initial attacks by the silhouettes. He now suspected an attack from that angle, that distance, or even at that moment. His enemies, on the other hand, did not so much as flinch at the sight. The approaching blade, over an arch and a half in length, was heading directly for Reen's back. He couldn't possibly dodge it now. Perhaps he should have noticed. Perhaps it was impossible to notice. Whatever the answer, the Divine Blade of the Empire would soon fall. The silhouettes waited in for his final moments to be, convinced of no other fate in his future. When Reen spun his body in a full circle, applying the intensity built into his tachi from the motion to swing, the blow was weighted to get precise, shifting the incoming blade to a new direction without mitigating its near overpowering force. This technique was an application of the first form, Helix. There was no greater course in the moment than to use it to redirect the attack without it ever making direct contact. The spinning blade was now significantly off its intended course, but Reen slashed at it again, birthing a shockwave that further shifted its path. The blade went flying hairs to the right of the direction it had come from. A hand was there to deftly catch it midair. What the... You may have only recently taken the title, but you are worthy of calling a divine blade all the same. You use the unclouded eye well. From this hand emerged a new figure from the darkness. While he was clad in similar garments to the silhouettes, something about his presence was much more inspired by comparison. His musculature was thoroughly discernible beneath his body-covering fortified suit. His every movement, however slight, reflected a complete lack of hesitation, and the faint light of his eyes, visible through his mask, projected no emotion whatsoever. The man possessed the aura of a true warrior, one projected only by those who have fought more battles than was possible to count. Fall back. He's too formidable of a foe for you to handle. The silhouette slid into the darkness in an instant. Only the new arrival was left to face Reen. I need to know. Who are you, and why did you attack me? Our contract forbids the disclosure of such information. You will leave this place now, fledgling Divine Blade. The tone was not one of advice, nor one of an order. It was as if the man was stating a fact, his calmness veiling an undertone of malice that told Reen what would happen if he did not do as was told. I'm afraid I can't do that without an explanation. Not when I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. I understand then. There was no longer anything to discuss. All they could do was battle.
I, Kurogane of the Rogetsu School, shall be your opponent. Kurogane stood at attention, the large blade he had thrown before now pointed. I'd rather sell this with words, but I can see that's not an option. Reen sighed, taking his own stance in turn. Then Reen Schwarzer, master of the 8 Leaves One Blade School's 7th form, shall be yours. The divine blade moved instantly. The bizarre weapon Kurogane wielded was less akin to a sword and more 4 equally sized blades arranged in the shape of a cross, their bases connecting to a single point. He could direct this large, weighted shuriken as though it were a simple child's toy spoke volumes about how strong he was. Still, even it was not infallible, for it was not one to be ideally used in close-range combat. Kurogane appeared to have no other key weapons on hand, either, meaning that if Reen could force him to fight where he would be at his most disadvantageous, he would very likely come out of this the victor. This was what he had in mind when choosing to act first. Second form, Gale! He closed the gap between them, drew his blade, and made a wide swing toward his opponent in the blink of an eye. Kurogane blocked the blow with ease. That, however, meant nothing in the larger scheme of things. Reen knew well of this man's capabilities. So long as the gap between them was closed, and it was, he considered the attack a success. Just as he thought, he would be able to push onward and overpower his foe by mounting a newly fierce assault. Kurogane had split his cross-shaped shuriken in half. The ease at which he did made clear this was intended by design. He can dual-wield double sabers. There was no hiding his shock. In the West, double sabers were seen as relics from the Dark Ages that were difficult to utilize. Crow was the only person Reen knew who was competent with one, and only one. The skill it would take to use 2 was almost too difficult to fathom. Surprise created an opening that Kurogane was not going to let pass unexploited. Possessing twin two-ended blades allowed the shinobi to perform considerably more strikes than Reen, giving him no chance to push back. Reen steel sparked as their weapons clashed. Kurogane was dominant for some time, but he could do nothing to bolster his advantage. With strike and spark after strike and spark, the advantage was moving back to Reen. This was in part due to him being used to fighting this weapon that defied rationale, but it was also because he had been given the time to find what he was looking for. Perfect range in which to attack. Double sabers were forged with a shorter reach than they appeared to have, something inevitable due to their handle being in the middle. It could have been because he also used them as shuriken, but the length of Kurogane's sabers were even shorter than Crow's, meaning Reen would have to adjust with the longer length of his blade. He measured patiently, staying only just out of Kurogane's reach and evading the onslaught by a hair's breadth each time prior to countering. It was calculated quickly thanks to Kurogane's frequent rapid attacks, meaning all Reen had to do now was wait for the right moment. This moment would come in the form of his opponent showing impatience for the stalled battle, driving him to take an unneeded step forward. Reen evaded the strike expertly, instantly returning it with an upward diagonal slash. Forceful swing of his tachi made contact with the handle of Kurogane's own swung weapon, knocking it clean out of his hand. Reen dashed forward to make use of his availed opportunity, but after only a flicker of bewilderment, Kurogane moved to deny him. He blocked Reen's attack with the double saber still in his possession, then hurled a hidden kunai with his free hand, jumping backward a significant distance while doing so. Very good, Divine Blade of the 8 Leaves. You may pale to the skills of our princess, but you without doubt deserve your reputation. Princess? Reen's invitation went unanswered as Kurogane took a notably different stance than before. I shall demonstrate my respect for your skill with my finest technique. This put Reen staunchly on guard. Senses heightened. He focused every nerve in his body, fixing his eyes on whatever was to come of Kurogane. It was now gone. Nothing remained where Reen's opponent had just stood. He hadn't taken his eyes off him, never eased himself for a moment. Yet Kurogane was nowhere to be seen. How? Had he moved that quickly? Was it some kind of spatial translocation? There were no signs to indicate either one. Was it that he never moved at all and was still there, sight unseen? No, that wasn't it either. The double saber Reen had repelled to the ground was also gone. I can still sense him, so he hasn't gone far. Reen suppressed the panic welling up within, honing his senses a second time. That was when another black cyclone swirled toward him from the shadows. He half expected something of this nature, so with little deviation he was able to deflect it as he did the first time. The attack indicated that Kurogane had resembled his
reassembled his shuriken after recovering its lost half so he could throw it again. It also indicated, together with the slight changes in his surroundings, where he was now positioned. Rin needed a little more time to know where he was for certain. But ahead of making a solid conclusion, the cyclone came at him yet again from a new angle. That was fast. Though he blocked this attack as well as the last, before he could fully correct his posture, the next cyclone approached. The gap between was getting shorter and shorter. There's another. The time was shorter, and another, shorter. Soon these assorted smaller cyclones were seemingly growing into a blended grand storm of death, with Rin trapped at its center. This doesn't feel like I'm being attacked by a single person. Did he make phantom copies of himself? He had no idea where the next cyclone would form, and by the time he located it, the next one was ready. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to deduce Kurogane's location. He had been able to repel every blade that met with his so far, but that was growing increasingly difficult. I didn't want to use it, but I'm not sure I have a choice. Well aware that doing so would place him in danger, Rin took his mind off the battle. He gave up blocking and evading attacks, dedicating the bare minimum of his focus to not sustaining lethal blows and focusing his mind inward. He focused on the power that he had long cultivated inside of him. The power he had feared, loathed, and rejected. The power he now relied on, desired, and nearly surrendered himself to. The power he faced with his loved ones at his side, making it a true part of himself. With his mind clear as day, he unleashed his full strength. Enlightened spirit unification! He imbued his Tachi with the great power surging out of him, crying out as he did so, and spinning his body forcibly around to create a bladed circle around him. The energy released by his Tachi repelled all forthcoming shuriken with ease, and with them, Kurogane's phantom copies lurking in the darkness faded to nothing. With that, there you are! He charged toward Kurogane. The man was thoroughly overwhelmed by Rin's sudden counterattack, throwing him completely off balance. There was nothing he could do to repel what would come next. Time to settle this! Rin swung his Tachi downward while pouring all of his might into a final single strike. But just as the two felt the battle was coming to an end, Zeroth form, duality! What? Accompanying with a voice as beautiful as a bell was a slash tearing through the sky. Its color was so black it threatened to eclipse the moon. It effortlessly stopped Rin's weapon from reaching its target. That wasn't all. What? With a high-pitched metallic sound, Rin's beloved Tachi was sundered cleanly in two. Princess! Kurogane was also taken aback by this new arrival. Heard what was happening from both of our scouts. Could have invited me to join the fun instead of keeping it all to yourself. The words as she chided Kurogane indicated dissatisfaction, but the music of her tone betrayed her excitement. Rin made to see who this mysterious figure was. What the? The sight of her alone took his breath away. She was young, wearing a fortified suit that looked to be a marriage of classical and modern Eastern styles, with long silver hair that almost appeared to glow in the pale moonlight. Her age was likely close to Rin's, perhaps a little younger, with well-defined features that still held traces of adolescence, pairing strikingly in contrast to the empty void behind her eyes. There was the air of a young noblewoman who had been sheltered from impurities all her life, and the stench of a baleful warrior who had bathed in the blood of countless lives. How she was both and neither at once, Rin could not understand. It was this very quality that made her all the more captivating and dangerous. In the woman's left hand was a large black engraved blade that threatened to freeze him for daring a glance at it. No doubt it was what halved Rin's Tachi moments ago. What did... Rin fumbled for the words as he clutched a useless handle tightly in his hand. The fair-haired woman only smiled as she looked down upon it. Your weapon was very fine, but was never any match for my friend, I'm afraid. She spun the black blade in her hand around gently before holding it up toward the night sky to seemingly display it with pride. It wasn't hard to see why she would boast about possessing such a weapon. He had seen many a blade of historical significance, but instinct told him that hers was better than any of those. The blunt side featured an intricate design of deep gray that, while he could not discern its meaning there and then, he knew was nothing less than a work of art. There was an aura about it, one cold as ice, that seemed to reject its worldly surroundings,
making it capable of cutting through anything it so desired. It came in company with a beautiful hilt of deep red that contrasted its body without feeling out of place. This juxtaposition was, in a sense, much a reflection of its wielder, with their two opposing natures being distinctive yet also as one. Reen thought as he observed, her blade was clearly something special. That alone did not explain the strength behind her attack. He had never heard of the technique she used, but it was certainly connected to the 8 leaves in some way, and the skill she showed in executing it made her equal to a divine blade. He was so fixated on these thoughts, as these thoughts rushed through his mind, that he was only brought out by her sudden laughter.
I didn't think I'd ever meet you here. I wonder if our old master is behind guiding us to the same place.
Or if it's just a happy coincidence. Wait. The manner in which she spoke and her familiarity with Reen gave him a theory. The technique you just used was really something. Consider me intrigued.
It's put you a league above of more interesting than our senior practitioners.
So he was right. Are you? Before he could hear what he already knew, she turned away, refusing to let him finish the question.
He isn't here, so why don't you run on back to your family? Go and make the most of your vacation. Just don't let your skill with the blade slip. The world will need it again one day.
She spoke with a certain satisfaction as she pointed down to the other half of his broken blade, and then she leapt high, seemingly disappearing on the other side of the moon. Reen could only stare dumbfounded as she vanished. He couldn't even speak. Kurogane left with her. The Ikaruga, the Black God One Blade School, and our senior practitioners. Reen had been unable to fulfill his objective. And not just that, he was left with countless new questions about the people he encountered in the mountain itself. He felt there was meaning behind being guided to this specific place, but how important it was or what it entailed, he did not know. And yet, the person responsible for discerning that won't be me. Looking down at his broken Tachi, he was struck anew with how massive the world truly was. And he realized now that his master was confirmed to be elsewhere, the purpose of his visit to Longlai was nothing more than to enjoy a wonderful, ordinary vacation with his family. This meeting here was but a peculiar coincidence. For now, at least. When I get back, I'll need to reforge my Tachi. And myself. Something stirred in this region. All across Calvard. There was nothing he could do about that as he was. All he could focus on was training and bettering himself so that he could one day play a part against the next threat that loomed over the distant horizon. New resolve welling in his soul, he made his way through the now still mountain trail, back to where his loving family awaited. Another hot springs paradise. The end. Online. The Black God One Blade School. What is going on in Calvard? And it seems Reen will become important in the Calvard arc, it seems. That seems to be the implication. But it seems like he himself knows that he's not going to play the major role there. Not as much as he was in Erebonia, but he knows he's going to be needed. An unconventional student. April, year 12,008 of the Septine calendar. Aramis Academy is a famous educational institution in the Calvardian capital of Edith. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution 100 years ago. This is also reflected in its goal of nurturing new talent and helping to forge a brighter future for a new republic. The Academy placed great value on traditional education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspectives of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across Lemuria. It was a storied place of learning that reflected the Republic's views as a whole. This story, for its part, begins not long after the springtime festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. This was an autumn morning at the Academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. The young lady had long, soft violet hair crowned with a black ribbon. Her figure had been cut very respectably as she matured into a young woman of 17 years, and yet her face still held traces of girlhood, a days bygone.
The beauty she was, she never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. Ren! Her name was Ren Bright. She was a second-year student from Janus Royal Academy in Liberl, now studying at Aramis as part of an exchange program. So it sounds like Ren might actually be a character important in Calvard. That's cool. She had only just arrived in the spring. Ren's goal in attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in years past, and there was little more a new academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal in reality was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvard. It was hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time at Janus. Even if there were limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. To move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen should during her time at Aramis. There was just one very big problem with this plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't she just gorgeous? Look, I see her. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart too. All she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her looks alone were already enough to make her the talk of the school, but after one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score on her entrance exam, there was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. The art students cared not how much she wanted to avoid gathering attention. She was getting it whether she liked to or not. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with the booming popularity this new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Ren's arrival that morning, another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows, echoing audible tuts of displeasure. Ren had yet to be enrolled in any clubs, so as soon as the day lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word, if I may, Miss Bright. It was a fellow classmate, surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their King Bee. Certainly. Though instincts told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked into behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I've been wanting to get to know you better for some time now, you see, so I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening. The boy, Ronald Griffith, presented a gentlemanly smile. Ren was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up some excuse to turn him down. Today would be no different. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today. Some other time, perhaps. This is usually enough to get them to give up, but Ronald was a persistent one. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I've already booked us a table at a very fine restaurant so we can discuss it in detail. Is there really no way your business can wait? There was something ominous about his smile. Ren couldn't help but be curious what he was thinking. I'm afraid it can't. I'm so sorry you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's alright. So not tonight, then. A pity. Ronald's tone read one less of genuine sadness and more irritation that things were not going according to plan. Well aware that he let slip his true feelings on the matter, he quickly composed himself and smiled. That was better than ever, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the room, so perhaps it's all for the better set here. This, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were likely on their way home or in their respective clubs, while some would have ordinarily been in the classroom at this hour. She was certain none wanted anything to do with Ronald and his group. He took a step toward her, then began to speak. I'm well aware, Miss Bright, that you've come all the way from distant Liberl to be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from afar for family reasons. But I heard here in your case that you came to Calvard just to learn in these hallowed halls. I cannot help but deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you. Brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be a terribly lonely and challenging affair. We all need someone to depend on in our lives, and that would be especially so in your situation. So if you don't mind me saying so, Miss Bright, I believe you're in need of someone to look after you, to protect you. At last he shut up, giving Ren a chance to respond. She scrutinized him closely. In short, you'd like me to join your circle of friends, correct? Ronald's smarmy smile broadened. His father was a senator in the Republic's parliament, meaning he held a significant amount of political power. His son used this to his full advantage. Ever since joining the academy, Ronald had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students, forcibly building his reputation until he was the leading candidate for student council president in the election staged in half a month's time. His goal, Ren assumed, was to bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction to further secure his chance of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Perhaps you don't get it yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make on the life of an exchange student. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high school standing would make it easier for her to gather information. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that would pay itself in dividends in the days to come. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances that brought her to Aramis, but his proposal was, in fact, very beneficial to her. She returned a smile with a modest one of her own as she answered. You're kind to think of me think so much of me. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Clear, unambiguous rejection. Ronald's lips were still curled into a smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could his lackeys hide their shock. They had by all accounts expected her to answer the opposite. I sure you won't reconsider, Miss Bright. Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interest. I fear if you don't now, you may, well, come to regret it. The last words were a hair slower and deliberate to intimidate her. Ren, of course, was never going to fall for it. I'll admit, it is a tempting proposal. Tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone win the student council election. If only that someone weren't you.
What'd you just say?
Sun taunt caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping him. Ren, for her part, was unruffled by the change. I imagine you don't need me to explain why, but I will to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I always attract on the ways to school every morning have been coming from all of you. They've been constant in my life ever since just before the festival. All were flabbergasted by the statement, their silence confirming what she said to be true. She continued. No, you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware of how much I stand out despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under your own wing is a strategically sound move too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. I have better things to do than assist someone so incompetent and small-minded. With a shrug and a sigh in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Ren stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling with rage. Good day to you all. Ren gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes and open slack jaws she left behind. Sagat ended up getting pretty beat up from another one of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. Is this talking to Tita? He did get some good data out of it, but ouch. Your mom is always so funny. That night in the dormitory, Ren and Tita were engrossed in deep conversation through their laptops. No! Look at him! All grown up! It's always the same old with all of you. I'm surprised there's anything of Agate left with how often you tell me she has him in nearly facing death. You two are in a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to mix like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds we know. But we have agreed to go somewhere next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Well, isn't that something? There's adulthood await you, my dear friend. Ren! He had graduated from the branch campus in Erebonia just as Ren left for Calvard, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week, so they could stay in each other's lives. They discussed anything, from their new lives and environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. Sounds like a legal confrontation between the Vern Company and Epstein Foundation is inevitable at this point. Oh, I think that was Ryan Blair. I know, I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. A recent development concerning the Calverdian industrial giant Vern Company had become a key source of concern for them as of late. The Vern Company. It began soon after Crossbow returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leader's takeover the previous year. Professor Erica Russell approached the Vern Company to propose that they join the West Sumerian Tech Union that she had been hard at work forming, and to no one's surprise, they refused. But before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could even finish getting ready to go and change Vern's mind, something happened to make the Union the least of anyone's priority. The independent development of a new generation of orbments, and their generations-long partner in this subset of technology, the Epstein Foundation, would not be a collaborator. The latter had been key supporters of Miri's orbit development and orbital technology in general since their very inception. Interesting, so the Vern Company is making orbits without
the Epstein Foundation for the first time. That's the first time that's happening. Development of orbits without the Epstein Foundation. Battle orbits were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Reinford Company before the Battle of Jormungandr had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, instead favoring to develop them in partnership with the Storied Institute. The announcement was, quite simply, unprecedented, and it sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. While there were certainly legal concerns regarding who owned the patent to this technology, the greater concern was that their stable position in the industry as a whole was now becoming unstable. They initially responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means, but when those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were preparing for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. I'd say Vernon has the upper hand in this if this ever makes it to court. Unlike their previous Ramdom orbits, this 6th generation is designed to set a whole new standard. All of its main features were packed with new tech, with some new features still being kept under wraps. I wonder what those are. What could they be trying to develop that's important enough to ruin their relationship with the Foundation? I have heard about the government telling the Vern Company to focus more on weapons development. I have too. Sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military's weaponry. The official story is that they're planning on slimming the military down, but if they're pairing that with the latest in weapons development, then they're still just as powerful. Maybe more so. As part of the war ceasefire agreement, the Erebonia was required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvard's. Yet if the Republic were to expand the capabilities of its military, this recently forced equilibrium in superpowers would be quickly broken. Whatever may be true, I've got a lot of questions I need answers to. Maybe it would be worth visiting the Vern Company's headquarters in Basel at some point. You haven't learned anything more about where Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing more concrete, at least. It sounds like she's continuing her research eastward, but I haven't heard anything more specific than that. Mom and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. I'm not surprised that, since that area isn't very well connected, but it's still unfortunate. She's a lot more personal than Professor Schmidt, so having her on our side would help a lot. So you can only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of worrying stories going around now about PMCs and stuff like that. It makes me wonder if none of this would even be happening if she was still acting as an advisor for the Vern Company. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirit sinking. The political climate in Western Zemuria was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. But she could not shake off the feeling that this peace was built over rotting wood, and that it could all come crashing down with but the slightest provocation. This was becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields. So rapid, in fact, that no base could possibly sustain its sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. Try not to tell too much on the worst-case scenario, Tita. This piece might rest on a knife's edge, but there's still plenty we can do to preserve it. That's why I'm here right now, and it's also why you're working so hard. We could find millions of problems in the world if we wanted, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away, right? The world's filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed in that precise moment. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Ren. No. They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. Well, it's getting really late, so I should probably be going. Talk to you soon, okay? Talk to you soon, okay? Alright, good night, Tita. Night. Oh! Tia suddenly remembered something. The exclamation stopped Ren just as she was about to end the call. Sal and Joshua told me that you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much. You'd think I wasn't talking to them too. She couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after class, but Ren quickly drove the thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. Tell them they can rest easy. Everything is fine. Good. They wanted me to let them know if you were ever being bullied so they could fly over and help. Ren could only sigh. Honestly, do they think I can't keep myself safe from a few schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. Yeah, I'd be more concerned. There's a very real chance she'd accidentally kill somebody, I feel. At her friend's silence, Tita couldn't help but burst out laughing. I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. How awful of you. Even if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore, anyway. See, it's saying
It's saying that kind of thing that makes people worry. I'm a lady now. I need the magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I'm also trying to do what I can to avoid standing out too much at school. You can try, but that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, now I'm really gonna go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zen for me if you run into him. I'm planning to go see him when everything calms down here, so will do. I've been meaning to go and see someone else I've been dead to in the past as well. By the time the two had finished talking and ended the call, one day had given way to the next. The morning dawned yet another day of school. However, just as she left her classroom in the main building at the start of lunch and went to descend the staircase, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Reflexively, she dodged out of the way. A female student then entered her field of vision. She had lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot where it had been moments later, but her momentum showed no sign of fading. If someone didn't stop her, she was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. She supported the girl's weight with one arm, with all the grace of someone taking part in a ballroom dance, saving her from the fall. Several students happened to witness the event unfold and could not help but elicit gasps of admiration. Noticing that the girl's eyes were still in focus, Ren gently addressed her. Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you? Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl, whose face had become quite red, quickly straightened her posture in a fluster. Yes, I'm okay. You're in bread from the next class over, aren't you? Thank you so much for helping me. You're very welcome. But I have to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to the staircase. Do you have some really urgent business to take care of? The girl first frowned in response, then paused to think, then answered. Nothing I can think of. It's weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, it felt like someone had pushed me from behind. Obviously, no one here would do that, so I must have just bumped into someone by accident. She thanked her rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. The situation she had deemed her imagination, however, lingered in Ren's mind. If I hadn't sensed something was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. We could have been badly hurt. Was it really just a coincidence? Or was it a deliberate action by someone who wants to hurt me? If it was the latter, she didn't have anything to support this theory, but it came with a familiar sensation. The feeling of malicious stares focusing on her from the shadows. It took surprisingly little time for her suspicions to gain evidence. After finishing gym class the next day, Ren made for her the next classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she immediately noticed something was amiss. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Try as she did to open them, it was a lost cause to get even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. The culprits behind the act were equally obvious. Not far from where Ren was sitting, Ronald Griffith and his lackeys, whom she'd so memorably turned away 2 days prior, were snickering to themselves. Their eyes mockingly focused on Ren all the while. They're not even interested in hiding what they're like anymore. I'm sure at this point they want me to know who did it to intimidate me. This slight development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join their group, her existence was, in their eyes, now nothing more than a hindrance to Ronald's campaign for student council president. They would stop at nothing to either break her spirit or force her to join her or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It doesn't matter that Ren had no interest in taking part in the election. After further inspecting the state of her textbooks, Ren's expression grew difficult to read. I think I can make them usable again, but not in what little time I have left before class. The bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. Ren left her textbook on top of her desk, making no effort to open them throughout. Her instructor was, of course, less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer a question as an attempt to chide her poor behavior. Miss Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us. Ronald's friends let out a series of pleased giggles at this, their minds delighting at the thought of a flustered Ren being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. But what transpired in reality played out very differently from their fantasies. Without missing a beat, Ren did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word, and all while her textbook remained closed. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise. Of course. As a student of Armis Academy, I would never dare compromise in preparing for my lessons. Rem responded with such grace that she, of course, drew in more sighs and coos of admiration from both her instructor and peers alike. It was only Ronald and his posse who groaned with sullen expressions. The next incident came on Ren's way to school the next morning. She entered the school gates with a horde of other students and was just about to step into the building when she noticed a foul smell coming from above her. She looked upward, noticing a portion of the fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her.
other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worries that it could do nothing about it. I could get out of the way easily if I wanted to, but the fencing was over 2 arcs in length. She could escape unharmed, but the other students around her would likely not. This was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping out the battle ornament hidden in her bag, she cried out, "Airstrike!" A sphere of wind formed in response to her incantation, flying upwards at high speed. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, it simply canceled out its momentum instead, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease. Just no accident. The spell makes it obvious. It was the distinct scent of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metals, resulting in its application in certain solvent. This made the fence falling a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident, and with Ren having been the target of several malicious acts already, the culprit was clear. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar hateful stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again as well, they were not the only ones with eyes on her.
Whoa! That was awesome! Did you see that? Is there anything she can't do?
Ren's quiet meditation was disrupted by a multitude of cheers and applause from all around her. As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, she gave an elegant bow in response. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought they bested her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill, their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before a seemingly out of patience Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. First, he stood oppressively before her, his lackeys behind him, with the composure he attempted to feign before now replaced by a plain, vile anger.
Let me get to you straight, Renbright. You are an eyesore.
Even that gentlemanly air he impersonated before was gone. Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate.
Don't try to act cute an instant. I put too much damn time and mirror into building my position at this academy, but who's always at the center of attention instead? It's you! It's always you! It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chance of success, and that's the last thing I can afford right now.
The more livid Ronald became, the more unruffled Ren was in turn. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again. You are aware of that, aren't you? Had she not been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. This being pointed out caused Ronald to return an audible tut of frustration.
Who cares about how it happened? The point is this has gone long enough, so I'm gonna have to ask you to step off the stage for a while.
What do you mean? Ronald seemed to present some of his initial cool from when they first talked as he answered.
It only means something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election is over.
And if I refuse? As he raised his hand, and in response, his lackeys stepped forward to surround her. The boys were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her.
Refusing is not an option, I'm afraid. If you aren't going to oblige me willingly, we'll just have to make it so you can't come to school for a while.
The lackeys cracked their knuckles dramatically to clarify their leader's intent. Buddy, I'm saying this for your sake. You don't realize what you're getting yourself into. Don't do this. Well, that's no good. I think we both know that would constitute as a grave violation of the school rules. Something about her inflection caused him to mistake her commentary, showing a hint of fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation.
No one's watching a place like this, and even if someone did happen to see, my father is a politician. He can make it go away. If they don't willingly choose to ignore what they saw in deference to my position, that is. Everyone at this academy seems to already know their place, you see. Everyone except you.
Her smile was then so unpleasant that a sigh escaped Ren. I think you're the one who doesn't know your place. I don't want to be rough with him after what Tita said, but he needs to be taught a good, hard lesson. I'll continue on, oblivious to what was running through his apparent victim's mind.
Now do as I say!
His lackeys drew close, ready to seize her. I'll keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them, just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think Estelle and Joshua would object to that. Just as she was about to act... Stop this at once! A girl's shout could be heard from the direction of the school building. She was, of course, not shouting at Ren.
And who are you?
Ronald was visibly irritated. Though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous, she continued to stand her ground. I didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. I can't go through with this. What you're doing is wrong. The girl stepped forward till she was directly in front of Ren to protect her from her schoolyard bullies. As she did so, the light revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair that shimmered much like the sunshine above. Ren recognized her to be a first-year student who lived in the dormitory next to her own. They weren't close to one another. At most, they only exchanged polite greetings with one another as they passed each other in the hall. She always seemed like a quiet, polite young woman with a good upbringing. However, not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else's. Is this? Ren was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never found that another student would dare to resist him. One thing he did sense was that her resistance was more than a brave front. It was a little more than a brave front. With excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare, he grew a sadistic smile and addressed her.
Is it now? Well, how fortunate for me that I have to show you the error of my... for you to show me the error of my ways. Ren can wait. You're first here, I assume. I'm going to need to give you a lesson in just as how right and wrong works in our society.
Upon his signal, his lackeys shifted to surround their new target over Ren. She began to tremble as danger closed in on her, but still she did not move. Don't you dare! This time it was Ren who spoke up. I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her.
You sure about that?
She wasn't planning on that response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his win in any form. I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? But then you... Studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, so maybe I do need some rest. Ren's voice was gentle in an attempt to assuage the girl's concerns. Ronald, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with the glee of a spoiled child.
Good, now everyone knows their place here. I see no reason to harm either of you now that I've got what I want. Consider yourselves lucky now that I've decided to let you go.
Ronald turned away and made it to leave, his lackeys following suit.
Good day to you then. When we next meet, the school will be all mine.
And then he was gone. With only the girls left behind the school building, the younger of the two looked up to her senior, concern welling up in her expression. I really am alright. You're very kind to worry. Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. The students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for the long-awaited Student Council election. Aramis Academy as a whole placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such, the Student Council exercised an unusual amount of power. It also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner of the Academy's festival, a symbol and celebration of spring in the capital. This, however, also led to the position being a major status symbol even long after graduation. Why do I get the feeling Ren's about to hack into this graduation and play by the entire thing that just happened? All this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the Student Council president every year. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. I couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Ronald and his supporters sat in the rest area, chuckling among themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one on the ballot, and none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, meaning his election was positively assured. Eventually, the time came for him to give his speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman as he delivered it, speaking with that same silver tongue he inherited well from his father. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech to give, this was not the blow to his campaign it otherwise would have been.
Now if you could turn your eyes to the screen.
The screen he spoke of was at the back of the auditorium. This was a rather noble feature to have in a school building, to have anywhere, and was installed several years prior for use in lectures and display recreational films. Please let it play the thing that just happened. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvert was in its technology. Up until then, the students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald intended to take it another step further. He wanted to share a promotional video, and not a simple makeshift self-produced one that might ordinarily be presented by an amateur, but rather a professional work he paid a considerable amount of mirror for. Its quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this he knew would cement it even that much more. Convinced this would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension at the top of the social hierarchy, he started the video. The musical number it played was rousing, fitting. But what followed then was Ronald appearing on screen.
So how much mirror do you want? For supporting me? I can make it worth your while.
What? The video playing before them was not the one intended. Rather than an inspiration and show of what he could bring to the student body, it was a recording of him buying off one of his opponents just days before. As hushed whispers of confusion played through the auditorium, the next clip played.
If you know it's good for you, you'll withdraw your candidacy right now, or the only thing you'll be president of is the hospital bed.
Next was an equally unexpected scene of Ronald intimidating another candidate into withdrawing from the race. As he continued, Ronald realized what was going on. Someone out there had replaced his carefully prepared video with another. The initially hesitant whispers exploded into loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them in his attempt to quell the situation.
This is a forgery! Someone's attempting to frame me!
But just at that moment, as if waiting for his cries of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. I'm afraid that it is all entirely genuine. Her voice rang out with a wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flipped it back as she talked toward the stage. Bribing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides. You are guilty on every single count, Ronald Griffith. Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, this student was on the stage, staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon this elegant figure. Indeed, without any effort at all, she had the air of a protagonist from some epic tale making her long-awaited appearance.
Damn it, Rembrandt! Must you insist on getting in my way at every turn?
Growled through a sheet of sheer anger. In contrast, the recently absent Ren responded with brilliant composure. You're the one getting in the way. Of the fair running of this important election, your countless crimes have made a mockery of this whole process. Ren then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still-running video. Some elicited frowns, others sympathy, others complete silence. But by the time she was finished, all were united in a single overpowering emotion. Anger. It brings me no joy to say this about a fellow student, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious academy, much less be the president of its student council. Similar censures from the other students followed in rapid succession.
Yeah, she's right! Stop ruining our academy!
You've gone too far! Ren's accusation wasn't the only reason for their anger. The students of Aramis had long loathed Ronald's oppressive behavior. They only hadn't spoken out because they were afraid of his father's power. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive boiling point. Ronald suddenly found himself at the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked to his lackeys for support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. It then dawned on him just how fragile all he thought he built was. Rage gave way to an instant deep despair, and casting a glare of pure hatred towards Ren, Ronald hurriedly sprinted out of the auditorium. Only when he was completely out of sight did the air erupt with cheers of joy. In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. Yet, even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park. How's this work? No one's going to interrupt us here, so how about you come on out? In response to her words, Ronald emerged before her for the first time since he ran away earlier in the day, and with 10 or so companions in tow. These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expressions and gaudy clothing. They were clearly not students of the academy. More than likely, they belonged to some local gang.
You don't keep very good company outside school now, do you?
Wait, you don't keep very good company outside school now, do you? With how they're dressed up, I assume you must be off to a party or something.
I'm going to wipe that smug smirk right off your face for good, Rembrandt. My dazzling future in politics was guaranteed, but now you've gone and ruined everything! What am I supposed to say to my father now?
That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes? Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as vile.
That's it! I don't care what it takes. You are going to pay for thinking you could cross me and get away with it. Better. There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that.
They then sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal. What followed made them doubt their eyes.
A scythe.
Ronald could not understand what had just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. The second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had to produce a monstrously sized black and gold scythe from thin air. This in and of itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't the last thing to be so. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless, cornered mouse. Except in this shocking case, Ren was the cat, and his men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, and yet all it took was a single swing of her conjured weapon to cause most of them to collapse to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had been crumbled with their bodies. The mice made to scurry as fast as they could, but the cat gleefully gave chase. There are even moments where she let a few of them think they'd gone away, only for her to immediately close the gap between them. It was only after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious like the rest. Then she would seek delight in her next hunt. Like heavy sacks of potatoes, the men fell one by one, one by one, one by one, until only Ren and Ronald were left.
This can't be happening.
The young man was still struggling to come to terms with what he had just witnessed as Ren stretched her limbs like a bored child still gearing up to play.
Amateurs. Every last one of them. I thought I could have at least a little fun. Oh, but don't you worry. I didn't actually slaughter them.
She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald.
Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment, perhaps, Ronald?
Ronald twitched in fear at the mention of his name. In this moment, she was now nothing more than a beast in human skin.
Stay away from me! My father's in Parliament, try anything, man, you'll regret it!
Her response was an expression of pure pity before tossing what appeared to be a magazine at his feet.
It's one of today's tabloids. You might find its contents relevant.
What? At first he was baffled by this shift, but the second he peeked out at the cover, his face went pale. Representative Griffith suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime, read the headline in giant punchy lettering.
There's a whole special feature on your dearest daddy, complete with evidence. It mentions that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation as well, so this may be the last day you can say he's in Parliament. My condolences.
No. No.
So visceral was the shock at the news that the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, Ren wasn't finished.
So now that he's been removed from the equation, I'll ask again. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment?
She edged closer and closer, scythe in hand, and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tripping over a rock and falling hopelessly on his backside. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper, tears and snot streaming down his face.
Be a doll and play with me. Then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter.
She raised her scythe above her head and readied it to swing it downward before realizing what she said.
Oops. A grown woman shouldn't play with dolls, though, would she? And here I thought I could better control my childish glee.
She covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip-up. None of this behavior was befitting the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see he was already unconscious.
Finished?
As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her.
I certainly am.
Ren met eyes with a brown-skinned young man leaning covertly against one of the trees. It's safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. Finished? He glanced inside the park for a brief moment before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. You really are something.
In what way?
In every way. Even if I was more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous Kitty than the combat prowess of the infamous Angel of Slaughter. So hard to believe you managed to find dirt on this bigwig dad that easily.
Ren's response was matter of fact, showing no sign of his praise had gone to her head.
Most people just aren't as cautious about cyber security as they ought to be. Understandable, with how new most are to it. Of course, it isn't nearly as easy as this was when you're dealing with leading corporations and politicians at the top of the food chain.
You make it sound like you've tried it before.
Maybe I have.
Ren's smile was both cryptic and darling.
I've been more impressed with you. You're quick to write a piece on that scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. I'm glad Grace introduced us.
Oh, he's a film reporter! Hey!
I wonder if this is going to be the guy we get to hang out. Is this going to be our reporter for the Calvert arc? That's cool, so...
Just doing my job.
The man's name was Dingo, and he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. He was extremely capable at his job, very well connected, and held a reputation for never shying away from danger. After being introduced to another by Grace Lynn, he and Ren made a deal with one another just a few days prior. The terms were simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanors, and Ren would reuse her hacking skills to provide evidence of his father's crimes. Both were now reaping the rewards of each other's success.
I'll admit, I did get some help.
Wait.
admit I did get some help from a friend. He was not too pleased about being asked to look into a scummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through.
Oh, you just have all kinds of connections, don't you?
She did sense someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school, but she wasn't sure who that someone was. This curious sensation regarding their identity remained as she continued the conversation. You know, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in running that story.
Just goes to show how big a fan the government was of Griffith. They left him alone because he didn't actively oppose the current president's party, but from the CID's perspective, this chance to take him down was about as good as it was going to get.
Does sound like something Miss Taito Master over there would do, but I can't say I like the feeling of being used by her. But oh well.
Dingo then made a curious observation. Miss Taito Master, Kilka?
I have to wonder why you went...
I had to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. He really bother you that much?
And Ren glanced briefly at Ronald, still collapsed on the ground of the park, before shrugging her shoulders dismissively.
Not in the least. I didn't intend for this to go as far as it did either. I wanted to teach him enough of a lesson so he'd leave me alone, but...
It was then that the younger student who tried to save her came to mind.
I think the students deserve a much better student council president than him.
She let out a titter that was most refined. As Ren expected, the allegations led Ronald's father to resign from Parliament, while he resigned from Aramis Academy. The group of students who exerted power over the student body with his backing vanished overnight, and as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in too long. One thing, however, came about from this that Ren had not expected in the least. Let me guess, she's now the president, the student council president?
Here are all the documents relating to next month's budget.
Student Council's new president accepted the documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them straight away. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium on the day of the election, most of those in his group who'd put down their name dropped out in a timely fashion. Voting still took place even then, but once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. This was because they were all in favor of someone who never had put her name on the ballot. Ren Bright. Aramis Academy was known for how little its staff interfere with the many liberties it gave its students, but this time the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Roland was going to present dire problems in the future. The teachers then chose to directly negotiate with Ren, and in face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. None of her dues posed a challenge to her, but by accepting it, it completely and utterly failed her initial goal of avoiding attention.
I wonder if this is how Thor's Branch Campus's first student council president felt when he was elected. Even I couldn't believe it when Tia told me. Alright, it is what it is, I suppose. I'll just have to make use of this as best I can.
Yippee! Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. As Ren sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, a thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries. The problems arising from rapid technological development, the society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvard. But despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time here while she could.
Let's say we get this work done so we can celebrate with a tea party, hmm?
The arrival of spring was now a distant memory, even if summer had yet to come. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautifully bright afternoon. Wow. An unconventional student. The end. Two. And let me guess, there is a third. Yep. This is probably going to be the last one, I imagine. These are going on way longer than I thought. This is going to be a very long episode, and I apologize in advance for that, but... let's get to it! Forward. Sword in hand. September, year 12,007 of the Septine calendar. I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin Vathik, could not hide his disappointment, puffing out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. Not again. Not again. You gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I've been dead to this man who was as capable as he was kind since my first days in the guild. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough.
I have neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of a rank, so I cannot accept your recommendation.
Racers are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, with A rank being the highest on paper at least. Its members are the very face of its beloved organization, and as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor to be worn with pride. So how had I received multiple recommendations from the most prestigious rank in 6 months? I spared no effort in working to hone my craft in the years I joined after school, and certainly I wouldn't class myself as a dull-eyed newcomer, but have my name among the greats of the guild? Absolutely not. Who's talking? After turning down my first recommendation, a second one had come from the guild's headquarters in Le Mans. If you ask me, you got both in spades. There's something else making you lean toward a no? Zin's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do. I'm getting offers to be a model, to star in films. It's been, frankly, exhausting forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think will happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'll be neck deep in the same mess all over again. Okay, that makes sense, but sorry. You're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department, trying to lay low as a lost cause. But the kind of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows? You might walk away with an award from the film festival. Zin's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown. Much as I respect him, he could do with showing a little more decorum. That's not funny. I understand being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable, but I've accepted it, but I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny though. You gotta find a way to let off steam, or you're gonna break when we need you put together the most. Happens to the workaholics like you more than often than you think. I didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth to what he said. We were getting off topic. Just why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A-rank bracer? I can't see the logic behind it.
Well, you see, starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebonia have beefed up our economy this year, so all kinds of new investments are pouring in from across the continent. I'm no economist, but people go where the money's at, and where people go, conflict flows. That's just how it is.
I saw where he was going with it from there, electing to expand upon the rest myself. So now we have disputes between mega corporations and a stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the known growth in private military companies and increased tensions between mafias.
You got it. You think it's bad now? It's only gonna get worse from here. That's why Le Mans wants to up security here while promoting our rising star, you. See it as good PR for the guild and a deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line.
Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal in using me than I want to admit. This didn't make hearing the answer any more satisfying. If they have you asking me to play my part, then surely they have asked you to play your part already. You've been recommended for S rank, haven't you? If you know of a better deterrent than having an S rank in Calvert, then I'd like to hear it. Zin scratched the back of his head awkwardly upon my statement.
I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius Bright. S isn't even an official rank, and even if it was, just look at me. You think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild?
I think you have the skills, achievements, and build to be one, yes. A quick response.
Alright, point made. I can't force you to take the recommendation, and I'm not about to be a hypocrite. Just, let me know if you change your mind, okay?
With that, the conversation came to an end, and the guild's bracers gathered to begin our routine meeting of delegating open requests. This is how I preferred things. It was better to stay like this. There was a point when I wanted to be something more. I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was. So I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I had gained. I truly thought I gotten closer to who I wanted to be. In the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand, once held, was now empty, and I was still a nobody. I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however, and I no longer possessed that girlhood desire of becoming something more. Oh, is this Ren? Becoming someone? I just need to keep moving, however aimless that movement was. Aren't we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink, a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment. Who is this, actually? I don't know at this point. He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to others. He reminded me much of the Crossbill City branch's receptionist from the few times I visited for work. The place was nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter and seat farthest from the door as he approached. The usual, sweetheart? I stopped by here after a hard day's work on occasion, and whenever I did, I always ordered a coffee and a light snack. This is not a coffee and snacks kind of day. I want something with alcohol. Even beer will do. Not at all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. It wasn't long before he returned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more than than a beer. There's a beautiful cocktail composed of two colors, a clear blue like that of a priceless sapphire and a calming jade. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was and was trying to soothe it in his own way. I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reason for coming. Have you learned anything more about what I asked? Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. He was extremely well-connected to the guild, the press, and even the criminal underworld, but he was very careful never to overstep his bounds with that last one. Indeed, I found him to be a valuable source when needed. I wish I could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. Still, I think you've got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. Since the guild's investigation turned up nothing, I was hoping he would better point me in the right direction, but it seemed this was going to be a lot harder than I'd hoped. Things will work out. Just pace yourself and keep at it a little bit at a time. That also applies to that cocktail. It's a strong one, so don't drink it all at once. I tilted the glass delicately between my fingers as he stepped away, my mind continuing to wade through the case I was following. There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs on the market. Not just any drugs either, but ones of the highly addictive, dangerous variety. Heiwei, who effectively ruled over the criminal underworld in Calvard, ordinarily limited their proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos had once often reigned supreme. Yet the past few years had seen a worrying number of criminal groups rebelling against these carefully curated rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market. And all of this held a presumed connection to two missing people. The guild and police had been tasked with searching for two children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. Uh-oh. They simply left the house one day and had not been seen since. Evidence suggested they came from a perfectly ordinary family on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. We mulled over the suspicion that they had been abducted for ransom early on, but not a single demand was made following their disappearance, so it was quickly ruled out. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proved entirely fruitless. Their last known location was fortunately established, and it was, unfortunately, a popular site for illicit drug trade. The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed a transaction and were held captive by the criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, then the longer it took our parties to find them, the greater the danger their lives were in. The abductors wouldn't do anything right away. Murder was sure to leave a trace behind. But it was only a matter of time before they resorted to that or trafficking abroad to be rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed were dropping to zero. At the same time, all of this was pure speculation on our part based on a single established location. For all we knew, this had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. The potential dangers thrown around made inaction as an agonizing task, but if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on site and make them talk should we wish it. That would be a direct violation of the guild's code and founding principles. The Brace Guild has always sought to be an ally of the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence was out of the question. Only the strict adherence to our code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we swore to protect in danger. It was the ultimate impasse, so another Bracer was becoming sick of the rules. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma the Bracers had placed themselves in, a familiar face came to mind. He was a childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. Though we had lost contact with one another for some years before, he one day returned to the city as suddenly as he had left it. Soon after starting up a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believed. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? I think this is talking about the main character, of I think this might be talking about the main character of Daybreak. He walked out of my life without warning and walked back in much the same. I spent so much time searching for him. I knew our reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted, but for him to return after all that, waiting, all that searching, and dive into some questionable enterprise so different from my own was almost too much to bear. It gave rise to many concerns as a bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And one that bothered me the most was, why hadn't he come to see me? Do you have any idea how worried I was about him? How worried I am about him? Irritation building, I took a large gulp of my cocktail, but the alcohol only fanned the flames of anger burning in my heart. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Why did you leave me? The words slipped from my mouth without me realizing it, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. If someone were to see me like this, see me in this state. Still haven't moved on, I see. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me, causing me to jump slightly from surprise. I quickly regained my composure. I just have a few choice words I like to say. My response feigned calmness as best I could. I can't help but think I had more than a few choice words, really, but following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way that I would rather not further. I imagine you have more than a few. Right, of course he would see right through me. The bespectacled man then sat down next to me as though our running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend of both myself and the one I was lamenting over, and someone who followed a remarkably different career path from either one of us. If it's still bothering you that much, why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely. How could I with so much time that's passed? As I mumbled my response meekly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle. Well, I suppose there's no need to rush things. With your lines of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. I didn't expect that kind of response. You make it sound so romantic. Lest you have forgotten, I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Now, since we're here, how about toast? I'll make your next one non-alcoholic. Unless you have forgotten, I can handle my liquor just fine, thank you very much. We then spent the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. It had been too long since we were able to just sit and talk like this. It wasn't that he and I had become estranged, but both of our jobs have made it a trying task to meet even at the best of times. By the way, I heard you turned down becoming an A-rank bracer again. Of course that wouldn't escape the CID's ears. The information itself wasn't confidential, but that he already knew something, however unofficial it was entirely typical of him. The Bracer Guild focusing on protecting civilians while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies, they simply had very different goals where work was concerned. I know it isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer, but, however... He paused before resuming, his tone becoming markedly more serious. The times we live in demand a new hero. That much is clear. I had no idea what a realist like him was trying to say by implying I was a hero. Before I could inquire further, he changed the subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place. If you don't mind, I have something that will be of interest to you regarding those missing children. My eyes widened from the unexpected change. He continued. We've identified the group that made that district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of a crime taking place. You may proceed as you like in cooperation with the police. I couldn't believe it. On a fine silver platter, he had given me a just cause to act, and since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done till now was follow life where it was taking me, and yet here I found myself before a new path that could lead to that someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led me to losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle. I was a fragile human being at my core. I knew it well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against any whispers of weakness, and I played the part admirably on the surface. But if I were forced to face cruel reality in the future, I wondered, would my heart be able to take it? Wow. What the? As I sidestepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed a flurry of slashes against my first foe, using that momentum to thrust both myself and my blade toward my second. 2 low-ranking mobsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I'd been chasing, and right now I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave the guild and police the excuse we need to take a more direct stance against our targets. His information was vague, however, so we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zin, and several other bracers agreed it would be best to split our forces and attack several locations in unison for this part of our mission. Based on what just transpired, it appeared my location was the lucky winner.
There's the intruder. Hey, I've seen her before. She's from the paper.
2 more reinforcements arrived, but I was hardly going to give them time to act. I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and they fell before they could even raise their weapons. I advanced. Mobsters appeared in droves. Presumably, word of my arrival had already spread.
Here she is! She's that freighter that's been going around. Well, damn it. Lefty and Mooble's here, too. Don't be chicken shit. It's one woman. We can take care of her.
They didn't charge me in a mass. At least 10 of them, with more reinforcements on their way from farther inside the building. Forcing my way through with how many they had in their number was risky. I knew the sensible thing would be to wait for other bracers to show. I also had to consider, what if my waiting can afford the Mafia the time to wield the children as hostages? Weighing the 2 options, I concluded that whatever reduced the chances of that happening was worth the cost. I need to push on and sell this, now! Besides, I believe I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group as they were. Were they seasoned combat veterans? They could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and corner me, but they did no such thing. They are amateurs. And they dared to believe they held a candle to Heiwei's martial arts. In the face of one of my experience, they blowed their broadside was more of a hindrance than a help. They wouldn't be able to utilize even half their potential against me. Heiwei martial arts. I first had to position myself in them appropriately. If I can ensure the gun-toting wielders among them were in each other's line of fire while rounding up the close-range fighters to a single spot, they would soon have bigger worries. Friendly fire. Their vulnerabilities would then spell my victory as I cut them down. 1 down. 2 down. The precious seconds after defeating a foe were the most advantageous. Just as a man had fallen, I was on to another before they had time to adjust to my incoming blade. There was no pattern to who was next by design. I chose my target with stunning erratism, throwing them into complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down. 4. I would go around them in a wide circle. I would move between them, while remaining ever aware of any surprise assaults at my back. I waded through them till I encountered the ones farthest back. The ones never even considered I'd be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. The men took up their guns with newly alert panic strewn across their faces, but their fate was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap between us. 5, 6, 7. With over half their number down, the remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next move so poorly that they fell into my long-set trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do was continue taking them down so that I was the last one standing. There were smaller groups I encountered on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader. He was a middle-aged fellow, pacing restlessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered. He twitched in fear upon the very sight of me.
Why are you here? Where are my men?
Kissing the floors. I answered so calmly and concisely that he balked in disbelief.
It's impossible. I spent my balls to build this group from the ground up, and you're saying a girl like you tore it all down just like that?
I ignored his crude language and drew closer. As I thrust my sword till it set just between his eyes, he let out a squeal. Well, I'm no ordinary girl. I'm a bracer. And don't worry, I didn't kill them. They've only been knocked out or restrained. You'll be seeing them again soon. In prison. I shot a darkened glare in his direction as the tip of my sword wandered downward to his neck. Now, I have some questions for you, and you will answer them. The man nodded emphatically, his whole body trembling from fear. 2 children, a boy and a girl under 10 years old, disappeared last month. Your people abducted them, didn't they? He nodded. I knew it. Then where are they? What did you do to them?
They're in a room farther inside. They're still alive.
Last, I could breathe a sigh of relief. My most fundamental objective when coming here could be fulfilled. Next, I need to ask him more about his group. I thought you all seemed far too weak to be charged of this district of the city, but after coming across your account book, everything fell into place. You're working on behalf of someone else, aren't you? He was so unsure of how to respond that he felt completely silent, but that alone gave me my answer. Who is it then? Tell me. Is it A?
I can't.
He flinched in fear as I pressed him, resisting as though he genuinely couldn't say. Then, just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thudding sound from outside the room. I stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splattering. More sounds, these more audible than the first. I didn't know what to make of them, but they made me feel an instinctive revulsion as they dragged on. They may have come accompanied by faint groans, but if they did, they faded just as soon as the sounds themselves. I remained on guard as they stepped out onto the hallway, ready to be attacked from any angle at any moment. And the sight that greeted me defied all imagination. The monsters I fought through a mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of flesh and bone. Not just one or two. Every single one of them, without exception, had been reduced to bloodied mounds. What? Some were without heads, others had their organs ripped from their abdomens. Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter. Other ones with their hearts pulled and squeezed. What the fuck happened? Each corpse was different. Each corpse was unbearable to look at. The plain hallway I traversed with all due speed was now covered in sticky, slimy red. Who could have done something like this? I was so awful that my free hand, now clenched, shook from disgust. Was it ever necessary to go this far? What could have anyone have to gain from this? Wait, no. I realized I just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back into the room I was just in. It was too late. Obviously, I was floating in the air at the center of the room, as though some unknown force was holding him up by his chest. The monstrous sword pierced through his chest, a single streak of blood dripping from his unspeaking mouth. There was no room to believe that he was anything but dead. Like all the others in the hallway, he didn't even have time to scream before his life was taken. Who are you? I barked at the center of the room, trying to drown out my instinctive fear and anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present, but if I strained my eyes, I could see the faint contours of another distorting space around them. It must have been some form of active camouflage. I would have thought it basic courtesy to give your name before asking another's, charming nation of the Bracer Guild. It was a man's voice that projected true arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. I instinctively readied myself for battle and response, but my actions seemed not to faze him in the slightest.
No need to be spoiling for a fight. I'm simply here to take care of the trash after they're careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow.
Was I really talking to a fellow human being? How could he speak of such gruesome murders in those terms? Are you a business partner of theirs? No, you must be from a group above them.
Very good.
He then swung his blade to slide and tossed the corpse off to the side with all the respect of a used cigarette. How did you treat people you worked with like this?
People? Have you your ears? I said nothing about taking out a person, only trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway. They have always been so, even before they stopped breathing.
It's clear that communicating with someone of his nature was impossible. I dismissed calm reason for an intense, all-consuming anger so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. You monster! Before I knew it, I had sprung into action, pounding every drop of my strength into my blade to launch a swift, unavoidable strike. He repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well a league above mine. He parried my blow at the most perfect instant, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of. The act of camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his cruciform sword either. His design combined silver and black in an unholy fusion of darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelled within its very blade. It was no common weapon. Even if I continued to give it my all, my odds of winning against him were extremely slim. At the same time, my instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. I charged again. If attacking him from the front wasn't going to work, then I would have to go for his side. He blocked that attack with just as little effort. It wasn't done yet. I refused to stop moving, slashing a third time with even more speed than the first two. It's not working. I showered him in a flurry of them, each one faster than the last. When I finally reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking him from behind. I put my very soul into one overwhelming attack aimed directly at his rear, which I could only just make out through the camouflage's distortion. I got him! However, the second I became sure that victory was in my grasp, the cruciform blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash. I was able to instantly defend myself against the blow, but the force of it sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit, but my body shook from now being able to fully cancel out its massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. The difference between us was night and day. It felt as though he could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of all things. He paid no mind to my pitiful attempt at bravado and gave a short laugh before speaking.
Impressive. You put up more of a fight than the rumors had me believe. What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength?
I expected him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback when he paused for a sincere moment of thought before answering. An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear. Fear? I almost stabbed my ears.
Fear is at the heart of all we know. Domination and servitude. Order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. That's why I seek to instill fear in its purest form, much like the retributive tower that appeared in Crossbow half a year ago.
Why are you bringing that up?
Such a pity that it fell. There was such pleasure in his words.
That it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. As insane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it.
You really are a monster. Continue your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you'll understand what I mean in due time.
He lowered his blade.
As a parting gift for assisting me in my house cleaning efforts, I will let you and those children go. Keep that far too pristine blade sharp for our next meeting, Bracer.
With that, he turned to leave. Wait! Just as I extended my hand, the glow below him emitted a bright glow. The ground below him emitted a bright glow, and by the time that glow had faded, he was gone. He likely used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations were known to rely on. His departure also released all the strength I had left in me. Not from relief, but from the exact opposite. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave. I was so afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him, that I lost the strength to even stand. Of course, this is just who I've always been. I haven't changed one bit since the day he left me. I'm still the same powerless girl I was back then. My work here wasn't finished yet. I walked to the next room. I opened the door and was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The brother and sister pair were crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor as his sister stood close by. It's okay. I'm here to help you. I kept my tone as gentle and reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled while her older brother continued to hide his face. I slowly walked toward them, careful not to make any sudden movements, but as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. His whole body trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from that man flashed in my mind. Fear is at the heart of all we know. These poor children were very much in fear's clutches. No matter how gradual I was in closing the distance between myself and the boy, trying my best not to provoke him, his body language showed that he continued to reject me. We were now within arm's length of one another. His shaking grew more violent, and though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right. I smiled at a most comforting smile. After that, I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that was being thrust toward me. I turned swiftly, my fingers never letting go, and found the one gripping the hilt to be none other than his sister. She had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother and tried to stab me from behind. She was a bit startled by my halting her attack, but otherwise she just stared blankly forward, emotion on her face nowhere to be seen. I suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do. You must have been through something so terrifying if it made you resort to this. No doubt they were conditioned by fear to attack anyone who came to their rescue. I paid no mind to the blood from my bare hand, slowly dripping to the floor. The cut from the knife was nothing compared to everything else in the moment. My first priority instead was to reassure the girl I meant them no harm. We humans are capable of more than giving in to that fear. We can fight it. With courage, we can fight it. Your brother was doing just that now. He may have been gripped by fear, but still he fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he wanted to keep me safe and to keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. It was thanks to him that I noticed what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. I'll keep you safe. I took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer? Even her voice was devoid of emotion. That's right. I'm here to help you.
Oh,
I think I've seen you in a magazine before. Something... Blade, I think. That's right. The nickname is a little embarrassing, but I'd be happy if you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way. I tie my grip around her as if to stop anything more from hurting her and surround her heart with my warmth. It really will be okay. I promise. I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and before long, her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle. At first a small one, here and there, till they gradually grew more pronounced, eventually turning into uncontrollable sobs. She had finally been liberated from her fear. As for me, I had stayed my course. I was too afraid to deviate from my current path. Still, I had chosen this path with pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now, but I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so, it was another day in the Edith branch of Calvert's Guild. Sounds like that Mafia was trying to copy what that other organization of assassins managed to pull off. I was discussing the recent case with Zen. The siblings had indeed been inducted because they witnessed an illegal transaction. The Mafia involved them and thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children with the intent of turning them into professional killers. The organization. Their attempts simply proved as unsuccessful as their attempts to remain covert in selling drugs. The CID found them, and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I hadn't been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all.
Don't beat yourself up about it. The guild's priority is to keep criminals safe. Civilians safe, not criminals. I don't want to say they deserved it for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth instead of letting it eat you alive. I saw that the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time. That while they were going to need it, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. My meeting with them had triggered something inside of me. I came to realize that something needed to change. I needed to take some kind of step forward. Even if it ended in me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just needed to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations. The times we live in demand a new hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friends said to me. I didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. If I could be even just a brief one able to give the people hope and banish the darkness ahead, then that was reason enough to keep going. Maybe that could make me something enough to fight alongside the real hero once they came to light. Well, shall we get down to business? Zen turned to face me, his classic broad grin even broader than usual. It'll be a while longer before the official paperwork arrives from headquarters, but I'm sure they won't mind me speeding up this part of the process with how much they wanted this. The Republic now had a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning. Congrats on your promotion, Elaine Auclair, Beauty's Blade. Elaine Auclair. Forward, sword in hand. The end. That's it. Suspension of causality recording engine activity confirmed. Force connection to astral link severed. The whirlpool of causality engulfing Erebos and the fated land has at last been unraveled. Though the bell ringing the end of days has yet to be silenced. You, children of Zemuria, have earned your moment of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. Until you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trails. That's it.
And with that, we're done. I can't believe it. I feel like a part of me's tearing up now. But that's it. Ereboni and Crossbell have finally had their journeys finished. But now, it's on to a new one. Thank you all so much for joining me on this blessed adventure, and I hope you'll continue with me next time on The Legend of Heroes: Trails into Daybreak. Peace.